Hello, everyone. This is just a welcome to you all. We'll be starting in a few minutes. Thank you all for joining. If you want to share with your networks the YouTube link where this summit is being broadcast live, I'm just putting on the chat now. So in a few minutes, we'll be starting. There are a few people joining now. Thank you for being here. Just waiting for Sarah, my colleague, who will be moderating the first panel, so we can get started. And maybe a few additional minutes for people to join. See more people coming. Really good to see you all again. Some of your names are familiar from yesterday. Thanks for coming again. Has just joined. Okay. More people coming. Hello, Sarah.
Hello.
We're just giving a few more minutes for people to join. But anyway, I think I can introduce. Hello, everyone. My name is Lucas Preti, pronouns he and him. I am the Communications and Advocacy Director at Open Knowledge Foundation. Today, this is the second day of the Tech We Want Summit. It's an initiative we are doing the Open Knowledge Foundation, trying to start a conversation about the way we develop software. If you are here, you know what I mean, and you've been engaging with the program probably. Welcome everyone to join. We are really glad to have you all here, and we are actually mind blown by the sessions yesterday. The summit has 2 days. Yesterday we had 5 panels and 2 keynotes with really amazing speakers, amazing discussions. I think like lots of food for thought. And also a very much, community vibes. I think everyone, I don't know, maybe I'm speaking personally here, but I feel that we are really feeling as a community. So we are very happy that we are really trying to address everything that is in people's minds and everything that we are doing in our own organizations and initiatives, coming together in a common narrative should do tech differently. That's it. So this is just a quick introduction and a welcoming note for you all. We'll today have 5 demonstration sessions, workshops, and then you all will get to learn and talk to each other about your initiatives. These projects, there are 15 projects in total, were selected through an open call. So people from all around the world, if you look at the lineup and the program, you can see that there's really lots of countries represented here and lots of cultures and lots of different local contexts. And that's exactly what we want to address with the Tech We Want. And we want to show the world that we all are producing technology in a different way, and that this can become maybe in a few years or decades like the major stack, let's say, open, affordable, simple, interoperable, everything that we want to do for technology from now on. So that's it. That's just a quick note. Welcome you all. I'll hand it over to Sarah, who will be moderating this panel, and we'll let you know what is happening today. To you, Sarah.
Thank you, Lucas. So hello, everyone. I'm Sarah Petti. I'm the International Network Lead at Open Knowledge Foundation. You might have seen me already yesterday. I'm really excited about this hands-on day of tech demonstration, and I'm already seeing a lot of people that we know. So before we started, maybe just a few housekeeping notes. So each demo session, as Lucas just said, is going to be 1 hour. Each one of you will be given up to 15 minutes to demonstrate their tech project. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to be super strict with time so that at the end of the session, we have enough time to ask questions. So I'll be writing in the chat, maybe, if you're going over time. And otherwise, if you're really going over time, I'll stop you overall. So you know this already. If you want to ask questions, you're very welcome to do so in the chat, or otherwise, as I just said, we will reserve the last 10-15 minutes to questions. So at that point, either we can read the questions that are in the chat, or you can raise your hand and ask the question yourself. The important reminder is all the panels are actually held in English, but there are automatic translations available in Zoom. You have to go to captions and choose your language. So if you're presenting, I would definitely encourage you to select English as your language so that other people that might be less comfortable with the language can get the subtitles. The event follows the Open Knowledge Code of Conduct, which I'm going to paste in the chat in just 1 second. Just a reminder that we want to promote a healthy, respectful, and thoughtful conversation between people from different backgrounds. So if you have any aggressive behavior or there is any harassment, this will not be tolerated, and we reserve ourselves the right to kick you off from the meeting. I'll put the code of conduct in the chat now, and yes, the session is also being broadcasted on YouTube. So in case you want to tell someone, you can just send them the YouTube link. There is an official hashtag for this event, which is the Tech We Want, one word. And if you want, you can also tag us at Open Knowledge Foundation so that we can amplify your posts. But I don't want to take too much of your time, and I want to hand it over already. So the first project that we're going to hear from is semanticClimate from India. semanticClimate actually also presented yesterday. They gave a quick talk, but today they're going to demonstrate basically how the toolkit that they built can be used to basically turn documents, sometimes in PDF or not interoperable anyhow, into a semantic interoperable documents. They also emphasize the communal creation of dictionaries and support linked open data and multilinguality. I want now to hand it over to Parijat Bhadra. If you're here, you can just turn off the camera, and I can also give you rights to share your screen.
Hello.
Okay, can you share your screen now? I think you should be able to.
Oh, yes, I can.
Great.
So, greetings, everyone. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
I'm Parijat, and I'm currently pursuing my bachelor's degree in biotechnology. I have been an intern at semanticClimate for several months now, and I'm very, very excited to present this demo. Please do leave comments in the chat box or questions, and there is also a Google Doc posted where you can leave your comments. I will be using this Google Colab notebook because in Google Colab, I can run the codes and display the output live in front of you. Now, all of us are aware that climate change poses one of the greatest challenges of our time. But tackling climate change is not the job of a select few. It requires everyone at the grassroots level. Unfortunately, most of us lack the knowledge necessary to fully engage with climate knowledge because it is often logged in formats that are difficult to use, such as PDFs. PDFs are not readable by machines, and this makes data extraction or data analysis a time-consuming, tedious process. Our work at semanticClimate involves converting scientific literature related to climate change into semantic formats, because we believe that by unlocking climate knowledge, we are progressing towards a sustainable future. We are a global citizen science movement using open notebook, and we believe in verification of data. Fair data, that is data being findable, accessible, interoperable, and also reusable. Now, Shweta, one of our developers, explained yesterday at the panel that we are creating 5-star documents. Now, semantic documents are 5 stars because they are structured, open, and also comes under linked data. So PDFs are just 1 stars because they are dumb documents, and we are creating semantic ones that are 5-star documents. Now, semanticClimate has members from all different disciplines, and some of us, like myself, are not even from computer background, and we all believe in learning by doing. Today, we are presenting our tools in this summit held by the Open Knowledge Foundation because our tools are affordable, accessible, and sustainable, making it in accordance with the needs of the Tech We Want Summit. And all our tools can be run on the command line, but today we will be using Google Colab to display them. And this is our team at semanticClimate. We run daily transcontinental Zooms and record all the sessions which are copied to Slack. We use free Slack, and this is our main method of rapid discourse. And all our codes and documents, including the climate ones, are stored openly and permanently on GitHub. We are also largely an intern-driven program, interns coming from all over India. We develop tools that transforms logged literature into semantic hypermedia form. We have Pygit papers, which searches the scientific literature and displays a data table, AMLib that can create Wikimedia enhanced dictionaries, and doc analysis to extract entities from the text. We also have the IPCC and the UNFCCC corpus. Now, we are all going to see these interesting things today in my demo. Now, IPCC stands for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and it has around 70 chapters on climate. But the IPCC reports are on the web, and they are aimed at humans manually downloading them click by click. So we have automated the creation of a semantic corpus, as you can see in the data table, and all the documents are hyperlinked, making it incredibly easy to navigate them. So we have got the chapters, we have got the PDF form of the chapters, and we have the clean content, that is the HTML semantic version of the documents. Similarly, the UNFCCC, that is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, have COPs that we need to manually download. At semanticClimate, we have a data table for the UNFCCC report, which indexes all, which we can browse everything. And all the COP reports have been converted into semantic documents. Now, we have taken the IPCC glossary and semantified it by enhancing the terms with Wikimedia. And because we use Wikimedia, we are associated with linked data and multilinguality. So we have the IPCC glossary, and we have semantified it, and this is how it looks now. One of our tools, AMLib, can create a dictionary out of terms, which is linked to Wikimedia. So this is how a dictionary looks, and I will play it in the demo later. And this is how it's linked with Wikimedia. And because we are a lot term-based, so we also get a lot of language equivalence. Now, let me outline what we'll be covering in this demo. We'll start with installing the tools. and then we will look at how Pygate papers work, then data tables, and then extracting entities with doc analysis, and then we'll move on to building dictionaries with AMILib. So at first, let's install the tools. So this is why Google Colab is useful. We can install our tools by clicking this little play button, and this will take a few moments for the first time. So we can take a look at this picture. So Pygate papers, it is a tool for text miners, and it was developed by Ayush when he was just 15 years old. It searches articles from the EPMC or the European PubMed Central, and AMILib displays the result as a data table. So AMILib was developed by our mentor Peter Murray-Rust, and Amy the kangaroo here is a little mascot at semanticClimate. Also, doc analysis is another tool developed by Shweta when she was still graduating. Now, let's see. The tools are already downloaded, installed, so that's great. Now, today, if we want to read scientific literature, we depend a lot on PDFs. But as I mentioned earlier, analyzing data through PDF is a tedious process. Pygate papers can be of great help here because it can organize the articles into a corpus. So if I put my query term, suppose I have a term ocean acidification, which is one of the climate terms, and I want to know what scientific work has been going on, I can put my query and then put a limit. I'm putting only 20 for this demo, and then I will put a time frame. And now if I run this code, I'll get all the 20 papers from EPMC. So what Pygate papers does is it searches the EPMC or the European PubMed Central is a wonderful open access digital archive that offers huge scientific literature. So as you can see, I put a time frame of a year, and there are around 155 papers. And now it's done, and this is how my output directory will look like. These are all the 20 papers. Now, even though I have 20 papers, it's still difficult to get a particular set of data because I would just have to manually read all the 20 papers. So this will be solved if we can get a data table. So what we can do is we can put the raw output into jQuery data tables. And now if I display it, what we'll see is we have all the important metadata. We have all the important metadata from the corpus. We have the PMC ID, the DOIs that are linked to the websites, the title of the paper, authors, journal info, pub year, and even the abstract text, so that we get an idea on the theme of the paper. So this is basically the complete summary of all the 20 papers. And even if you have 50 papers, 100 papers, you will get a summary in the form of a table. So this makes scientific searching much easier. Now, suppose further, I want to know about a particular entity from all the papers, like the country, the affiliation, or species, or anything. So this is where doc analysis comes into the picture. I can run this code, and I'll give a project name, and doc analysis will give me a CSV output of all the countries mentioned in my scientific corpus. So once this is done, it will take around 10 seconds. And now I can display my output. And this is going to amaze you all because I get a nice word cloud. So all the countries here are the countries mentioned in the scientific literature corpus that we retrieved through Pygate papers. And the size of the word depends upon the frequency of the word appearing in our papers. So till now, I had a word, I found the scientific articles related to it, and I then found all the countries, that is a specific entity, you can find anything else mentioned in the papers. Now, there are more words related to ocean acidification in the IPCC corpus. So if we go to IPCC and search about ocean acidification, we'll find a lot of other words that are difficult to understand. That is, this will become easy if we have a dictionary to describe the words. And this is what we build with AMILib. So we extract words from a report and we form a word list and then we make a Wikimedia enhanced dictionary. So I'll show you my word list. These are some of the words I chose for a dictionary today. So as you can see, coral bleaching, argonite, calcification, carbon sequestration, these are not something that we will know until and unless we are a climate specialist. And even if we don't have English as our first language, reading a report becomes difficult because of these difficult words. So what we will do is we will make a dictionary out of it. So when we run AMILIP, what it does is it will search it will look at the word list and it will look up all the words in Wikimedia. And when we display the results, this is how our dictionary will look like. So at a glance, we have the term, its definition, and its description from Wikimedia. What's more is they are all hyperlinked. So if I click on the link, it will lead me to the Wikipedia page. So we can get the meaning. And if we want to know more, we can just go to the Wikipedia page. And now everything about ocean acidification is here. And because it's Wikimedia, we also get it in 41 languages. So that's one of the key features we have, and which makes reading reports incredibly easy. And now, as we are moving towards the end of my demo, I would like to summarize it for you all. So we have Pygate papers, which searches scientific literature from EPMC based on a query term, and then gives us a data table, which is basically the summary of the corpus retrieved. And we also have doc analysis that will extract specific entities from the corpus. Next, we have AMILIP that will create a Wikimedia enhanced dictionary from a word list. So we read a report and we have keyword extracted out of it and a word list, and we can make a Wikimedia enhanced dictionary from the word list. So at the end, I would like to thank all the members of semanticClimate for their invaluable support. And I would also like to express a special note of gratitude to Renu ma'am for a significant contribution in building this demo, to our mentor Peter, and Gitanjali ma'am for developing and guiding us throughout this project. Now, these tools are key to our framework. We are going to continue developing it, and we would be very interested in people who wish to either utilize it or co-develop the tools, and those who have got tools that have capabilities but may not have considered, but we may not have considered them and could greatly benefit from. So that's all for today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Parijat. That was fantastic. I particularly appreciate the keyword extraction and the attention that you pay to tech languages and the complication that are linked to some terms, and also the multilingualism. So well done, fantastic. Now from the ocean acidification, we will pass to seafood traceability. And so we'll have Cherry Murillon, who will present the TrACE.AI, which is basically a solution to automate electronic catch documentation and traceability of software system to reduce friction in data gathering from fishermen and eliminate fraud. So Cherry, who's also part of the Open Knowledge Network, actually, I'll leave the floor to you.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, I'll be sharing my slides. So hi, good evening and good day to everyone. We have different time zone, but I am Cherry Murillon. I am the founder and also the lead innovator of Kawil.AI, an artificial intelligence company that seeks to elevate fishing communities via AI applications through TrACE.AI traceability system. So Kawil.AI develops cross-platform applications deployed locally and also via cloud. So we provide AI-enabled and IoT-integrated solutions for the environment that addresses sustainable development goals. Food security is a modern need and a contemporary problem. That is, that seafood industry remains a major part of this food supply chain. And second, food traceability is a whole new process that remains ambiguous, confusing, and challenging to keep on with the sustainability. So to add to that vicious cycle is the threat in the seafood supply chain through overfishing, lack of policy to reduce illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, and the lack of market access and tools to sell catch and production. So in 2020, we created the alpha version of our electronic seafood traceability from the prize money we got from a USAID hackathon. So that is TrACE.AI, an automated electronic catch documentation and traceability system for export market compliance in the seafood industry. It was born and eventually received a government funding from the Philippines also in 2021 to enhance the AI species identification and the commercial validation of the software. So this is a simple illustration of the traceability and capability of TrACE.AI. So we have a mobile application that works offline. So why is it offline? Because most of our fishermen doesn't have internet connection, and also they go to the sea without data or Wi-Fi access. So it's very simple. They just open the app. They will just scan their QR and snap a picture and send it via data when they get to the port. So this uses AI for species identification. So the algorithm already has the AI capabilities, which is automatically uploaded when they reach the port. So it has already the geolocation and the vessel information as part of the profile of the fisherman. So the AI component currently identify yellowfin tuna, blue swimming crab, skipjack, and grouper. This system eliminates bycatch and other endangered species entering the market, as it has other listed species for manual inputs of the catch on the mobile application. So this provides a complete end-to-end traceability that is easily integrated and interoperable to any fisheries region, completing the catch-to-plate journey via QR code labels. So we don't deploy it on the Play Store or iOS platform. It is downloaded via our APK. So this is the web application. It is provided to the government and other fisheries managers for real-time data as it enters the supply chain. So we also have the marketplace for distributors and processors, and also exporters to sell directly in the export market. So this eliminates the middleman and the fraud along the supply chain. So this is the online interface of the the online user interface of the TrACE.AI marketplace. This is the consumer's view. It has the catch data from the mobile application. It also has the supplier's information, which they receive from the information provided by the fisherman, and they can already transact their sales through this platform. So this is also part of the user's interface, where they can browse available products uploaded by the seller. And this is the buyer's interface. It has the information and ways to select the products that they want to purchase. So on this slide, you can see a recent data from the General Santos City port in the Visayan part of the Philippines, where we did a demonstration of the AI capabilities to collect data on the port. So what is the impact and the outcome of this software system? So the fisheries communities have access to data-driven decision-making to establish income and access to hardware and software to address the global digital adoption in the fishing industry. And the data can be also utilized to incentivize our fisher folks through credit scoring and other financial support. So this is our SDG alignment. It includes climate action by reducing carbon footprint through catch documentation, by identifying fishing ground locations that reduce fuel consumption and high carbon emission. So we also provide new technologies and innovation in the fisheries sector, and we alleviate fishermen from poverty by utilizing their data to avail of grants and financial support. So yes, this is our recent KPIs, which includes we piloted in 8 local municipalities in the Philippines. And to date, we have trained 26 fisheries technicians in the local government in the Bataan province. And also we have registered 420 fishermen profiles using our application from Bataan and Occidental Mindoro provinces. And also our total touch record has reached 571 data. So what we're looking for moving forward is more of collaboration and overseas grants and donors to support the TrACE.AI data center that we are looking to establish for training and also repository of data to normalize that technology adoption. We also want to pilot and enhance the vessel monitoring integration with commercial vessels, and also improve the AI capabilities by integrating safe work conditions for small-scale fishermen. So yes, our team brings AI technology from lab to life. This is our contact information. Thank you everyone for listening and taking time for our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sherry. I actually come originally from a fisherman village, and I could definitely see like the fishermen in my village taking advantage of such an app. So well done. I was especially interested in all the issues linked to traceability and fraud and how that can actually prevent fraud. So absolutely well done. Keep us up to date to what is happening. But now it's time to move from the sea to the mountains. And actually, we're going to have a presentation of a low-cost weather station in Kyrgyzstan, challenging terrain because, of course, it's mountainous terrain. So we have Talant Sultanov, who will present the creation of an open and secure Internet of Things infrastructure for monitoring and preventing emergencies in landlocked countries like Kyrgyzstan. Talant, I'll leave you the floor.
Thanks so much, Sarah. Let me share my screen. I hope you can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. So indeed, as you mentioned, let's move from oceans and seas to very landlocked mountainous countries like Kyrgyzstan. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of accessing the sea, but I think we may share similar challenges with developing island nations, the same for developing landlocked mountainous countries, and I wanted to share some of the experience. And my presentation is called Closing the Gender Digital Divide, Low-Cost Weather Stations for Rural Communities. And my name is Talant. I'm Policy Advocacy Advisor at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. And my second hat is I'm co-founder of Internet Society Kyrgyz chapter. So next slide. So before we begin, I'd like to make a little quiz on the gender digital divide, and perhaps you can post answers on the chat. And when we meet in person, I hope one day there will be prizes from Kyrgyzstan. So first question is, how many women are still not using mobile internet and low and middle income countries? What do you think? Second question is, how much developing countries or low and middle income economies could gain in the next 5 years by closing the gender digital gap? And the third one is, what do you think are the main barriers to closing the gender digital divide? And while people are thinking, I can also maybe just provide some brief kind of remarks on this slide is that I think this presentation is very relevant to the session 3 that took place yesterday on Tech We Want is Sustainable for People and Planet. And it's very much to perhaps aligned with Parijat's work. And we hope that the results of this work, when they will be published, they will be not just on PDF, but also in machine readable format so that the semanticClimate could collect data from this research as well. So I'm not sure, I don't see the chat, but I hope there were some answers. Let's move to the responses. So the numbers are actually really staggering. So it's 0.8 billion, almost a billion women are still not using mobile internet in low and middle income countries. So it's a GSMA estimates. So that means that it's 1/10 of the global population of 8 billion people. And if the gender digital divide is not closed in the next 5 years, low and middle economies will lose $500 billion. So this is also a huge figure. And therefore, the initiative that I joined is called Women in Digital Economy Fund, which is implemented by a consortium of organizations, including Global Digital Inclusion Partnership, has identified 5 barriers to closing the gender digital divide, which are access and affordability, relevant products and tools, digital literacy and skills, safety and security, and lack of data and insights. And today's presentation is one of the cases that fits into the second bucket of relevant products and tools for rural communities, especially women and rural communities. And I would like to also highlight why we are doing this work in landlocked mountainous countries like Kyrgyzstan. And also I wanted to mention that these kinds of countries have become also very, I guess, negatively impacted by the climate that UN General Assembly declared 2022 as the International Year of Sustainable Mountain Development at the proposal of the Kyrgyz Republic. And at the moment, there is a 5-year global plan for sustainable mountain development. And we're aligning this initiative with this 5-year plan. So the country where I live and many of the landlocked mountainous countries are located in, around Central Asia. And often this area is called the third pole. The concentration of fresh water in the form of glaciers is as big, almost as important as the Antarctic and the Arctic. And the melting of these glaciers, the climate warming is happening very fast, and all these glaciers are melting quickly, while these sources feed 2 billion people, a quarter of the global population. And this is just a screen grab of a picture of unprecedented situation where the tourists were climbing in Kyrgyzstan, and suddenly glaciers, which never collapsed this way, just started falling. And luckily the tourists recorded it, but luckily nobody was damaged. Everybody survived. So to help kind of monitor the climate so that rural communities would have access to real-time climate data, we are doing research project called IoT, Internet of Things, LoRaWAN, long-range wide area network technologies for climate monitoring. So at the moment, kind of monitoring climate can be costly. So the one weather station costs up to $80,000. This equipment is heavy. It needs electricity. It needs communications, no radio, telephone, or internet. There have to be people managing this equipment. The data is collected not in real time, but every 6 hours or so, limited set of measures. And because of all these limitations for the whole country of Kyrgyzstan, there are only 80 weather stations. And if you want to get the data on this weather situation, you have to buy this data. And you will get it, unfortunately, on paper, on PDF. So for a project like semanticClimate, it would be a challenge to analyze this information. So what we are trying to do is we are testing this new technology, IoT LoRaWAN, which is really inexpensive. So these sensors are low cost. They are lightweight. They have batteries that can last for years, up to 10 years. So you can put it on the glacier and it will keep sending information for years. And they can send information for long distances using LoRaWAN technology, autonomous, so they don't need people to manage them on a daily basis. And they can send data on real time. And the use of these sensors can be more wide than the conventional sensors. So, for example, we learned about ocean monitoring. You could put these sensors under the water, or you can put them under the soil for soil moisture or to analyze the quality of water. So there's a wide range of uses. And you can have, instead of just 80 weather stations for the whole country, you can have thousands. And most importantly, I think the most relevant for this discussion today, the data is open and free. And so what are some of the use cases that we've been testing this data is, one is, first, we wanted to prove that this new technology is actually relevant and it can collect the data just like the regular stations. So we put the first IoT LoRaWAN weather station by an existing large weather station, so that to compare the data, and the data is actually very much correlated. So this is one of the pictures, how the team of our partners flew from Italy, from International Center for Theoretical Physics, and installed these IoT devices. And just like on the picture on the right, usually everybody is just watching and one person is doing all the work, like our colleague from Italy, Ermanno, in this picture. In addition to that, we installed such sensors in areas which are landslide prone. We wanted to see how we could use this sensor to monitor potential landslides. So we buried all these sensors under the ground. In Kyrgyzstan, we've been experiencing lots of floods in the recent years. Just in this year, the number of floods increased 4 or 5 times, and unfortunately that they have been deadly. So we are installing sensors to monitor potential flood-prone areas. Also, because we are a mountainous country, when the glaciers melt, new lakes appear in the mountains, and the Ministry of Emergency Situations now says that thousands more new lakes appeared in the mountains, and they can potentially burst and flow into the populated areas, and therefore we are in high altitude areas where we are installing such sensors to monitor potential glacial lake outbursts. And also, we are thinking of how we could use these kinds of sensors to monitor wildlife. Kyrgyzstan, just like many of the landlocked mountainous countries, is home to such beautiful animals like snow leopards, which are endangered, the verge of disappearing. And we hope that these kinds of sensors could help us monitor and save the wildlife. And so this is just a screen grab of a dashboard. When I mentioned that data is open and free, you can actually, I'll put a link on the chat also later on. You can actually see the data from these monitors in real life. Anybody, scientists, activists, government agencies, we are collaborating very actively with the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Emergency Situations. They have access to this data. And also rural communities, people who live in rural communities, can have this information on their smartphones. So they would have access to real-time climate data pertaining to their particular location. So they wouldn't be just depending on a weather report from a TV station from the capital city. And just a bit of the technical kind of aspects, how this technology works. These devices are called Internet of Things LoRaWAN enabled devices, like the picture on the right. They can measure temperature, air pressure, humidity, many different parameters. They send signals through LoRaWAN, long-range communication technology, so they don't need access to the internet, to a gateway. And one gateway can serve thousands of such sensors in the vicinity. There has to be line of sight. And then the server sends all this collected information to a, let's say, nearby mobile tower and to servers to analyze this information. And it can be used for data visualization or for early warning. And so this project has been funded by Internet Society Foundation. This is a research project and implemented by ISOC Kyrgyz chapter and UNESCO's Abdus Salam International Center for Theoretical Physics. And speaking of the gender aspects, we did trainings for scientific community of Kyrgyzstan, and you can see in this picture that what's really good to see that actually scientific community in Kyrgyzstan is actually gender balanced. So this was one of the cases of how technology can be used to help narrow the gender digital divide. At the Women in Digital Economy Fund, we just published a report which is called The Time Is Now, Policy Actions to Close the Gender Digital Divide, where there are more cases like this from around the world, and I think including Philippines, including other countries, where we feature useful cases on closing gender digital divide. And this is just the concluding slide, what's GDIP. And Sarah, if I have just 1 minute, I'm not sure what was the time.
Yes, you do have 1 minute. Go ahead.
I have one slide. So now, since you know what is LoRaWAN, and maybe you know who is Obi-Wan. So my question was for myself, because my son really likes Star Wars, are they really related, Obi-Wan and LoRaWAN? And what I found out that actually they have some similar features. Both can send signals for very long distances. Well, Obi-Wan can send signal to across the universe, a galaxy, and both are trying to save the world. So this is a really great technology, and hopefully we can share this knowledge with the participants of this discussion today. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Talant. That was very, 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 very interesting. I want to encourage you to maybe share the report. The time is now in the chat. If you have a link, I think a lot of people here will be interested. So yeah, I think it's time for questions. So if anyone has any, just raise your hand and you can unmute yourself and go ahead. Reminder, these are questions for Talant, but also for Cherry and Parijat as well. Maybe I'll ask a first question to warm up a little bit the audience. And this is actually for you, Talant. I was curious to know how you came about this project and how much the contribution from the different communities was important for it.
Thanks so much, Sarah. This is actually a very good question. In the quiz, I also had one more question, but I decided to take it out for now, but I'll mention it. The way we came to this idea was that we were looking into kind of line of sights issue. And one idea was like, where is the longest line of sight? And we learned that it actually is in Kyrgyzstan. There is a mountain peak in Kyrgyzstan called Peak Dankova. And from that mountain peak, you can see a mountain peak in China called Hindu Tak. And it's about 540 kilometers away. So I thought, maybe Mount Everest would have the longest line of sight, but it doesn't, because there are other high mountains near it. whereas between the Hindu Tak and Peak Dankovo, there is a desert. And when we were discussing with colleagues about it, Internet Society colleagues said that, you know, at ICTP, there are scientists who are making world records on sending long distance signals. Marco and Hermano at the International Center for Theoretical Physics, they sent signals to 400 kilometers. And we told them that when we contacted them, we said maybe we could try to send a signal from Peak Dankova. And they said, sure, we can try. But in addition to that, why don't we try something also practical and try to kind of collect data using these IoT devices and try to send this data long distances. And that's how we came about to this project. And luckily, Internet Society Foundation had funding for research projects like this. And together we got to work on this project. And now we are hoping to kind of scale it up to the region or internationally, and that's why we're so thankful to you guys that you invited us to share this experience, and we'll be happy to establish partnerships with colleagues.
Thank you very much, Talant. And I think that Cherry also mentioned in the chat before that they also use IoT sensors in the Philippines. So that's definitely like potential to expand the project. There's also a comment in the chat about the fact that the city of Helsinki also has similar setup to track the seawater temperature around the Helsinki archipelago. And they also provided the link. So I see there's a question in the chat, but Lucas, I think you had your hand raised before.
Yeah, hello. Mine is a really quick one. It's for Parijat. It doesn't have to do with the technicalities because I don't really have a technical background, but I want to know about your institutional affiliations a little bit more. Are you working with IPCC or the UNF, CCC, or any European agencies, or are you doing this completely independently, autonomously, and in a hacking mode? That's what I want to know.
No, I'm currently doing an internship with semanticClimate. That's through NIPGR, National Institute of Plant Genomic Research in India. So I am currently at NIPGR, and it's been around 5 months, semanticClimate. So we work with the IPCC reports, but I'm not connected with IPCC.
So if I can reply to that, in a year ago, we visited Geneva and we made contact with staff members from both IPCC and UNFCCC, and they were very excited about what we were doing. Now, we got quite a lot of technical work to do before we could go back to them. We have applied to IPCC to help with the next special report, which is on cities and climate change, but we haven't heard back. I think it's probably fair to say that it's not easy to get in touch with them, even though we know people in them. And, you know, we wrote to the chairman at one stage and so on. So if OKFN has any way of unlocking any of these doors, that would be fantastic. You know, we're building our stuff on the basis that it will be useful to them. I think if we can go with Open Goes COP and see if that is a way of getting them re-engaged in this sort of thing. They're very busy, but they're also rather bureaucratic. You know, if you apply to be an author for the IPCC reports that I've just mentioned, you have to go through a national center. Now, Geeta found out that the national center in India was UNDP, and that the government sort of if you like, delegated all decisions to UNDP for this. And my guess is that every country has its own particular way of interacting with IPCC. It's a very bureaucratic process because both them and UNFCCC are formal documents that can be used in treaties. You know, so the wording and the process is tremendously important. but anybody who can give links into that would be valuable.
Yeah, no, it makes total sense. As Sarah said in the chat, we are part of this initiative, Open Goals Corp. So it's one of the things that we could definitely try to advocate for. And also, like, I'm shocked that actually, like, all these reports are not actually open by design or interoperable by design, right? Like, I think that's maybe the framing we could do and try to reach out to them. Yeah, but thank you.
Yes,
thank you
in
so
one
much.
sentence, the reports are publicly visible, but they're covered with the most appalling copyright and reuse things, which let you do things but stop you doing things.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see like 3 projects related to climate in so many different fronts and different countries and levels as well. Like, it's really good. Like, if we can foster collaboration
Yes.
in the room as well. Great.
Peter, since you spoke, can you maybe just quickly introduce yourself as well?
Oh, me. I'm Peter Myrust. I'm a retired chemist at University of Cambridge, and I've been working with Geeta Yadav on semantic climate for 5 years now.
Thank you very much. We have another question in the chat, which Flori, I don't know if you want to read aloud, or I can do it for you. And I saw that Talant started already replying to that, but I think it's a very good question for all our panelists, which is how can we bring all these amazing projects to other regions as well? Like the example here is Africa, or the Democratic Republic of Congo, Zambia, Southern Africa. Are you looking for partners? Are all these projects replicable? I'll let you reply to that.
So I take it as a question to me here, yeah? Thank you. Actually, I think there are 2 aspects to this question. One is speaking about this particular project, IoT LoRaWAN sensors. I think there are opportunities to collaborate. I know our partners at ICTP are active in Africa and as well as in small island nations. I know they've been doing interesting projects. So I also posted my email. It would be good to connect with potential partners, because we would like to expand and scale up this experience, and so that more people, more countries can take advantage of such sensors. The second also aspect of this answer, using my hat as the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership representative, the initiative, the Women in Digital Economy Fund initiative, has different ways of supporting initiatives for closing gender digital divide. There are kind of funding sources for initiatives like that. So I'll put the link to this initiative so that people from low and middle income countries could apply and hopefully get such funding for ideas that can help contribute to close the gender digital divide. Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah. Also to add, we're looking for collaborators in different countries, and currently right now we are engaged with several funding agencies like the USAID and also the Asian Development Bank. But of course, moving forward, we can also work with other entities and bringing that technology. As I mentioned, we are really expanding because technology is fast moving forward, and some of the small third world countries like the Philippines are lagging behind. That's why we are very much into promoting the technology. And as I think Talant, we have vertical also in the adoption of digital transformation. So that's our initiative as a startup company also, and as a tech provider. Thank you.
Thank you, Cherry. I don't know if Parijat, you want to say something about this also? I mean, it's more of a global, I guess, initiative, but
nothing at the moment. It's already covered.
Okay, thank you very much. Someone also suggested in the chat that maybe the LoRa routers can be replaced with mesh network, which is kind of interesting. We have time for one last question, if anyone has one. Also, if any of the speakers has a question for the other speaker, you're very welcome to ask it as well.
I could briefly mention that there was a message about technology being tested in Helsinki. We participated in an event at ICTP on using such technologies in extreme environments. And there were cases from Scandinavian countries where they've been using technology to monitor wildlife, like reindeer. There were technologies in Africa also using such devices to, I think, monitor fish in the lakes. So it's really interesting how to see how these new technologies can be used for such climate-related activities. And I'll find a link to this interesting conference. And I think there are so many interesting, relevant cases there.
Thank you, Talant. I was curious, is the ICTP of Trieste? Or
That's right. Yeah, in Trieste. Beautiful place.
Okay, we have 1 minute, and there's actually a question for Peter, if you want to reappear on camera, which is maybe hearing a bit more about the mentoring approach, and maybe this is a longer answer and that can continue elsewhere, but if you want to just say a few words.
Yes, so just getting my video up. We have a system whereby undergraduates in their final years often do projects which require internships elsewhere. So many of our interns have come from people doing courses, particularly ISER in Bhopal and others in India. But we also now are well enough set up that we could have people who wanted to come in and learn. There is we need the commitment for I would say at least 3 months because it costs us. We're only funded in kind to do this, but we'd be very interested in people who were running final year undergraduate courses and needed, a 3-month project, particularly, or MScs, something of that sort. And we have enough critical mass that we can manage them and they learn by doing. Does that make sense?
I guess so. It's more a question for Charles, who asked the question in the first place, but I think it makes a lot of sense. And I see a heart from Charles, so I assume that the answer is enough. Thanks very much, Peter. And thanks again, Parijat, Cherry, and Talant. It was great to hear and to see your demos. Now it's time to move on to the second sessions. I would definitely encourage, if you have further questions for any of the projects, you can still ask the questions in the chat. And also all the speakers left a way to contact them. So yes, go ahead and start the collaboration and start the discussion. Now we are going to the second part of the demo, the second sessions of the demo. I'm gonna repeat again, and sorry for the repetition for those that were here before, a few housekeeping rules before we start. So again, this is a 1-hour session, again, the second one of the day. We're gonna have 3 demos with 3 speakers. Each demo is gonna last maximum 15 minutes. And I'm telling all of you speakers, I will stop you if you take more than 15 minutes. I will stop you. You cannot take more time, because at the end of the 3 sessions, we're gonna have actually a Q&A with the audience. That being said, if you already have questions that you want to ask, you are very welcome to do so in the chat. And otherwise, we can either read them afterwards, or you can, of course, also raise your hand at the end of the 3 sessions and ask your question directly to the speakers. Please keep your microphone muted unless you're requested to speak or you want to ask a question. Also, a reminder that the panel is in English, but there are automatic translations available via Zoom. So there is a caption that you can push somewhere. One thing that I would definitely encourage all the speakers to do, if you could please set your language in the captions to English, that will actually allow everyone to have direct translations. Last but not least, the event follows the Open Knowledge Code of Conduct. I'm going to put a link in the chat so you can all have a look, but basically we reserve ourselves the right to kick you out if you have not if you don't have like a good behavior, if in any case of harassment, or if you're not respectful of the conversation that we're having. Any aggressive behavior will not be tolerated. Also, the session is, of course, live here, but is also broadcasted on YouTube. So if you want to invite someone, there's a link available. And also, if you want to tag us, we have an official event hashtag, which is the tech we want, one word. And please tag Open Knowledge Foundation if you want us to share all your messages and all your tweets or whatever. So we're going to have 3 other exciting projects, and the new one is actually a project I'm highly involved in because it's Open Data Editor, which is a desktop application that we're developing at Open Knowledge Foundation. And to present it, I won't say much more because I'll let our fantastic product owner, Romina Colman, tell you everything about it. Yes, so Romina, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah, and thank you very much, everyone. So basically, before showing you the ODE, what I wanted to talk about is a little bit about our journey. Just in a couple of minutes, I'm sharing my screen.
If you stay within the 15 minutes, it's fine.
Yes, I promise, just 8 slides. So basically, I mean, we started working on the ODE in March. The ODE at that time allowed people to work with tables, charts, maps, also files, articles, as you see, a lot of things, and this was a lot. But what we discovered during the user research is basically that people were facing the same old problems when working with data. They were spending a lot of time exploring tables and also trying to understand what errors those tables contain. And we decided to redefine the ODE as an application that allowed users to detect errors in table and to correct those errors. So the focus is on giving a kind of preview of what are the problems that they have in their data. So basically, the Open Data Editor is a desktop app right now to help non-technical data practitioners to explore and detect error in their tables. That's all. If you want to download the app right now, you can go to our repository. Sarah will share the link. And basically, in the README, there's a link to allow the users to go to releases and also download the app according to your operating system. We also have a project page of the ODE if you want to explore more. In the Get Started part, we have redesigned the whole guide of the ODE to try to focus on processes, how you upload data to the app, how you understand errors in the app, what are the type of errors that the ODE detects. And this is super important because on the background of the ODE, there's a framework working, which is frictionless, something created by the Open Knowledge Foundation. And basically, there are certain rules that we use to detect these errors in the tables. So before I show you the app and how it works, because I have downloaded the app, I won't see a couple of first screens that you will see when you start working with it. Basically, the first part is the installation. It can take a couple of seconds, and we wanted to make clear to the user that, hey, there are processes running on the background, so you need to wait. And the good thing here is that how we develop the ODE is basically in connection with communities. We ask people, what are your problems when working with data? How would you understand an app that allows you to work with tables and detect errors? And basically, we show them what we were building, why we were building this, to try to build something simple, but at the same time useful for them. Basically, try to solve a problem with this app and not to create a lot of additional problems for people when working with data. So one important thing is that the first time we interview someone who saw the app, for the first time, the person said, hey, I don't know what this app is for. So basically, we added a dialogue trying to explain the user in a very simple way what the app does, which basically means uploading your data, checking your data in your table if you have errors. You can correct those errors and save that information while you are correcting the errors in your table. That's what I wanted to show you. Now I will show the app. Just one sec. Give me 1 sec. So that first screen was the one that I couldn't show you. That's why I needed you to show you the Figma file. One other important point before showing you the app is that we are a diverse team. We have we are 6 people. Sarah is leading the project, but people working in diverse regions, working with communities. So we are like connecting the app all the time with the communities. This is a pre-release of the app. It was not part of the original plan, but we wanted to do this because we wanted to get feedback from users. So basically, again, I think when we spend like more than 5 months working on a project, you get that sense, you start becoming abstract in terms of, you know, your product, you think how to solve problems that you see on the app. So we wanted to stop, get feedback from users, and from that point start working until December, where we will have the stable release of the app. Once you get into the ODE, it's super easy to upload data. Basically, you can do it from this left menu and click here. We have 2 options. You can upload data from your own computer, and that can be Excel files or CSVs, or you can add 1 or more folders by going to this box. We also have a third option, which is add external data. And here are, for instance, GitHub links where you have data, also Google Sheets, because one of the things that we found out conducting this user research is that people mention they use Google Sheets a lot. So if your Google Sheet is public, you can paste the link to your Google Sheet, and the ODE will read that data. I will show you the process when uploading files very quickly. So what is happening right now is that in that couple of seconds, microseconds, the ODE is checking the table and trying to detect errors based on frictionless rules in your tables. In this case, the structure of the data is perfect. So the data grid will show you how the table looks like. This is similar to how you will see the table in Excel and also in Google Sheets. But if you upload a CSV, let's say, with an error, for instance, here, where in this case, this is an error because the ODE detected that you have the same name in both column names. This is how you will see your file. Basically, a red cell in each of these errors. And if you want, you can get more details, and I will explain this in a little bit, by clicking on the errors report. Right now, as you see, we are working on updating the errors report, because also some of the questions that we had, there were a lot of reflections in the team. And one of the main things was, okay, we have a framework, which is frictionless, which is great for detecting errors in tables, but there's also this gap in terms of language. I mean, how we communicate those errors, because the list of errors and how we mention errors is super transparent for developers using the framework, but it's complicated. It can be, it's not plain language for non-technical users. And the idea of the ODE is to remove that gap in terms of, hey, you don't have to use the code. You can use the app and have no idea of what's happening on the background, but we have this framework that will facilitate you how to work with tables with errors. So basically, in this case, we have only 1 error, and the ODE will show you that there's a duplicate column name. In this other case, the empty row, you have an empty row here. If you click on errors report, you will have a brief description of the error. Again, we are working on how to rephrase this. But basically, if the file contains error, you will see a red dot next to the name of the file, or a green dot next to the file if it contains no errors. That's one of the things. The other thing that we are working on is that if you click on metadata, and this is super important, we are giving the user a couple of options to also edit the metadata. Again, we are having a lot of conversations around this part of the ODE, because we think metadata itself is more transparent for those advanced users. But this is central in the frictionless framework. So basically, what we are doing right now is trying to think how we will communicate this to the user. So again, we can like establish this plain language between the framework and also how the ODE works. And we have you have the possibility here to edit cells also by double click here. You can remove the content, add other content, and then you click save changes, and your table will get updated. One of the things, again, key things of this work is that At the beginning, we defined that we don't want to be Microsoft or compete with Google Sheets. So the edit functionality is something that the ODE integrates, but at the same time, it's not the heart of the application. Because what we want to tell the user is that, hey, this app is something that you can use before cleaning your data to try to detect errors and make your work easier. That's the center for this app. But at the same time, since we know that for advanced users, there are key parts that can be like super useful for their work, we didn't remove those features that are more connected to advanced users because we also want this app to help other people. For instance, those working with open data within the government. Sorry, look at this. So I didn't add anything. Let's add something, Pepe. And then save changes, and your data will be updated. Sorry. So basically, the second more advanced feature that we have in the ODE is this publish button. We are working on updating the dialogues. That's why you will see a different UI here. And people can publish tables directly to CCAN, GitHub, and Zentlr. So I think one of the main learnings of the ODE is, again, try not to write a single line of code, and that's what we did at the beginning, before exploring what the community wanted. And that requires team to slow down at the beginning, think about next steps, get first feedback from the users, work, stop, and get feedback again, and keep working. In terms of next steps of the ODE, we are working on improving the metadata panel, again, trying to communicate this in a simple way, and also the errors report panel. And the other thing is that we will be integrating artificial intelligence in the ODE, but we want to do it in a responsible way. So that's why we are working with an academic, trying to generate reflections within the team and trying to understand what are the steps that we need to follow to make sure that everything is transparent, to keep privacy when working with the app, because one of the things that we also detected is that the ODE could be super helpful for journalists and activists. So we know that if you are working with sensitive data, people won't like to share the data with third parties. So the idea is right now to use AI to think about ways where, for instance, we can share certain part of the metadata without sharing the whole table, to get insights from this artificial intelligence component, but also to make sure that we communicate this to the user in a proper way. Hey, that the user is aware what happens when you click on the AI integration and all the process behind, and make sure that, okay, I'm okay with that process, so I can continue with that. And one thing that I forgot to mention is that we also added a context menu to the to each of the files on the ODE. And why we did that? It is not only to allow the user to delete files from the application, but also because it was complicated for us, and I'm talking right now of the open file location, to explain the user what happens when you upload a file from your laptop. Because basically what the ODE does is to make a copy of that specific file, add it to the open data editor folder, and again, it's creating a copy and modifying the second file. So we wanted to make sure that the user was able to locate that file in the application. And there were a lot of conversations because, again, this is super clear if I'm doing right now, explaining this process to you, but it should be clear to the user. And we found this way of helping the user to find the files. And that's it for now. Right now, we are working with 2 different organizations on the pilot, getting feedback. We decided to work on different organizations, one which is more connected to addressing social justice issues. And the organization does not have a proper data team in terms of people dedicated to data. But we also are working with a more advanced organization in terms of how the data area is, how they define the data area, to get different type of feedback to improve the app. That's it. Did I use my 15 minutes?
Thank you very much, Romy. Right on time. That's perfect. You even had 30 seconds more that you could use. I really appreciated all that you presented. I think it was especially relevant, especially for what was said in the previous session about using plain language, that it's something that semanticClimate does as well. And they do that through our Wikipedia integration. So maybe something that we could also explore in Open Data Editor, but let's maybe discuss this later. But now, yeah, we're not going very far away from home, and we stay within the frictionless universe because the next person up is Oleg Lavrovsky, who's one of the initiators of the Swiss Open Data movement. Oleg has also been on the board of the Open Data CH, so the chapter of Open Knowledge Foundation in Switzerland for a very, very long time. And Oleg is actually going to present Dribdat, which is an open source app to help organize short sprints and hackathons. Dribdat, worth mentioning, was also used in the very first, and for the moment only, frictionless hackathon that we had a couple of years ago. But Oleg, I'll leave you the floor.
Thanks very much, Sarah. Great to be here. Really enjoyed the first day of the conference. Can you already see my screen? I'm just going to jump right into it.
Yes.
So a data hacker day keeps information burnout at bay. That was kind of like my working thesis about 10 years ago, when a few years into helping to start the Swiss chapter of Open Knowledge, I got involved into medical, the topic of kind of medical data policy, right? So the app I used to work on for connecting doctors and patients has now become a tool for online therapy. And the question of how do we actually make the most of this kind of information jungle we're wading through has been on my mind for all this time. And I often get asked kind of like this question when people get to know me. It's like, Oleg, why are you doing so many things? You're involved in so many things. I think this is something like a lot of us here can maybe relate to, that tech opens so many doors behind every app, behind every social media platform, behind every web resource, and definitely behind every data set. There are so many stories and ideas and opportunities. And just connecting some of that has been kind of my passion. And I'd like to just briefly tell you about that. So I also love to do sports. I'm actually really bad at basketball. My daughter is way better than me. She will soon be taller than me. And yeah, I really can't compete with her, but I'm more of an ice hockey person myself. Anyway, but you know, the idea of dribbling with data, that's kind of been like an inspiration to me. And this led to Dribdat, which has been our tool for hackathons since about 2015. So hackathons have been the kind of the popular format for open data events, I think, for almost the last 20 years. I mean, as long as we've had this movement, I think we've had hackathons. And they're kind of a staple of the Silicon Valley startup tech community. I'm Canadian, and in Canada, we call it a bit barn raising, when people get together and help each other out without, you know, expecting some kind of reward or negotiating price, but more in the expectation that, you know, I scratch your back and maybe you'll come around and scratch mine, or maybe help build my barn or help build my app the next season round. So to support the work of our open data community, we used to run a bunch of, we still do, we have a lot of online platforms. We have wikis, we have websites, but we really kind of wanted to put them together into one single tool for awesome hackathons. And I know awesome is a very loaded word, but you know, it's kind of a little bit of a representation. It's a nod to the fact that we are aware of what's happening out there in the big tech world. You know, we know that you know, there's a huge industry around all these startups and big tech projects, and there are people being left out, right? And they're curious. They want to know what's so awesome about technology, right? And hackathons, I think, for many people, just an intro to that. Of course, within open knowledge, you know, kind of our pillar of technology for us is data. So we've been using Dribdat more and more as a foundation for data skills. And I'll give you a quick demo in a second, and I'll show exactly how the School of Data, an important initiative of Open Knowledge, has played a role in that. It's the official archive of Open Data CH. So there's a GitHub repository where, you know, just we collect all the data of every event and every project, you know, without having any personally identifiable information unless people want it. want to be linked to their, employment or academic profiles, this is an archive of all the contributions that the community has done to try to understand a little bit what is the use case of data better. And we've heard in this presentation, we've seen some really great examples of how open data is used and how it is promoted, but I still think we haven't really answered the kind of chicken and egg question. What comes first, the app, the use case, or the data set and the foundation for that use case, right? So in this archive, you can find lots of stories of attempts to, create new use cases or create new or founder new data sets. It implements open standards, so it's based completely on frictionless data, using data packages as an import and export format, also understanding data packages natively, as I'll show you in a second. And it's 100% open source under the MIT license, using Python as the backend with Flask, an old school framework. I know, still on Flask, yes. But so is CCAN, haha. Anyway, we're still on Python and Flask, and we're also using kind of Bootstrap, as well as there's a new Vue.js front-end app for Dribdat. Anyway, demo time. Stop the blabbing. So let me see if I can get a hold of my tabs again. So let me just show you. This is Dribdat. It's basically yet another form builder tool. It kind of looks like this. On the home page, you see an upcoming event. You see the kind of some past events, and you can share an event. So you can just very quickly say, I want to run a hackathon. You get some information about running hackathons. If this is like the 100th time you've done this, just skip it. And let's call it the tech we want hackathon. As you can see, we'll just set it to start tomorrow. We can set it to today. There's a little calendar thing, right, if you want to use that. And then we can set here like a little bit of a purpose statement, right? So let's just grab that off our website. Open knowledge, community, let's say. Here you can specify where your hackathon is happening at, although, of course, we've been using it also for lots of remote and virtual and hybrid events. Give it some hashtags. What did you say, Sarah? The tech we want, all one word?
The tech we want, yes, exactly.
There we go. And finally, we can give it a longer description. So we can, let's put in, I love the Mark Randall diagram here. I'm not sure that's going to come through in my copy and paste, but let's just give that a little bit of a description. And I won't bother with the logos and stuff, but you kind of get the idea, right? We're setting up a little bit of an event. And when we save this, we should have a little bit of a home page, which is basically an announcement to our community. This is, what we want to do. When clicking on the plus button, we can launch an idea. So we can give it a title and a short summary. And this is where I'm going to ask for a little bit of audience involvement. So I would like you to someone to throw into the chat or speak out just the title of maybe something that's been on your mind, something that you really think needs to be hacked today. Give me a title. Anything. Some topic, some subject. Go on, don't be shy. Thank you. Make PDF semantic. You get first place. I'm going to take your ideas here. Thank you. So make PDF semantic. So what does that mean? Okay, let's say we are going to figure out better ways to access this very well-known non-proprietary, well, let's say semi-proprietary. I don't know, what's the status on PDF these days? Is it an open standard or not? Let's say open standard with deep roots in the publishing industry. And open it up to new uses by the open data community, in particular through the application of linked data, as we heard from your presentation. So once we've given it a summary, I know you all want me to click this button, right? Use the AI to auto-regenerate the challenge. I know, right? These days we just can't avoid the temptation. So we're going to click that. I'm going to leave the context empty. That's usually just the room in which we would find that hacker team to address this challenge. And what's Dribdat going now is it's actually taking this little description that we've come up with and formulating a challenge for us using AI dark voodoo magic, where it says, in today's digital landscape, PDFs remain a staple for document sharing. yet there's limits to accessibility and interpretability. And we'll delve into some possibilities, fostering new applications, transforming data-rich documents that promote fairness, enhance information sharing across platforms. Let's create solutions that bridge the gap between traditional publishing, modern data use, empowering users, and inspiring new possibilities. So this automatically generated challenge came from the combination of the challenge statement that I just wrote in, as well as the description that we provided for the event. And we can also kind of split the event apart a little. We can fine-tune this a little bit more, saying, okay, we're going to have some challenges that focus a little bit more on, the front end, the design side, kind of the communication side of working with data sets, and we're going to work on something that's more on the back end. And through this, we can generate some challenges. At this point, I'm ready to go. I can invite team members with a QR code or email to join my team and start logging my progress, right? Which is the nice little green button, which is me presenting this at a cool virtual conference, for example, right? And you can see here we have this little level up button. So this is kind of the idea of behind Dribdat, is that people document their efforts. So it's really coming from this school of new work or public work. Same thing as if you're going on Mastodon. I hope you're not going on X or LinkedIn or some other social network. But if you're going on, if you're sharing your progress with the community and you're uploading some sketches or maybe stumbling points, you're really sharing a little bit the methods that you're developing. And this is going into your project's status or progress, right? And this is what I promised to tell you before. So Dribdat was based on the School of Data Pipeline. The School of Data Pipeline was designed by our community around 10 years ago as a way of facilitating data literacy, helping people to go through a series of well-defined stages, each stage being linked to some tools or methods or approaches, and basically being like little checkpoints of how to actually teach data literacy, but also it's very handy for applying the task of working with open data in our community. So everything starts as a challenge, becomes a project. And at this point, we're going into scoping data collection, evaluating annotating the data sets, making sketches, making sure we improve the quality of the output with data visualizations, checking permissions, and gaining insights, and so on. And finally, sharing the results by thinking about the audience and making results public. I won't go too much into the detail, just suffice to say that this is actually a rule engine. So behind the scenes here is actually a little bit of YAML code, which allows us to put in some checks and actually encourage the teams to fill out certain information about their project, or you could even make a recommendation of a tool that they should use, or a data set or some resource, as well as being kind of a self-evaluation, a self-check, right? So if I click on the post button again, I should see a little bit of an example of this. So see, this is actually Dribdat nudging me to find some examples and resources, making sure we've obtained the data and shared it in a space accessible to everyone. So that's the basic idea. And I want to show you I just want to link this to the previous presentation because I've got Open Data Editor open here. Unfortunately, I think you can't see it because I'm only sharing my one window. But I've basically set up a basic data set. I've gone through the steps of defining the data sources, contributors, licenses for my data resource, and I've just uploaded it to everyone's favorite data dump, GitHub. So let me just go back to one step, and here you can see here's my data package instead of a repository. Just as you were speaking, I kind of very quickly created this directly from Open Data Editor tool. Very smooth, worked extremely well. So now I have my data package. What can I do with this, right? So one thing is that you can, if you're working with an open data project, you can actually just take this GitHub project, and when you create a challenge for your next hackathon, you can just put the link into the README. I'm going to make this a little bit more interesting. What's the Open Data Editor? Yeah, here's the GitHub repository of the Open Data Editor. So if I put this here, I can actually just synchronize the information from Git, and it'll automatically create kind of challenges based on GitHub issues and that kind of thing. So yeah, I can just correct this a little bit. And if I want, I can use the app. I'm just going to skip this point and just basically show you that you can just go from GitHub issues or also GitLab repositories, Codebird repositories. You can basically very quickly set it up something based on your open source project or your open data project on GitHub, you can very quickly use this platform. And the other thing, of course, is that if I am publishing data sets, I can embed. So if I take this data package that I've just uploaded with the Open Data Editor, and I edit the project, and I just add this to my pitch saying, let's use this data set to make the world a better place. I can save this, and then I can see that the data package should get rendered kind of properly. And this is at the point where I think I'm running out of time. So I'm going to basically kind of say, look, I need help with this. As you can see, this isn't looking very pretty. I'm very, I've been involved with the CCAN project and several other data portal projects. I'm really looking forward to being embedded, to using really the open web, from frictionless data to web standards and kind of web components, all these technologies, so to build better platforms. Dribdat itself started as basically like a cookie cutter prototype saying, hey, look, we can make this simple thing. Why don't you do something like this at a hackathon, right? Basically, I would love to be able to embed more of what's happening in the community, making it smoother and reducing really the frictions from having a data set and some ideas to creating compelling solutions from this. So this really, I think, we've used this a lot in the community. I think it goes a few steps beyond, just the showcasing the data sets. And one thing I just want to tease that. No, before I say this, I just also want to say it's really interesting what's happening in the machine learning world, by the way, right? I wanted to show you this. This is Open Router. Maybe most of you have not heard of it. Maybe have you? Basically, the idea that there's lots of these machine learning models out there, like Hugging Face Zephyr and Llama from Meta and so on. So this is basically like a website where you can learn a little bit about the model, and then you can see here all the apps using this model, right? So you can see there's a kind of a companion for my favorite game, and someone's made an autonomous coding agent and so on, right? This is basically the same thing that kind of I've been aiming to do with this combination of CCAN Showcase plugin and Dribdat, connecting the resource to the use case. The other thing that's, of course, is amazing is we're now designing applications using AI. So this is my quick sketch of maybe what's next for Dribdat, using this napkins dev tool, where you literally draw something on a sketch, you sketch something with pencil and napkin, and it turns it into code, into web application. I mean, of course, people are also coming to hackathons saying, oh, I'm just going to use AI for this whole thing, right? And is that valid? Is that not? Whatever. I mean, we as a community are really closely involved into the discussion around standards, around the evolution of the open definition, right? I mean, some of you have been involved in these discussions, right? This OSI stuff about open source AI going on is very interesting. I think we should be part of that. So if you want to help, there's obviously GitHub with issues. There's an open collective out there where I've been trying to figure out some kind of way to cooperate with other people and institutions around these projects. My basic problem right now is that finding good hackathon teams is not easy, right? This is the thing that is hard to replace with a software platform. So I'm going to a lot of hackathons. I was at one last week. I was going to be at one next week, and I'm trying to help the teams that are struggling. I'm trying to coach people and so on. But I'm also starting a pilot from January involving actually a group of asylum seekers, refugees in Switzerland, to help understand the potential of hackathons to help with inclusion of people from different cultures and people who are struggling to get into tech, and also on top of all the other problems they're going through. So yeah, we're going to have this interesting pilot. It's a research project into how we can actually facilitate some of this. And I've started a new website called everyhack.day. And if you put your email there, you can also sign up for updates from this project. So in summary, the free, fair, and open hackathon helper powered by frictionless data and Dribdat. That's all I have to say for now.
Thank you very much, Oleg. That was great. And I think that especially the last questions around AI are going to generate a lot of questions later on in the Q&A. I saw that there's already one in the chat, actually. And thanks also for the call for collaboration. I think that's also what this demo day wants to be, is also like, let's try to build bridges among these different projects. But let's move on to the third demo of this session, which is Zettlr. It's a project from Germany and Sweden. Zettlr is a markdown editor, which is made specifically for academics and professional writers. It was created in 2017, and it is fully free and open source software. It fully supports the open citation style language and the Zotero integration. But I'll leave maybe Hendrik Erz to tell us a little bit more about this. Hendrik, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me just quickly share my screen. So, can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. All right. So we've already heard some very, very nice projects over here. A lot of platforms that allow people to do like various stuff. But what my app is trying to achieve is kind of like service this hub to kind of like pull in after you've done your data work, after you've done any hackathons, after you've done kind of like laying out like how do you actually like verbalize or like textualize this stuff. And this is basically what Zettlr tries to do. So I'm very excited for the opportunity to tell you a little bit about this, and I want to use the next 15 minutes to kind of like give you an overview over what the app does, how you can use it, how you may use it, and what kind of like the open goals are behind this this whole thing. So a little bit about me. I'm currently a PhD candidate at the Institute for Analytical Sociology, but I'm German, so that's kind of like where this German-Sweden thing comes from. In my free time, I develop a ton of open source stuff, like mostly Zettlr, but also bits and bobs over here and there. I don't have any kind of like formal CS background, so I'm still kind of like new to this whole space, but I'm really excited about it because for the past 20 years, I've been dabbling with coding so far. So, but let's get into it. The main problem that I realized academics had was that on the one hand, if you ask an academic on the street, they will probably tell you that they like open knowledge, that they like open science, but that also the tools are kind of like shitty that they use for work. Like I don't know many people who are very, very convinced about the capabilities of Word to like produce large amounts of text in a short amount of time. But on the other hand, you also have this problem that many people have obviously little time to actually like reflect on their workflows and think about, okay, how can we like write better and so on. And this has to do on the one hand, in my field, oftentimes with little skills for example, LaTeX or other toolkits that are already out there. And on the other hand, a much bigger factor for all disciplines is you have this publish and perish. So there's little time to actually experiment and do something new and like switch your workflows. And what the idea behind Zettlr was that to offer kind of like a form of Word, but in FOSS and for researchers. So the idea is kind of like to offer this tool that is like very easy to use, even for like non-technical users, to kind of like increase adoption and offer researchers something where they can just like dump all the text into and kind of like collate data, collate visuals, their code analysis, and so on in one kind of like central place. And it's the development has been driven by three key ideas that I'm going to outline a little bit more later on this presentation. First, never reinvent the wheel, be boring and predictable, which I think is very, very important, and many apps don't do that because it's always shiny to code something new. And also, obviously, be transparent, where I'm going to circle back to kind of like the broader story about this whole summit that we have here. A little bit on the timeline, Sarah has already alluded to this a little bit. It started in 2017 as kind of like this summer hackathon kind of, which was really just a procrastination to prevent myself from finishing up my master thesis. We all know this. Had some major releases over the past years, and currently we are set at 1.4 million total downloads and over 10,000 stars on GitHub. And on the right, the photo I took a few weeks ago, because that is literally still the same desk and the same laptop and the same view that I used to start coding the entire app, and I found this very nostalgic. But let's get finally into the features of Zettlr and what it actually is. The slogan always tries to purport this mission as being this one-stop publication workbench. So it's this all-in-one platform where you can write, publish, import stuff, export stuff, and kind of like have the central hub for both what you've been reading on your reading notes, but also just like jotted down notes and the actual output that you have, which can range from presentations. Oleg had this Reveal.js thing that you can also do within Zettlr. But also then short notes, medium text sizes, longer journal articles, and I know of people that have written entire books with this thing. And one of my main philosophies there, also going back to this, hey, I want to offer something akin to Word to people, means that that the app should work like out of the box, so with no configuration, so you can just kind of get going. But if you need to, if you have specific requirements, if your university or school or workplace has specific requirements, you can customize basically everything to get this, to get as frictionless of a writing experience as possible. And all of this fully offline, which I think is one of the things that makes it, distinguishes maybe a little bit from the online platforms that we had so far. And yeah, it's just a FOSS application. And to give you an example of how it looks like after many years of dumping text into this is literally a screenshot of how this app looks like for me right now. I took the screenshot yesterday, so you can see tons of folders, tons of files, and tons of open files. So you can really work a lot in there. And I think like this is probably very much for you, but as you grow into this whole thing, it becomes relatively easy to navigate all of your files. But what you can see on the right-hand side, and this is something that I was severely lacking from any of the note-taking tools to this day, is first-class citation support. So you have this list of references already at the site, which leads me to highlighting a few of the major features that I think, but this is not a full list. It's very abridged because there's much more under the hood. But let's start with citations. As Sarah already mentioned, the citation system of Zettlr builds basically on what Pandoc supports. That is the Sideproc thing. So it supports writing citation in this like very natural language style. As you would with Pandoc, but with the added benefit that you have this automatic rendering so that you can see who are the actual authors, who are the actual titles, what will end up in my bibliography, and so on. Kind of like this first-class support for generating entire lists of references for research. And also, if you don't want to use, for example, Zettlr, which is this very good support, then you can also load in BibTeX files. For example, if you have colleagues that work with LaTeX, but you don't really want to write like long swaths of text in LaTeX, then you can just cross-link all of this to any LaTeX project that may be out there. And just use kind of like their files and their data in order to work properly. Another thing, and this is something that I realized as an academic that you oftentimes have, is each university, each workplace, each school, everything has already tons of tools in place that people are using, right? So many people will already be using Word. Many people will already be using Google Drive or something. Then you have the R users, the Python users, certain data tools, and so on. And all of these tools are already in place. And one of my aim was to never force anyone to kind of like replace several other tools as well, just to get Zettlr to run, right? So the basic proposition here was nobody's gonna switch to Zettlr for free if they have to kind of like get out of their comfort zone too much. And so what I strive to do was kind of like use as many open standards as already are, anything that is already supported by existing tools at universities, at schools, at workplaces, and just integrate with these things, which also includes integration with cloud providers, because many schools and universities have, I don't know, OneDrive, Nextcloud installations, some people have Dropbox, and so on. And all of these should probably work really nicely with Zettlr so that you can pull in and pull out data into the app and out of the app at your convenience. And lastly, of course, there's a ton of writing specific stuff in there. There's a built-in language tool integration, Huntsville dictionaries that you know from many other spell checkers around the web, and templating systems are in there. Autocorrect stuff, and so on and so on. So the list is very, very long, and in 15 minutes I can't probably do anything. So I definitely invite you to try it out, because it's free and open source software, so you don't have to pay anything to just try it out and see all the features that you may or may not benefit from in the regard of integrations. Then, of course, I already mentioned several times that you will always have colleagues that just want to work with Word. They just want to work with LaTeX or something, even if you maybe don't want to. And in order to interface with these people and kind of like share drafts with each other, to share your writing and kind of like ingest other people's writing into the system, you have this powerful import and export system powered by Pandoc. Big shout out, by the way, to the guys from Pandoc, because this whole integration story was very, very nice, because these people are very kind to integrate also stuff so that Zettlr works better with Pandoc. And again, here you can see that basically when you start Zettlr for the first time, importing and exporting just works. It just uses defaults, but it just works. And as soon as you need some specifics, you can fully configure all of these working defaults furthermore so that it works. So on the screenshot, you can see kind of like one of these export profiles that I have adapted to submit to the IC2S2 2023 conference, because they have this specific LaTeX template. So I configured this once, and then I could just kind of like export this. And since IC2S2 conferences since then have used the same template, I can basically just reuse this one over and over again. And this enables me to have this one-click export of anything for journals, for conferences, whoever wants certain specific setups or including citation styles. Lastly, something for the academics. At some point, journal papers get too long and it makes sense to split them up. And in order to do this, Zettlr offers this project feature where you can basically determine which files will be included in which order in either a PDF file or a Word file or an HTML file or whatever you want. So whatever the journal you're writing for or the conference you're writing for demands of you, you can just like set this up once and then continue working on your paper without having to like touch the configuration much ever after, and then just re-export every time with just one click to get the final file that you can then submit. So that concludes just kind of like this very, very brief overview over some of the major features. Now I want to go back a little bit towards the development goals, because I think these do connect nicely to the entire idea behind the summit that we are having here. The first one was never to reinvent the wheel. And what I mean with this is to always kind of like use existing solutions, especially if there are already open source ones. And the only thing that I try to do is kind of like add some nice layer on top of it so that it's easier for people to use. So I really try to lay emphasis on the accessibility, but never on, hey, we have a specific requirement. I'm too lazy to like scour the web for some existing integrations, so I'm just gonna hack up something else that no other application understands, right? So it's a lot about kind of like this integration between various tools and platforms that are already out there. Then be boring and predictable, where I mean that the idea should be you start Zettlr and basically whatever application you used before, Word, LibreOffice, Google Docs, the same shortcuts should apply as well here, so that you don't have to kind of like lose your muscle memory, because this is really one of the biggest gripes that people have if you tell them, yeah, use this other app that requires you to like first spend 6 weeks just learning the basics of the app. And I try to avoid this as much as possible. And lastly, obviously, everything in here should be as transparent as possible, which means that all development happens in public on GitHub. And I try to be as responsive as fast as possible in answering any inquiries from users, from interested parties, from other helpers, contributors, and so on Discord mostly. And also what I try to do, because this is something that I have gripes with in some other open source projects, because there's sometimes this tendency of, especially the developers, to be like, yeah, stop bothering me. I'm not implementing this, but I'm not going to tell you why. So I never try to kind of treat people as children or something like this. And all of this leads me to one final slide, some shout outs to the people there, because I feel that especially developing an app for a target audience that is not necessarily very invested in this whole idea of FOSS software, of kind of like doing your own thing, of hacking together stuff, means that you also are lacking contributors. So what I had to do was, for example, one of my recent ideas was to set up this steering committee where two colleagues, Artem Barinov and Kirtian Yasotaran, are helping me in order to kind of like keep the overview over UX side of things, the UI side of things, the development side of things, so that I'm kind of like not alone in this whole thing. But there have been this community of power users that are very active and help me with community management, which is really great because this means I can spend more time actually fixing stuff instead of telling people that something is broken and that I'm currently trying to fix it. I don't know how much you can relate to that. Then I'm very happy to all the various FOSS advocates that have just recommended this app, because I really do try to keep very close at heart these values of open science, open knowledge, and open access, and this whole accessibility, and trying not to exclude anyone based on whatever preconditions they may come with. And I really enjoy that. And lastly, obviously, I depend a lot on fellow academics that kind of like spread the word that their colleagues may also try out or may not try out this app for their own work. And all of this being said, this concludes my talk. If you are interested in this big QR code, will lead you to kind of like a collection site where you can see a lot of like further information. And if you want to directly go into this, there are some other links that go directly to other pages. And with that being said, I'm done. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Hendrik. That was really an amazing presentation. I particularly appreciated your development goals slide, I have to say. I took a little screenshot and I think I'm going to paste it on my wall. And it
Don't worry, I'm going to upload the presentation as well to the site in this big QR code.
Fantastic. And yeah, and it sounds like you have the governance kind of like all right compared to other projects that are less in a good space. Anyhow, thanks again. It's now time to ask questions. So I saw that some people already started asking questions in the chat. I see that Peter, for example, has a couple. I don't know if, Peter, you want to unmute yourself and ask them directly?
Yes. This is a very general problem that we have with open, is that it's often easy to get them off the ground, but continued maintenance and support is a key problem. And we've seen so many things. I mean, looking at the last presentation, I mean, I think this is a great idea, but how do you keep it controllable by the people and not by Springer Nature, Elsevier, and all the others? So I've looked at this area over 20 years, and there are two possibilities for new products. They either die or they end up in a mega publisher, either as part of what they sell, or they simply Microsoft embrace, extend, exterminate. So, you know, there are a few people who've managed this, but it's very difficult. In chemistry, we built something which was called the Blue Obelisk, where we had a lot of communities interacting. This was more on software. And we had the idea of a Doctor Who. So every time the benevolent dictator, you know, felt of moving on, there was somebody else to take up the succession. So I think succession planning is also something you have to look at. I mean, it's wonderful to have your own project, but you know, you can't leave people landed there in 5 years' time. That's what they're afraid of.
Well, I think this is kind of like the big issue that all kind of like these projects are suffering from. But I think first we have the Pandoc project that is still maintained by the same guy since 20 years. Yep. So there's this thing, and I don't think that you can get fully away from this whole benevolent dictator problem that you mentioned, right? Because as soon as like you have like this very, very basic democratic thing, then there's always the danger that something will kind of like devolve in like diverging directions, which makes features harder to use or just like stalls the development altogether. So you have to find, I feel, kind of like a balance where the community does have a lot of say. And I would say that I always listen to the community. And if I deny some requests, then I will always kind of like add a long description for why, and then people can still be mad at me, and then I may swerve around. When it comes to succession, I think that's kind of like a risk that you have to take, because I mean, the same even applies to for-profit companies, right? Because if those companies go out of business, then who is going to maintain, I don't know, Mendeley, for example, or Evernote or something like this, right? So I think it's very important to like think about that, but I also think there's kind of like no ideal solution, and you have to somewhat find a balance where you kind of like take into account many of these things while also maintaining some form of controllability over the project.
Thank you, Hendrik. And someone actually was mentioning yesterday responsible sunsetting, which is maybe something we should definitely take into account. I don't know if Romina or Oleg, you want to add anything to that?
No, I think it's a complex question with a complex answer, because I mean, in our case, we are still figuring out how to make the ODE work for the community, and that make the community to take the ownership of the app. So that's something we are reflecting right now. But at the same time, I think all the projects, what we have in common is like you need to like make your project close to the community. The community is key. So sometimes, I mean, what I think is that when we start working on this kind of initiatives, if you work like someone like alone with just 4 people in one team, it's very difficult to think about the sustainability of the project. But at the same time, I agree with Hendrik when he said that we have to make decisions. We need to have some control and explain the users, for instance, in those repositories, why we decided to move with other issues and not to work on that, especially if everyone is also working voluntarily on the project, in this case, open source project. But again, it's a complex answer, because I think, again, it's connected to the community, and the problem is that how you develop a community of users who are owners of that specific initiative, but also a community of those more technical people who want to like work on the project. Sarah, and I don't know if you want to add something else regarding the ODE.
No, I'll leave Oleg maybe add something.
I think in regards to both your projects, your statements make me reflect on the kind of issues we have sometimes around in attaching our identity to working on data sets. I think, you know, if you look at, okay, let's just take hackers in the popular kind of vernacular, you know, Aaron Swartz, that's the proto-hacker for many, many people out there, right? A person who is a kind of a champion of free information, even if it means going up against huge institutions. And a lot of people that come to hackathons don't want to attach their GitHub profiles or their real names to their work, because it also might just, maybe they're a little bit embarrassed, or maybe they just really don't want their employer or whatever to know. At the same time, you know, we have people who are publishing open data sets within, you know, government institutions and so on, who also don't want to attach their name to it, even though it's their job, because, you know, they don't want to take responsibility forever and ever and ever to respond to questions about some data set that they've put out, you know. So, you know, I think this kind of the actual kind of, there's a rich tapestry in the work of maintaining public good technology when it comes to identifying these kind of stakeholders. And we can't just kind of generalize our community into one single word or sentence. I think we really need to look at these diverse user needs and think about what kind of identity do people want to go with, what kind of and technology becomes part of your identity. You know, just think about how you identify yourself with, you know, the fellow Python developer or Apple user or whatever. You know, tech is part of our identity, and we need to provide a great discussion around this, I think, as well.
Thank you, Oleg. And one last thing that I will mention, because we're 1 minute over time, is also like yesterday we had the full actually panel discussion around maintenance as well, and what that means and implies, and all the complexity that evolve around it. But with that, thanks very much, Hendrik. Thanks, Romy. Thanks, Oleg. It was wonderful to see all these projects. Please stay with us as I leave the floor to my colleague Patricio, who will moderate the 3rd sessions of demo today. Thank you all. And if you want to ask other questions, please ask them in the chat.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you all. And I'm introducing myself. My name is Patricio Del Boc. I'm currently the tech leader of the Open Knowledge Foundation. And I will be the moderator of the third panel, so we can give Sarah like this well-deserved rest. The third panel and the third session today, before we start, a few housekeeping notes for the ones that are new. Sorry for the ones that are already here, but for the people that are just joining. This demo session is going to be a 1 hour session where 3 speakers will do their demos in 15 minutes each. And I will be sure to control that you do it in your time, because we want to have time for all the speakers and questions at the end. And after the 3 demos, there will be a conversation with the audience. But please feel free to use the chat while the speakers are talking to start asking any questions during the demos. Also, please keep your microphone mute unless you are requested to speak. An important reminder, this is a panel held in English, but automatic translations are available in this Zoom meeting. So you can follow the live subtitles in the language of your choice, and just need to click on the button's captions and choose your language. And also, if you are a speaker, if you can go to captions button and select which is your language, it's going to help Zoom to identify from which language to what language we need to translate. That's it. That's everything. The first project that we're gonna present, it's called Deepfake Analysis Unit. Deepfake Analysis Unit is a collaborative space built for fact checkers, journalists, and forensics experts, and machine learning researchers to evaluate media items and flag the presence of AI manipulation in it. It was launched before the Indian general elections, and the Deepfake unit has analyzed more than 500 audios and visual files to provide timely information on the accuracy of content. And with that, we will welcome Denny George, the co-founder and tech lead of Talant Technologies.
Hey, thank you, Patricio. Is my screen visible?
Yes, I can see my face there. Yeah.
Great, great. Hey, thank you, everyone. Thank you for the invite, and I'm really glad to be able to present our work at this event. My name is Denny. I'm the co-founder and tech lead at Talant. We are a civic tech organization based in India. We mainly build open source software and open data sets to understand and respond to online harms with a focus on India. And by online harms, I mean things like misinformation, online abuse, hate speech, content moderation, deepfake, stuff like that. Earlier this year, we worked on a project called Deepfake Analysis Unit, which is what I'm going to be demoing today. It's basically a collaboration between fact checkers and media forensic experts and ML researchers to try to understand, the concerns around AI, synthetic media especially, and how they affect online discourse and especially elections. So this project was launched at the beginning of this year, which is when India went into their national election. And I'm going to share some insights from the first 3 months of the project being online. I think the concerns around deepfake and synthetic media are largely well established, but I'm just going to repeat in brief. It is a very big way to induce online to image-based abuse. Things like revenge pornography. It's also being used to spread hate speech a lot. It's a major way. Now, financial scams are happening, especially in India, and of course, the worst fear of it somehow disrupting democracy through disruption of online discourse. So what we did was, as part of this project, this project was initiated by a bunch of fact checkers who you can see on your screen. But very early on, we knew that we needed forensic experts, because the whole deepfake detection game is such a cat and mouse problem, where every day there's a new model coming out, and you need the technology to keep up with it. So we partnered with a lot of academic groups, but also proprietary software vendors who were selling deepfake detectors, and we were the implementation and research partners for this project. The reason we were a good fit for this to implement this project is that we've had prior experience working in this space. For the past 4 years, we've been working on software, open source software that's very essential to study social media data in the Indian context. So even from the very beginning, even from 5 years ago, a lot of the social media research around the world has centered around text-based data, whereas in India, a lot of the content that circulates on social media is very heavily image-based or video or audio. and even in the languages, there's a lot of diversity in the kind of languages that are present in the content. And we've had a lot of experience looking at this kind of data and analyzing it and trying to find trends within it. On your screen, you see an example of a clustering exercise we did, where we collected data from a lot of public WhatsApp groups. These are images that you see on your screen, and we did analysis of it in an automated manner, where you could cluster and find patterns and themes within the large data sets. The project itself is a public facing service, a free service for citizens of the country. The idea is that they can send a video or an audio file on a WhatsApp number, which hits our server, and on a centralized dashboard, fact checkers, media forensic experts, researchers can look through the media item, analyze it, find do investigations, and run through their tools to figure out whether there's any manipulation in it. So I'll quickly walk you through the process here, because it's a little tedious but also interesting. The interesting parts are here. If the team does not see any sort of on a superficial visual inspection, if they don't see any kind of elements of AI, they review it manually, and then they run it through fact check, the traditional old school journalism investigation of it. But if they do see any elements of AI, they escalate it to the partner organizations, and then run it through their tools. And if at least 3 tools indicate manipulation, then it goes to another human review by experts, and then accordingly a verdict is published. And I think this part is important to understand, because a lot of these tools give out probabilistic results, and so being able to synthesize those results and come to a consensus is a tricky problem, and it is a very manual, time intensive process. This is a screenshot of what the 2 touch points are. On the left, you see the chatbot, which is how the citizens interact with this service, and on the right hand, you see a dashboard, a screenshot of the dashboard, which is what I'll be demoing today, because that's the touch point for all the fact checkers, media researchers, forensic experts, etc. Yeah, so I can give you a quick demo of what the tool looks like on the fact checker side. Once the media item starts hitting our server, they can see a feed of media items on their screen. The portal has standard triaging features, being able to filter through different categories, being able to sort stuff like that. There is a section where the initial team can come and start adding verification notes. So as they are watching the video or reviewing the content, they can start taking notes, and they have this way of manually tagging certain content. Our understanding is that this can be used later on to analyze, to do higher level analysis of the kind of content that was circulating and the kind of harms it had. What's interesting is this section here, which is like a public shared space. Anybody who has access to the dashboard sees this space, which is where you can see the state of progress of what is happening on a particular media item, right? So you can see somebody here has added certain notes about the content of the video, or if they've done any investigation about it. Similarly, there are sections here where people can share resources, right? So if a related video or some maybe, let's say, contact of a particular investigation officer, right? You could share that here with the rest of the team, and this is a shared way for everybody to keep in touch, keep track of like what's happening. If you're a fact checker, you could add matching fact check articles if your team has already fact checked this piece of content, and similarly, you can publish an assessment report and attach it here. The interesting thing here is that this is a shared space where anybody who logs into the portal can see what is the progress on a piece of media item, and you can volunteer to help with some of the incomplete tasks, right? So let's say maybe you don't know if there's a fact check article based on this media item, but maybe you have some insights on where this video has emerged from, or what is the tag, right? So you can kind of distribute different kind of tasks amongst the team and start taking some of them up. Yeah. One of the key things that we've built in this is this notion of similarity matching, because a lot of social media content is recirculated and repurposed, right? So like the same video might appear in a different context with a slight different change in the video filters, or maybe a certain text label added on top of it. So being able to match similarity is very important. And so what you see here is that this query has come before on this tip line 8 times, and so you can see the matches and what are the response that was sent previously, and you can reuse those responses. So that's a way to speed up the process of fact checking, or sorry, the process of replying back to the citizens. Ideally this should be automated, but we have made it a manual process just so that the matches are flagged automatically, but then before sending the response, users have to be in the loop and approve that response before it goes out to the people. When it comes to the deepfake detection itself, the process is very much a mix of standard traditional journalism practices and use of ML tools. Here you are seeing some examples of visual aberrations that are visible in the video itself. Those are taken as like first signs of something being suspect, and then they are escalated to these tools which do traditional DSP and ML algorithms on top of these media items. Yeah, as you can see, these are the outputs from these tools, which are also part of the response that's sent to the citizens as a way to kind of have full transparency over what kind of processes were taken before we reached a verdict. Here you see an example of a partner tool where you upload a video and then it shows you what percentage of a frame is possibly a deepfake versus not. I'm going to share some statistics from the project. Largely, we got 40% video. This is about the 670 media items that we received. 40% of it was video, 12% was audio, and 48% was URLs. So that was something we didn't expect, but basically people were sharing URLs that they were finding on other websites. So out of those URLs, 34% was Facebook, 7% was Twitter, Instagram was 12%, and YouTube was 33%. Largely, once the verification was complete, we aggregated these statistics. 55% of it was spam, which either meant that it was outside the purview of something that could be analyzed for deepfakes, or maybe just irrelevant to the purpose of the tip line. But only 2% of it was strictly what we call deepfake. But there was 3% which is like AI generated, and 9% of which is manipulated, and 50% of it was stuff that the citizens thought was AI generated, but it turned out it was not. The interesting thing was also in the themes that we observed. Nearly a third of the content that was in the tip line was related to the elections itself. So it was a lot of political content. And within the political content, you could see prominent political figures as being the target of the deepfakes, right? So it was the prime minister, the leader of oppositions, different politicians. So that was an interesting insight. And a small number of it, roughly around 1%, was on financial scams, which is a increasingly scary concern in the country, because a lot of people are falling victim to these scams, and a lot of these scam videos are increasingly started using deepfake technology. So you see very trusted figures of businessmen or entrepreneurs promoting, let's say, a betting app. So this it's leading to a cause of loss of money for a lot of people. So this is annotatively known as a large concern, but in the time that we had, we only saw around 1% of it. And of course, Bollywood and Hollywood actors were featured in several of these media items. After the 3 weeks, we got 3 months, we got time to reflect on the current status. And I think that some of the limitations that we saw was, of course, response times, a lot of dependency on closed software, and lack of community participation. And I'll go through each of them one after the other. Response time, I'm going to just skip through it, but basically the process is so manual, and it does require human intervention at every step. So even if you could, of course, have faster, more accurate tools, but at every step there is a manual intervention needed, and so that leads to having a rise in response time, which is a cause of concern for the project. A lot of the vendors right now are depending on, a lot of vendors that we are depending on use proprietary software. There is some sign of hope where you see around in the industry and in the academia a lot of open source tools emerging, especially this. I'm going to flag this paper as a tool that is basically a wrapper over existing bunch of other deepfake detection tools. So I think having false replacements for some of these proprietary software would be nice, not just as like on an ideological level that we want to use false software, but I think it also builds trust, which is a fundamental issue in this space, right? The one thing that we are very excited about is that how by using open source practices, we've been able to increase community participation in this project. So what we've been doing is that any sort of interesting problem statements that we discover in the process of the project, we keep making open GitHub issues around it, and we've got an interesting participation from a lot of people. So we've got young engineers contributing to purely ML problems. So this was an example of somebody building a machine learning classifier to automatically tag a lot of these media items, right? A big challenge in the project is spam detection and similarity matching. So these kind of automatic tagging, which is a purely ML problem, so not something you would think of directly related to deep fakes, but was very relevant to this project. So we got a lot of help on that from a community participant. We're also realizing that of course it's nice to have magic deepfake detectors, but there's also a lot of scope for building simple useful resources like benchmark datasets. What the fact checkers observed, that a lot of manipulation that we saw was actually in the audio of the video. So even if it was a video, it was the audio that was manipulated, and a lot of the proprietary tools were failing to detect that. And now whether that was because of the low quality of audio that comes to you via WhatsApp, or whether it was because the languages used in it were not English, we got very bad performance in audio. And one of the tasks that we've opened up on our GitHub is to create a benchmark dataset of audio deepfakes, so that any journalist or fact checker can actually use that benchmark dataset to evaluate proprietary tools even, right? Because how do you select one tool over the other? Because a lot of these are closed source tools, so it's very hard to get access to them. So by the time you get access and try testing it out, you realize it might not be relevant to your purpose, And we've been, now actively working with academic institutions to fix it, to close this GitHub issue. The other non-tech, GitHub issue that we created was about user researching on the tipline users themselves, because deepfake is such an emerging category of harms that we wanted to know what are the citizens' expectations from a tipline like this, and do they even understand what deepfakes are, what these different categories are. And we just finished this study as well, which is, I think, one of a kind study on WhatsApp tipline users and their expectations of a fact check or deepfake tipline. So that's pretty interesting. And I think I'm right about on my time, so I'll stop here. Yeah.
You have 1 minute if you want to wrap up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I just wanted to share some limitation in the methodology, which is that even though this was a tip line around deepfake detection, there also exist other fact check tip lines in the country. So the numbers that I'm sharing are very relevant related to just this tip line that we ran, and might not be fully representative of the level of AI or synthetic media that was circulating in the country through these 3 months. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Super interesting, the project, and also how you started interacting with the community and a lot of expertise. I really enjoy, and also that you bring analytics and metrics as well. I think that provides a lot of value. So thank you for the presentation. Okay, so our next speaker presenter is going to be Dr. Kim Foale. Hope I pronounced it okay.
Well,
from PlaceCal. It's a combination of technology, community development, and public sector strategy designed to help people bring their community together by aggregating information about community groups and events. Oh, interesting. So without further introduction, please, Kim, the room is yours.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. 1 second. Sorry, I have to do the usual Zoom scoot when you launch a presentation, it moves all your windows around, doesn't it? There we go.
Mm-hmm.
So, hi, I'm Kim from Geeks for Social Change. I use they and she pronouns. We are a little sort of trans-feminist-led tech studio based in the north of England in the United Kingdom. Today, I'm going to give a demonstration of our PlaceCal system, and I think in contrast to a lot of the things today, I think this has been more of an ecosystem for us. It's been community development-led project designed to get on the ground and help people bring their communities together through creating shared sources of groups and events. So, it's a live project. We've been going since about 2018 through various phases. And obviously, as something that tried to bring people together in real life, the COVID years were very difficult for us. And I think our eventual aim here is to build something kind of like Wikipedia for community activity. We're trying to build a digital commons. So we're doing it all open source, but really our goal here is to make the kind of open but centralized software that kind of Wikipedia is. So in broad, our challenge started as this. in any actual community, this is kind of the state of what community information looks like. This is kind of everything I could gather in, you know, a day walking around town. And it's a mess, and everyone's using different things, and it's in different places. So this came out of some age-friendly research, which was done in the area that the project came out of, which asked people what could be done to make their area more age-friendly. So in this is a World Health Organization about making cities friendly for the over 50s. And people said there's nothing to do. And we went, well, what is there to do? And we found all this, and it became pretty clear that the problem wasn't things to do, it was being able to find out about them. So I'll start from the other end with our biggest success of this now. So the Trans Dimension is a website we made with a charity called Gender Intelligence, who are the biggest trans charity in the UK. And they realized the state of the trans economy is there's kind of two mega huge charities. Well, they're not even that big, you know, they're sort of £1 to £5 million a year turnover. And then there's everyone else's like mutual aid groups with zero money. And GI didn't want to grow forever and become this like one mega, you know, McDonald's charity. They wanted to support the infrastructure. So we worked with them basically. And what we did is we went around and we just scoured the internet. We contacted every single group we could find out there. And we ended up with this list. I think there's over 50 now. But before we did this, we found there was we did a Twitter poll, and the median groups people knew about was 3. So these are very online people. And then the best bit of the whole thing is that how PlaceCal works, the backend, which we'll get to, it automatically scrapes everything. So you can use Google Calendar, Outlook, Eventbrite, OutSavvy, Meetup.com, Squarespace. We don't care. Our process was basically, you know, the community development officer we were working with went around and trained up every group individually. So if they already had something that worked and had any kind of open feed on it, you know, JSON, iCal, an API, great. And we would just import it. And now we're in the state where there's, you know, a dozen things happening on Saturday. And this has just like blown everyone's mind how much there is. And as I said, the whole thing's completely automated once it's set up. So it kind of fits into like, you know, realistic community development things. So what's my next tab? And yeah, and I think, you know, most importantly with all of the stuff we've done, it's all happened at events. So we did a nice launch party in London. So this was at Queer Britain, which is like the UK's LGBT museum. This is Travis Alabanza. If anyone knows their work, they're amazing. And I think just to reiterate this point, you know, our goal in this project was to get 100% digital inclusion of all the community groups in the specific neighborhoods we're working with, rather than this more typical product first approach where you know, your users are the people who come to you or whatever. We were being very proactive and going out. So this is like the most polished thing we've done. And now I'll start to get a little bit into the background, right? So we're currently working out how to expand this to Manchester. This is like our default site, which was designed in this kind of age-friendly context, and we'd like to put a few more themes in. But you can see they're kind of doing the same here, right? They're slowly going around, talking to all these groups, building them up, and sort of getting people to work together. And it's not quite as fleshed out as the London one yet, but we're really getting there. And this is honestly, because I live in Manchester, this is blowing my mind how much stuff there is. The great thing about PlaceCal though is how it works is we've separated out the back end and the front end. So these specific projects can all overlap. So we have a general Manchester PlaceCal, which is showing all of the projects we've worked on all in one space. So we're starting to build up this kind of intersectionality just through having the information in one place. So you can see here we've got the local library service used it. So we've got the libraries, we've got the age-friendly groups, who we did with that. And we've got the queer groups. And I found this is a really funny combination to have together now, where we're stuck, like, you know, one project we started in London there was an age-friendly project overlapped with the trans work. And we were straight away saying, you know, is the age provision trans-friendly? Is the trans provision age-friendly? It's kind of creating all these, you know, immediate things. I think really the dream for us too is going back to print. So this is an A2 mail out that we made with information from about, you know, a dozen groups. Think about 16 groups that we did in our first pilot, and we were able to print off 10,000 of these and put them through people's doors. And I think this kind of community information resource was a lot more popular pre-internet actually, and now the situation's worse, where a lot of this has been replaced by online services that don't work. So we've never really got back to this, but I think for me this is the end point, you know, because for social isolation and loneliness is this comes through your door every year and you're invited to be part of a community. These are some photos from when we did the launch party. You know, we had a big party. I think why this work is hard to visualize is because of how everything crosses over, right? So this is an attempt my colleague made to visualize it, where it's like Sometimes you want information about what's happening in your town. Sometimes you want to know what's in the next town. Sometimes you're going to go to a wider area. You know, if you're interested in cycling or if you're interested in trans groups, you kind of, but overall, we found that this combination of place and interest between the two kind of defines everything we do. So I'll show you a little bit how the backend works. So basically the sites are kind of the heart of all of it. So if I show you like the Hume site, this is kind of that configured front end like hume.placecal.org, and they can have logos uploaded, they can have an administrator, and then they can select what specific areas they want to work in, and then optionally to filter it down by any specific partnerships. So if we go to some of the other ones, you'll be able to see like, you know, Manchester Libraries are contributing to everything, but also they're in their own partnership. So you can just see all their events on manchesterlibraries.placecal.org. When we train the people up, so the first thing that gets added really is the partner. So we called everyone a partner because they're in partnerships, they're in communities of interest. What we help you do is curate a community of interest. And basically, you know, I mean, I'm not going to, everyone's watched enough people fill in text boxes nowadays, but effectively we've got all the usual kind of info. And again, this is done by a community development officer who does it on behalf of the group. After they've set it up and put this information in, they can it'll either look at the postcode and decide what ward it's in there and therefore what region and county, or you can add a service area if it's a kind of service delivered over a wider area. And then you can make a login for that person. So if they do want to change it, they can. But then the most exciting thing is obviously then you can link a calendar. So again, this is done with a process where we have to talk to the groups about what they want. In this case, this is importing from Resident Advisor, which is a popular ticket service for nightclubs. And now this automatically imports. They've only got one event coming up, but yeah, you get the picture. And our overall goal is that by putting these people at the center, the people who are already motivated to connect up these networks are people like community development workers, people who run sets of nightclubs, people who want independent venues, people who run cycling groups, right? So we're working with the existing motivation in the community and finding the people who have a vested interest in maintaining these listings. So there's a big women's social enterprise network we're working with too, for example, and this has been a really key part of our methodology. It's not shown on this one, but I'd also say a big part of this is like, you know, I would say 95% of the groups we work with don't have any web presence. At best, groups have like an Instagram profile or a WhatsApp, which is obviously like ungoogleable and unsearchable. So most of these cases, we're taking someone from no web presence to a web presence. That's it. And as a result, a lot of, oh, but that's not open source, is it? And it's like, no, but we have to take people where they are, not from where we are, right? So the way that user permissions work in this might be a little interesting too. So people can be given permissions based on an area, based on a partnership, based on which specific partners they want to edit. So this is kind of modular. It's kind of funny with a lot of the work we've done, because it's started from a community and a community development stuff. Our tech is now a little bit of a mess, especially compared to a lot of these projects, which have lots of containers, contributors, and are really beautiful and all this stuff. Like, we'll freely admit that, you know, our tech has taken a backseat to the community development process, but we're getting there now, and hopefully in our next funding we can start to try and crack this. So just a few more tabs we've got here. What else did I put? So we have a handbook, which has all the information about how we've done it, and it starts to talk about our community development stuff. I think really key to all of it is, you know, we have an API. We've now moved to some collections into our main code base. But this is how that trans-dimension site I showed you work. It's actually a static site that uses our GraphQL API to hydrate all the information. And really at the moment, what we're looking for is that opportunity to build other sites like that have their own custom front end. Because obviously then we're sort of moving to the situation where we're saying, look, we've sorted out the events and the partner stuff. You have your website and just embed it using our API feeds and then, you know, like much like Wikipedia, we'll hope to create this like centralized service. We're all open source, AGPL, all that kind of stuff. We've got a journal paper that describes this approach that we published in 2020. So what we've called this way of doing things, this combination of strategy and community development and tech, we've called a community technology partnership. And we've kind of formalized the approach here. And we really see this as a way of like genuinely helping people create tech in deep collaboration with communities. And often what this means is like, you know, most tech problems solve a tech problem. But most of the time when people are trying to solve a problem, they have a dozen social reasons, half a dozen technical reasons, some confidence reasons. They might need some money. They might need to meet someone else. And that's the level now on which we're trying to build our network out. So it's about creating these communities of trust around technology locally and get away from this thing we have now where I feel like tech feels very, there's everything else. And then there's tech over here, especially politically. There isn't much integration of tech within like social movements. There aren't many tech developers around. It tends to all be humanities grads, actually. It's kind of interesting. The tech people are all off in their nice offices. How am I doing for time? Okay, that looks okay. So I'm nearly there.
Yeah, just take up 4 minutes. So
Right. Yep. So if people want to learn more, the studio website is what we've been doing. We're moving more to building ourselves around this community. So gfsc.community has some information. We've got a Discord you can join. There's loads of things people have been working on. And I pasted all these notes that I've been reading from in this hedge doc that I'll now share in the chat. And that's me done. Thanks for having me.
Perfect. Jesus Christ, super interesting. I think that this project is like the perfect example of how to approach technology that we have been talking yesterday, like the whole day. And I think this is an amazing use case. And also at the end, you show a paper of how to approach with communities. Yesterday, we talked a lot about how disconnected technology were from communities, but how important is to have interdisciplinary movements to execute actions. So perfect. Thank you very much. I could keep talking, but I'm gonna go to the next speaker. Let me get my notes now. So our next speaker is Open Terms Archive. Open Terms Archives publicly records terms of services and other contracted documents in different languages and countries several times a day, increasing their readability, highlighting their changes. This digital common addresses a critical gap in the ability of activists, journalists, researchers, lawmakers, and regulators to analyze and influence the rules of online services. And with us is gonna be talking Matti Schneider, Director, Open Terms Archive. The floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Can you confirm you see my screen and you see me too? All
Yes,
good?
exactly.
Perfect.
All good.
Thank you, Patricia, for the introduction. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I'm glad to present Open Terms Archive today at the Tech We Want forum. And I guess I could summarize the approach of Open Terms Archive as if there is tech we want and we want more of it, one way to achieve that is also to have less of the tech we don't want. And that's what we try to facilitate. We try to reinforce those who fight against the services that are nefarious for end users and for society in general. So Open Terms Archive aims at shifting the power balance from big tech services towards end users, regulators, and other actors such as journalists, researchers, and lawmakers. To that end, we collect the data that helps them do their influence work. Which sort of data are we talking about here? Terms of services, basically all the rules, all the laws that are set forth by the big tech companies, anything that they decide unilaterally and enforce on their end users and on society in general. Right now, they can decide pretty much whatever they want within the constraint of legal frameworks. But then again, which legal frameworks? Since these companies are global, since their services are available anywhere across every jurisdiction, there is often differences between what you get and the protections that you're supposed to get in your country. So we expose those. And we help people who want to analyze and influence them to shift them towards the right direction. So let's be a bit more concrete and let me show you what that looks like. Here, for example, let's have a look at the Platform Governance Archive. Sorry, let's have a look at the Platform Governance Archive. Here is a list of the different terms that are followed, and you can see that we have one folder for each of the services. And we see that there's been a change here on X just 2 days ago. Let's have a look at that. Which documents have changed 2 days ago? Oh, apparently something has changed in the terms of services. So usually in a normal way, you would just be notified. Hopefully, they would send you an email telling you, oh, by the way, we've changed our terms of service. If you're not happy with it, you have 2 months to close your accounts and never hear from us again. But if you're interested, here are the 80 pages, and you could read through all of them and find out if you still agree with them. Of course, you didn't read them in the first place, and you're not going to find any difference. Well, that's what we do for you. We have detected this change just 24 hours ago. And what do we see here? We see anything that's in red has been removed and in green has been added. So you can see the changes. For example, we can see that the change from California to Texas has been effective. That's one of the first things that we discover right now, right here. But of maybe other interests, we also discover that X just 24 hours ago added a new provision saying, well, by the way, if you use our service and you access more than 1 million posts in any 24-hour period, you're going to owe us 15,000 euros or dollars, depending where you live. Did any of you hear of that? And was it laid out like this? I'm not sure. That's the sort of thing that we can expose, and we can also pinpoint precisely when these changes happened and how they were made. If there are follow-up changes that appear, we also are going to track all of this. So we create these analyses. We create these archives that are publicly visible, that are auditable, that have cryptographic signing, showing that they will not be tampered with over time. But we also provide all of this to our community. And that's the main point. Open Terms Archive is this data gathering engine, but it also is an ecosystem, and it's all the actors that are gathered around this data because they have an interest in using it that really constitute its power. We have researchers, we have activists, we have lawmakers, we have regulators. The European Commission, for example, is using Open Terms Archive to track enforcement of DSA. And let me show you one of the things that can come out of Open Terms Archive. When you have these changes, as you've seen in a diff reading with things that have been removed, things that have been added, well, it's still very raw. But you can also create what we call memos. And these memos make it more understandable what precisely has changed. You might have heard of last month how Telegram CEO Pavel Durov went into custody for 3 days in France after years of being accused of not cooperating with authorities with regards to illegal and nefarious content being shared on Telegram. After years of not acting upon these requests, after just 3 days, it took about 1 week to make some changes. These changes were announced on Pavel Durov's Telegram channel, stating, well, pretty much nothing has changed. We had already been collaborating with authorities from the beginning against criminals, and now we are just making it more explicit. That's what they say. Now, if you look at the actual changes, thanks to Open Terms Archive, you see that it's slightly more than that. Because indeed, for years, what Telegram already agreed to was to share IP addresses and phone numbers with authorities if they receive a court order that confirms that the person targeted is a terror suspect. So only for terrorism and only after a court order. Now, since the 23rd of September, if they receive a valid order from any relevant judicial authorities that confirms you're a suspect in a case involving criminal activities, any of them that violate the terms of service, then they will share your personal information. So once more, quite a difference between the announcement that's made by the service itself and what you can read if you look in details at the rules that are set forth by the company. And that's exactly the sort of thing that we aim at showing, demonstrating, and making understandable by more people. This information is thus available as explorable on an explorable website where you can just navigate through the history, but you can also download all of the data as datasets where you can access every single version of the terms of service and make some stronger, deeper analysis, maybe with machine learning, maybe with statistical analysis, anything that you want. So this is what Open Terms Archive offers, and we just believe that it strengthens tech we want, but we also implement it in a way that is also, we hope, tech we want. What you see here is all the different collections of Open Terms Archive. It's a decentralized system. So while we call it Open Terms Archive, actually anyone can start their own tracking focused on one specific industry, such as generative AI, for example, that was established by law school Sciences Po at the beginning of last year. This enabled tracking the most popular generative AI services and their evolution as jurisdiction was evolving. We have, as I mentioned earlier, the European Commission that is using Open Terms Archive to track compliance with some specific piece of legislation, such as platforms to business or DSA, and so on and so forth. Depending on the interest of the partners we have, anyone can track their own industry and make it federated. That is, make their data accessible across the whole network for everyone, reinforcing mutually the ability to analyze and react to changes. This is that's a decentralized system, but it's also simple and has actually quite low costs. We use very standard tools for data storage, such as Git, and we can publish to any Git provider, enabling very easily to have anything self-hosted or use some free options that are already available online, leveraging all the power that's already out there. You can actually start your own collection on your own servers or rent a very cheap server. This can run over €3 per month VPS if you'd like, or if you need something much larger, of course you could, but it's really not very costly and not performance intensive. And finally, Open Terms Archive is a digital common, meaning that it's free and open source software, of course, but also that the decisions are made collectively by contributors. There is a core team that facilitates the whole thing, that maintains most of the engine, but design choices are made through requests for comments, through RFCs, that enable the community to chime in and share what would be most effective for every one of their use cases. That's how we create a tool that's usable in many different contexts. And we also use, of course, discussions beyond the tech part to define what is most important to focus on in terms of areas. Open Terms Archive is currently incubated within the French Ministry for Foreign Affairs and has been so for the last 4 years. It's also its main funder, but we have we received funding from several different entities, mostly public entities, but also philanthropies. And we intend to transition next year into a larger foundation or setting up our own organization, depending on what is most effective and what potential funders might find most relevant, and what will protect and defend and expand most the reach of Open Terms Archive. That's it for me. Happy to take any questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Matti. Like, super interesting. It reminded me a little bit of like some project that I saw in Argentina with kind of like a similar approach, but to tackle like changes in legislations. But they were like grabbing the laws and then the updates that people were proposing and kind of do like a git diff and show like the difference, and it enabled like a lot of like interesting discussions. And I think that in terms of licensing, where there is like a lot to read that no one reads, like pinpointing, or this is like a really use case to pinpoint like problematic things and narrow the discussion to like, okay, let's not focus on everything, let's focus on and that engage in conversations and can lead to like people get more interested in this. So really cool project. I really like it. Thank you for sharing. Okay, so now it's time for questions. So if someone wants to ask a question, please raise your hand or feel free to unmute you and do the question. Okay, I will do one just to warm up a little bit, like the audience. It's for you, Kim, because I saw your interaction a little bit with Oleg in the chat. Can you elaborate a little bit more on like the difficulties that you found when approaching communities and the barrier that was there in order to like do a proper technological collaboration, or like, yes.
Yeah, so basically where we are in the UK, this is like one of the most deprived areas in the country. And a lot of the reason we've got this project to work is because we basically managed to do community development under the guise of technology, which it is. And this is like the niche we're trying to carve out for ourselves, right? But it's really hard work. Like the last few years, you know, because I've had the classic founder thing too of like it started because I was doing everything and then we're trying to hand bits off. But this role of like going into the community and training people up is really difficult. They have to trust you to start with. And then usually like the person on the front line catching this is usually getting bombarded from all angles, right? So in our case, the development worker we had in Hume was also the owner of a community pub. And it was just like this swamp. So, you know, she's working a shift and like someone's needs help with money and someone's, you know, trying to organize a wake and someone else wants help with their tech. And it's funny because like I think no one truly understands, even me after years of doing this, how far divorced the way that we talk as people in tech from like, you know, regular people. So this line we heard a lot was like, I'm not a tech person. And we'd be like, yeah, but you spend 10 hours a day on a computer. Then you realize that tech's been designed by big tech companies for so long to exclude people. So actually like finding people with the skills who can like do that human thing and meet people where they are and then like support them to do their stuff and then have like the skills to like put in structured data, which I'm realizing is like actually quite a high level concept. Like even how to structure data and break it down in one place was really difficult. But yeah, just to roll it right back, you know, we started with things like our community development workers started running things like how to set up a form on Google so you can register interest for your events. Like even telling people about like, you know, oh, well, if you only got a WhatsApp group, how do people discover you? And then people don't know why they'd want to. And then there's all the fear of like publishing stuff online at all because of how extractive it is. Yeah, and I think some of it but that's it. Once you've sat down with someone and you've had a drink and you've had a tea with them and you've helped them with what they want help with, then they'll talk to you. But you know, in a lot of cases we're like, we think we've really solved this community calendar problem, right? Like it's not a new problem, but we're often like the sixth person who's come along and told them we've solved the calendar problem. And how do they trust us more? You have to earn that trust, right? Yeah, I don't know if that answers the question at all, but I'd say it's really difficult. And I think we're trying to situate it in this UN human development like capability approach and start seeing technology more as the process of like deciding what processes are socially desirable and then finding ways to make them easier than saying technology is an app or a phone or a device or something like that, right? Like technology it should be easier to form a social group, right? It should be easier that if you have a fallout with someone in your group, there's somewhere to go. It should be easy to find a venue to put a community thing on, right? And these are like, obviously, like I said before, you know, there's social parts of that, there's technical parts, there's who you know, there's your confidence, there's having enough money to do it.
Yeah, yeah, it answers the question, and I think that your project is like a beautiful example of sometimes like the theoretical human-centered design or human-centered technology. I mean, you are like the practical concrete use case or how to do it, and I think it's like really interesting to like explain and yes, make it like more yeah, visible. And also why I ask, because like you mentioned a little bit, well, like sometimes like tech is designed by like big tech people, and our experience like developing the open data editor is like we are not a big tech, but we are tech people. And sometimes you have like good intentions, and the Open Knowledge Foundation, we spend like a couple of years of like part-time or like spare time like developing an application. And then when we went to like the users and say, hey, look, this application that we are designing is going to help you with the data problem, it was kind of like a disaster because like the users were not, I don't understand the language. I don't understand what are they saying in this graphic. I don't understand this application. So we were trying to fix a problem of people without like even first like talking with the people. So it was like a major like call out for us to say, okay, we need to change our process of how we develop technology internally because like, and the way that you went and say, okay, I see, I have a drink, have a tea, I gain the trust because yeah, of course, you're not the first one. I love it, and that's what I wanted to like for you to expand a little bit. Lucas, you have your raised hand.
Yes, hello. I thought Oleg had his camera active. I don't know if he wants to go first or comment on something.
No, I just
Go ahead.
wanted to thank Kim also for responding to my questions over chat. It's a great project. I'd love to contribute to it. Thanks, Luke.
Thanks. The worst
Nice,
part of it
super,
is
thank you.
that I realize we've cut ourselves off to a lot of open source feedback, right? Because it's very situated with UK geography. Our seeds are the live data right now, which I know is terrible tech practice, but there was just no other way to build it. And now it's like the process we have to go to is almost like just reverse engineering a bit and figuring out, okay, what's generalizable. So yeah, I know there's a lot of talk in tech about how general to how specific to make it, and we've gotten specific, but now it's made it quite hard to get the people to contribute.
Yeah, it's also the beauty of this project, right? First, I have a question for Denny, and then later for Kim. Maybe I do just one first, and then you respond, and then I go for Kim, just so we don't mix things. Denny, was there any repercussions? I mean, in terms of like public conversations, court orders, or like media scandals, something like this after your tool? Because I see lots of potentials to identify something that one candidate is doing during elections, and then this turns into like whatever, like a public conversation. Just want to know more about this kind of like public repercussions.
Right. No, thankfully, I think the scale of it was so low that nothing substantial happened that ways. There was obviously, occasionally you would do a story on something that was a deep fake, and then you would get pushback on Twitter from, let's say, some people who supported that view or something like that, but nothing from the authorities as such. And I think part of it could also be because some of the political content that we've seen are so obviously deepfake. Like I feel like it's not like there is somebody trying to say that it's true, right? Because you would be seen as stupid if you were to stand behind that. I think it's at that stage where it helps like seed doubt and mistrust in the online conversations, but I don't think it's like so sophisticated right now that somebody would go all in to say no, this is real, right? So I think so maybe for that reason there was no political repercussion, at least for the deepfake detection work we did. Of course, in India, fact checkers do occasionally encounter that kind of pushback from the authorities, but this project didn't so far.
Yeah, maybe in 10 years, right? Like when deepfakes are more advanced, let's say, and they're more trustable.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely started seeing, what I think is called the liar's dividend, where, let's say somebody is seen in an incriminating content, they come out to say that, oh, this is a deep fake or this is a modified thing, right? So, I mean, I feel like those kind of things, seem like much believable right now, where, earlier, if you, let's say, were to find an audio recording of somebody saying something incriminating, you would trust it and, you had reasons to believe it. But now, I think you can seed a lot of doubt by just saying that, oh, this was manipulated, So.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that. And Kim, it was so inspiring. I just love it, your project. I'll probably be in touch with you, like not maybe like institutionally for OKFN, but like also like for my other projects that I do. I'm Brazilian originally from São Paulo, and back 10 years ago, I did like an effort just like yours, getting together like people from like a few neighborhoods in the city to articulate like a festival around open culture and stuff, art collectives, like this kind of stuff. And if we had something like PlaceCal by that time, it would be like really amazing, and it would be really the thing that we needed actually, and we didn't know. So like thanks for that. And actually, like my question is more let's say a different kind of metric. How many friends did you do after PlaceCal? How many people did you meet, and how many of those people became your friends or your circles?
That's a good question. It's been kind of weird, actually. I found the last few years really difficult socially in general, especially getting a bit older. So it's definitely something I'm aware of, because like impact-wise, you'd like to feel better about it, right? And I think probably the answer is, like, I think the main thing is running it locally is one of the best things I ever did, right? Because I came into an existing project, and that project was, because like I say, we try and work with who's already doing the work. So this can be health authorities, community development plans, like there's a lot of health link work, social prescribing, these kind of things. And it was like, oh, cool. Now I've met everyone. And it was like just that act of going into like a dozen community centers in my community that I would never have gone into, and meeting the people there actually made me feel really, really grounded locally. So that was really good. I think in terms of friendships, that's proving hard though. I'm finding everyone where I live is very much like a bit blinkered right now. I feel like the last few years, I would definitely say tech literacy's got worse, inclusion's got worse. People have smaller social networks, they have less energy to put on events. And that was actually a real struggle with our funding. 'Cause, you know, we had 2-year lottery funding and it was like just the situation we're attacking is getting worse every year. So I think it might start to bounce back a bit. You know, we have a new government, but they seem the same as the old government. So, but I think it's like, yeah, for me, it's putting that net down. And in, sorry, this is going on a bit, but in complexity theory, people like me are called weak connectors because there's a whole network of who knows who, but then there's some people who know everyone, right? And like not well, but I have connections with everyone now. So if anyone asks me a question, I can hook them up with the right project. And every community is the same. So, you know, someone in Torbay made one for like parents and toddlers. The problem currently with community work is when those people move or get too ill or get burnt out or go away, the whole thing collapses. And what we try to do with PlaceCal is make it so that's not the case. And like this work is actually inheritable by the next person. But this is all a little bit aspirational at the moment because we're, like I said, we're finding the people who have this combination of tech and community skills to be way lower than we thought. And we thought it was going to be low. So we've got some thinking to do.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I totally agree. I just want to give time for more people if in case they want to ask. Thanks.
Anyone want to jump in with a question? I have another one, but I don't want to monopolize the questions. So okay, so I will go. This one is for you, Matti. Because I was like browsing a little bit like the web. And you have like this impact model. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that, and also maybe share some experiences of how like you collaborate with other communities or other non-tech people to like kind of like create an impact in the world? How does it look like? How does it look like?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So Open Terms Archive emerged after a year and a half of leading and prototyping the French efforts in fighting disinformation as a chief innovation officer for the French ambassador for foreign affairs. We tried to use data to identify disinformation attacks, to try to diffuse them, all of this. And in the end, at some point, my team and I had the realization that these are just vulnerabilities being exploited in existing tech, and that you're not going to solve any of the information pollution issues by countering any specific attack. As long as there are these vulnerabilities that are in place, they will always be exploited. There will always be actors who are there in there for the money or for the influence or for whatever. So after having tried to leverage the power of the state, and not any state, I mean, France is quite a powerful one, if not, even though not the most powerful, we realized that we didn't manage to influence in any serious way the big tech companies and their services. We did get contact. I mean, I was in touch with the head of cybersecurity, head of whatever, you name them, and yet we didn't manage to have any concrete changes. So at some point we stopped and just listed who actually holds leverage over these platforms. And there are a few actors who do. They are regulators who can create regulation that does impact the behavior of platforms. You can think of Section 230 in the US, but also of GDPR in the EU, or DSA. Like, these take a long time to happen, but once they are there, they do change things, right? So that's lawmakers. They are long to activate, but you can they are very impactful. There's regulators that enforce not only legislation, but also regulations such as, for example, antitrust, competition. These sort of people, these sort of actors who can inflict 10 billion euros fines, and this changes actually the behavior of platforms. Like, as long as it's 100,000, what do they care? But when it's in terms of billions there, you see the changes, right? There are consumer protection associations and other actors like this who actually leverage the judicial way. So when they go to court, might take the same thing a few years, and no public actor can do that because you need to have something to complain about. But when they do, such as NYOB or Max Schrems in the EU, for example, can cut down an entire agreement of data exploitation between continents. And finally, press and media. There's not much, like, we don't need more people saying, oh, Meta is bad, or this one is bad, or whatever. I mean, we know it, right? It's background noise. However, every once in a while happens a scandal big enough that it actually threatens the user base. You might remember the moment where Meta tried to merge the data between WhatsApp and Facebook, and there was such a backlash that they had to postpone it for a few times and then tone it down. So sometimes press and media can be used as well. And so we had those actors, and they do actually influence the platforms. And we just thought, what can we deliver to them so that they are more effective? And is there a way to make them collaborate so that they reinforce each other rather than being only in their own bubble? And after talking with so many of them, I ended up understanding that, well, they have a very known shared weakness, is that they're actually not so good at tech. And turns out we are, and we can help them. So we created this tool that does gather data, but most of all gathers them. And that's the whole point, right? Is that they end up talking through our channels about the data, but then they create collaborations. So thanks to Open Terms Archive, we had collaboration between a Swiss NGO focusing on dating apps and UFC Que Choisir, which is the French largest consumer protection association, because they realized they had shared interests, right? And so they could leverage each other's existing networks and send notices to platforms that they were having abusive clauses that were being added, for example. Yeah, that's how we do it.
Okay, perfect, Matti. Thank you for the clarification. For us, it's always super important to look how to connect with other communities, and that's why I ask you to share that. Okay, thank you, Matti, Denny, and Kim. It was like a lovely panel. I always love like these kind of discussions and these kind of solutions. Sorry, Lucas, I still like 2 minutes of your panel, but then I'll go and I'll leave you with Lucas, which is going to be moderating the next panel. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's me again. It's not my panel at all. It's their panel. Happy to be here with all of you. I just want to ask Benjamin Sasi Kumar, which is a last-minute addition to this panel, and Brandon, if you can activate your cameras, you're very much welcome to this session 4, actually, on the tech demos for the Tech We Want Summit. Hello. Before we start, just a few housekeeping notes again. Sorry for the ones who are here since the beginning. You listen to the same things again, but it's important for the ones who are joining now. So this will be a 1-hour session with 3 speakers doing their demos in 15 minutes each. So I will stick to the time so everyone has enough time to talk, and then we can have a 15 minutes conversation in the end. But please, during the talks, please use the chat, and then you can like place your questions or comments, and then we can address those in the conversation later. And please, everyone, keep your microphone muted and also your camera off unless you are requested to speak and to do your intervention. An important reminder is that this panel is held in English, but there are automatic translations available in this Zoom. We are testing this too. So you can follow the subtitles in the language of your choice. You just need to go to this button, Captions. I think it's in the bottom, depends on your client, and choose the language of your preference. And I also want to ask the speakers, please, to set this up, your speaking language, to English, so this can inform Zoom to do the proper translation to people who are following us by subtitles. So do it, please, if you can. Last but not least, this event is following the Open Knowledge Code of Conduct. I will paste in the chat in a minute because we want to promote, of course, a healthy, respectful, and thoughtful conversation between people from many different backgrounds and origins. So aggressive behavior will not be tolerated, and we won't use it. We don't want to use it, but like participants may be removed if necessary if you don't behave accordingly, right? And a final note, this session is also being broadcast live on YouTube. If you can, I will also paste the link here so you can share with your contacts so your mom can see you. And the official hashtag is #TheTechWeWant. in case you want to repercute something that's been discussed. And please make sure you tag at OKFN or at OKFN in other platforms, Fossadon or Blue Sky or LinkedIn, whatever, so we can help amplify your posts, right? I'm really glad to have this session happening now. I've been following, of course, this since the beginning. So we had like this session one, more climate-related projects, then open data, interoperability, these kind of things, and now more community-driven projects, right? That we're seeing like hyper-local approaches, but like also like information pollution, social media, and now we are turning the conversation, let's say, for more government-like and public services projects that are very exciting. So we are going to start with MOSIP, which is the Modular Open Source Identity Platform. It's an open source project incubated in 2018 at the International Institute for Information Technology in Bangalore, India. It's an API-first, open standards-based foundation and identity platform. MOSIP can be used by countries to customize, configure, and build their own national ID systems. So we're talking about digital IDs heavily now. And MOSIP is currently in various stages of adoption in 20+ countries across Africa, Southeast Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. I've been recently to the UN during the Summit of the Future, where the Global Digital Compact was approved, and lots of people were talking about MOSIP. So that's why we're super glad to have you here to do this demo for us. So I give the floor to Sasikumar Ganesan. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. You're the head of engineering at MOSIP, so the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. It's late in the night here. We are excited about what we are having, and sorry about the last minute change. The CT was not able to make it up due to a personal emergency, but rest assured we will do what it takes to make things exciting as we go. Okay. I think what MOSIP is structured to do is fundamentally to change the national ID landscape. Our goal has been, how do we convert the current form of national ID? Because there's quite a lot of countries in 2018, 2008 actually, when we spoke about Aadhaar in India, there are a lot of countries which are speaking about digital ID at that point in time, and quite a lot of innovation happened and a lot of work happened. But when we look back in 2018, when we were able to start this project, when we look back, we could see that majority of the projects did not cover most of the people that is necessary. Now, there are two different school of thoughts. One is, why should even a national ID exist? I'm not going to get inside that for now, but that could be a various other conversation when we personally meet and discuss about it. But in general, the governments feel that there is a need to somehow identify the people, and potentially if they could identify, they could deliver services to those individuals a lot more effectively and efficiently. And that's the overall feeling, whether it comes to financials, whether it comes to doing a relief in various places. Some form of identification could reduce the gap that we are building. And there was no form of digital identity that existed with quite a lot of these people across these countries. Right. So that's the fundamental goal when we started the project. It's about how do we convert these countries to provide an easily accessible identity system. Because one of the scenarios we have been facing was just like how our roads are not built every 5 years, national ID systems were rebuilt every 5 years. And that was like literally throwing away everything that was built around these national ID or anything that was built around these IDs, whether it is standards, whether it is NFC cards. Some form of vendor lock-in was stopping to move forward. Commercial contracts and everything was also not letting them move in the direction of the speed that is necessary. So we wanted to find a least resistive path to get there, and being in the open source was the least resistive path to get to the government and out there to adapt. So this is our current adoption. MOSIP offers a suite of national ID solutions. So it's not a one single product. It's multiple modules. Various countries use different modules based on what works for them rather than mandating. Anybody who's greenfield, it's very, very straightforward. There is a process and solution built in, they predominantly adopt that. Anybody who has attempted and they have done a 50% registration of their people, they want to go about increasing the count, they adapt a little differently than the ones who are doing a fresh greenfield. So it works in across all of these countries right now. I said some are in full production, some are like fully gone live. Like for example, Philippines is one of our biggest installation. It's like 100 million people. 89 million or 90 million approximately are registered. It's not a mandatory in Philippines, so the remaining uptake is going to be slower. And we see that moment the national ID is in place, the financial inclusion in Philippines started to move up. In fact, there is a report in Philippines which speaks about 47 million bank accounts being opened right after the national ID being issued. Right. That's the change that we were envisaging, and it was we're very happy to see that change was happening, and we don't need to be involved in that making that change happen. Once we could make this system reliable and out there and make few changes in the laws that the country does, the remaining system seems to be picking up by the private companies and others to actually enable more financial inclusions, and there are a lot of social sectors that also works towards that. So that's a good thing. One of the important things that we learned in those exercises when we worked with Philippines and other countries is that there is no one form of verification that we could potentially enable with. We need to enable as many variety of verification that we would like to do, right? And verification seems to be the key in improving the national ID infrastructure rather than other way around, just giving a blind card. For example, my father has a debit card in his locker for almost 5 years now until the expiry, and then every time it expires, he goes and buys a new one, keeps it in the locker. There is no point in keeping a national ID in that form because it's never going to allow you to move further. And we also would love, like what Philippines did, national ID need not be consolidated into an ID card. We try to move them into a very digital space with the QR code, credentialing, trying to work with the W3C's verifiable credentials and other things. So as a part of that, we have built multiple variety of systems which could end up being used in multiple use cases. So that's what is happening today, where MOSIP is one side is being a national ID. On the other side, it is also being used as a credentialing system in universities and colleges to actually build W3C compliant credentials and issue the mark sheets or fire safety standards within the government. So you see a variety of these modules being used in multiple ways, and each enabling an ecosystem of growth and young startups in that own country building it, right? So the whole idea is build the trusted identity, build a trusted identity, trusted data exchange layers. The ecosystem then can jump on it and actually rely upon that trust and build further services that is needed. Next slide, please. So in a high level, these are the solutions that MOSIP offers. One is the identity issuance and the verification layer. That's our first module that we started building in 2018. The second is INGI. It is a digital wallet. It is compliant to OpenID VC. It is compliant to W3C's. We see it can work with the MDL, the mobile driving licenses. So it has everything that's needed to become a credentialing wallet. Obviously, it's an open source one. We provide the source code and everything out in the open so that companies could take it and build it, or governments could take it and build it to kickstart their ecosystem or build valid commercial application about it. E-signet is the third layer. As we started working with multiple countries, we started realizing there are countries where some form of ID is already issued. They just want to convert it into a digital way to verify and validate and convert them into credentials. So that's where e-signet comes in. It's an OpenID compliant, OpenID Connect, OpenID Core compliant system with specific noted RFCs, and also has an integration to biometric systems. So it can be used to actually it is a layer above the national ID and could work as a eKYC platform. That's what the e-signet score work is. And OpenGTP, on the other hand, is predominantly structured around government services. So anywhere we see the government has to directly give out money or service delivery has to be done. Anywhere you have government to people interactions, OpenGTP kind of system comes in, and that's the fourth system. So all these four today are in production in multiple countries in whatever diagrams we showed. In quick demo, we will walk you through the e-signet and the ING part, which is mostly on the verification side. The issuance is a pretty longer thing. 15 minutes was too small of an exercise. So what we are showcasing right now is you'd see a small digital wallet on the left-hand side and e-signet on the right-hand side. The wallet already has your national ID onboarded into it. You are cryptographically binded with this national ID. If you have a smartphone, this is the model to work. If you have a feature phone, there are USSD models that work. Right. And similar way, in the right-hand side, you see this e-signet. This allows you multiple way of authentications. I'll speak about why multiple varieties in a few minutes from now. But the idea is, when you work across the countries, there are people who are well-educated, very good with computers. There are people very good with phones. There are people who are completely have no access to phones. So you need to combine authentications and authentication factors in a way that it works for everybody, right? That is potentially what our work is. So this is a QR code-based login based on OpenID for VP. Where in a verifiable presentation, a cryptographically verified presentation after a facial authentication, the token is sent to the e-signet, and the e-signet allows you to log in with the consent that you could provide. Right. This allows you to enable any service access from the government. Today, governments use the solutions for registering birth sometimes, certain service deliveries to prove that the delivery of the service happened to this individual. And as a verification of it, they actually use this form of verification and record it with a JOT token at the end to tell that I, as a government employee, has verified this user, and here is a record that proves that this is the user to whom I did the service, right? It avoids ghost, it avoids duplicates, it ensures proper service delivery, at least some way to track the service delivery at the government level so that the governance could get better. Right. The same wallet that I spoke about, because we are OpenID compliant. In fact, we worked with the OpenID team when we started this work. This has been showcased multiple times, even before the OpenID's full protocol came in. But it is part of the work together as a collaborative work to build this standard together. Now that the standard is in an implementation draft, we have moved these applications into the production with the implementation draft. As I said, you can download any form of card that is necessary here, whether it is your national ID, whether it is your farmer's registration card, or it could be your insurance card. Anything could be downloaded as a credential and could be stored inside this wallet. It has both mobile-based as well as web-based wallet, so both are allowed. There is no limitation that you need to only have a smartphone. We are in fact thinking about how do we enable the similar kind of a work on a feature phone. It's going to take us some time to really get it aligned. So what you're seeing in this use case is, in the previous, you saw a national ID being used and an authoritative authentication happened. In some of the countries that we work with, an authoritative authentication does not work in certain industries. Like for example, a farmer card, when the national ID does not exist. You have to use a knowledge-oriented way of verifying the individual and then downloading. So simple form is your date of birth, your farmer's details, your farmer ID, which is sent over an SMS to you. Similar kind of information is used and downloaded. And this is the downloaded farmer card that is used. So this has information about you're a farmer, what kind of vegetation you're allowed to grow. A similar kind of record exists for land records as well, which combines these two information to decide how a farmer could actually get a loan today if he has this size of a land, which is cultivatable, and these are the approved crops. And this is the individual who is allowed to cultivate. All this information together enables the banks to provide loans. So this is an experimentation that's going on in multiple of the countries to enable farmers with necessary financial support so that they can proceed. So this is the two different use cases. There are tons of it. We could keep speaking, but I would stop here with the final information that smartphone is not the end. We try to do everything over paper as well. We think paper is still very, very powerful medium. If you could communicate something over paper, and also political in nature, right? At the end of the day, almost all the work that we do is also involves some form of politics, some form of minister is involved, some form of presidents and prime ministers are involved. So there is a need for them to physically hand over certain things in certain time periods. So there is a combination of politics, there's a combination of culture. We want to ensure that that is not broken away because of us bringing a digital technology, right? That's the most worst situation where you're not aware of what you're broken, which has been working for the past. So paper is still a powerful medium, and we think it will continue for some more time until we all move down that other path. So our PDF and PDF-based QR codes, which allow us to read machine-readable data, is all combined. There is again an international standard. We have got an IANA claim ID for a seaboard data, which is provided. So all of this works based on standards and other information. We try to accommodate as much as possible where standards exist. We use it. If it doesn't exist, we publish our own. We try to work with IEEEs and IEDFs to publish them as standards, and then we adapt it to our product. That has been our short journey with the 15 minutes. I think that's all I could speak to. Thanks everyone for listening to me, and I appreciate all the chances that you have given us.
No, that was a great talk. Thank you. To the point. And yeah, actually, like covering a lot in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. It's pretty clear, like all the projects and so on. I have a few questions. I hope the audience as well. But let's move to our second project, and we can have the conversation later. Now we have Brandon Tabaska joining us from the US to present the simpler Grants.gov, which is an effort to modernize Grants.gov, the website through which 500 billion of grants are awarded by the United States federal government each year. What makes this effort remarkable in the context of this summit is that this project is transparent and open source. And this is a model for how governments can manage their digital projects in the open and share the source code with the people who fund it. So yeah, that's it. Like, I just don't get your time anymore, Brandon. Please go ahead.
Very good. Can everyone see my screen share okay? Thumbs up. Awesome.
Yeah.
Hi. All right. My name is Brandon Tabaska. I'm an open source developer evangelist at Nava. I have about 7 years experience in GovTech. And as you can see, I love open tech. And when I'm not doing that, I am also a photographer. You can see the picture of a chickadee I took earlier this year on my balcony. About Nava, we are founded in 2015. We have the mission of making government services simple, effective, and accessible. You can call us Navacados. Moving into the Grants.gov modernization, as Lucas said, we currently, Grants.gov gives $500 billion in annual grant opportunities to grantors throughout the country. That is 10 million people per year are impacted by this program. And this is the first redesign of this system in 21 years. I want to start off with a little bit of background because I don't think that rebuilding a system after 21 years is necessarily necessary if that system is currently effective in its goals. However, there was research done prior to this by a group called Justice 40 that looked into it and uncovered stories that show that it was maybe not so effective. So first, what do you do on Grants.gov? Users find grant opportunities and they can apply for grants. Agencies can post grants. So an example of that might be the Environmental Protections Agency would put up a grant to study a lake or something like that. And users would apply for it and be able to receive federal funding in order to conduct whatever work needs to be done. So getting into the ineffective nature of this, I think a good way of highlighting this is a story. So Sand Branch, Texas is located about 20 minutes from the major metropolitan area, Dallas, Texas, has a population of about 500 people and was sustained by well water that was contaminated over town, and Dallas County was refusing to provide access to potable water, causing the community to slowly die off. To show how close it is right down in the bottom right corner, right outside of the Dallas metro area, so very close to a major city. Has not had access to potable water in 150 years, and it sits 30 feet away from a wastewater treatment facility. Quotes such as, "It's off the grid, it's third world country, because water is gold here, it's precious. Everyone around us has water, but not here. For a while, people didn't even bathe, some still don't. There's a man that lives nearby, and I don't think he's had a proper bath in 20 years. So the question would be, how many federal grants has gone to community organizers in Sand Branch, Texas? The answer is, I don't know. Probably none or almost none, but we had no way to even track that information. But what we do know is that out of the 22 highest poverty counties in the United States, only 5% of those even applied for federal assistance. on the existing system, which brings us to our vision. Grants.gov needs to be the simplest, most accessible, and easiest to use way to find and apply for financial assistance ever built inside or outside the federal government. Grants.gov needs to ensure that no communities are underserved by the federal government. Which brings us to why open source. This is by the Office of Budgeting in the federal government. Making open source code available as open source software can enable continual improvement of federal custom developed code projects. This collaborative atmosphere can make it easier to conduct software peer review and security testing, to reuse existing solutions, and to share technical knowledge. Right now, there are quite a few projects starting in the federal government in open source, but it's still very new in the United States. The United States is really getting started. NASA just had its year of open code, so it is improving. However, there's a lot of work to be done. But in terms of scope, I think that our project is definitely going to be one of the largest and most impactful in terms of the $500 billion that we're talking about. So starting off with what I began, one of our first things that we looked into is an equity focus. How can we improve equity to remove stories like the one I just told? The things that we looked into, one of the great books that we've read about this, Recoding America, is that paperwork favors the powerful. The only organizations that can access grant funding are those that already have ample funding to hire dedicated grant writing, grant management staff. So it creates a negative feedback loop where the most wealthy organizations are able to get the most grants. And like I said, only 5% of underserved communities can even get through the labyrinthine system to apply for a grant, not even guaranteeing that they will get that money in the end. How do we fix that? First off is planning with, not for. We can't prescribe solutions to these communities. We need to engage them and bring them into the fold for us to be able to uncover the needs that they have. So we need to prioritize user research and participatory engagement on product road mapping to understand what people's needs actually are. We need to deliver better results faster, and we need to get buy-ins with those user communities. We do this through participant advisory councils, which are persistent groups which we regularly consult about the product roadmap. So we bring in all different groups of people, make sure they're compensated for their time, and make sure that they're able to talk about the roadmap and bring back in their concerns for us to then build the future of the product off of. We do this through having a public GitHub project. So our entire project, all of our code is open source. It's free open source software, like I said, and it's currently available on GitHub. Anyone can go in there. This also increases public trust and belief in our software because people can go in and edit. It's not a not edit, well, they can edit, but it's not a black box, right? They can go in and they can see what is happening inside of the system, how the grant system works, and they can even submit code fixes, bring up features, and all of that stuff. We, like I said, have a public roadmap. This is probably the most important thing for people to see what we're building out in the open and to be able to get public buy-in. Our roadmap is driven by our participatory advisory councils, and they are the ones that help determine what are the most important things for us to build next. So anyone can go see, comment, and engage on our roadmap to determine the future of this really important platform. Everything is documented as well in a wiki. So in terms of it's connected to our code base via markdown files, it's editable by non-technical readers, and most importantly, is readable by non-technical folks. So people can go in, they can see all of the research that we've done, the architectural decision records for why decisions were made on this system. They can join our community, and they can really see how to begin engaging with this product. And again, like I said, the community is the most important thing that is driving this effort. This is a community effort, and it needs to be a self-sustaining community. So we have open source advocates like myself right here, hanging out with you all. We are hosting coding challenges and hackathons. We have one actually coming up on this Friday that I am tirelessly planning after this meeting. We have co-design groups. So we curate feedback from multiple communities, and we have multiple engagement points. We don't want to continue to have blind spots. We want to engage with as many different viewpoints as possible, and bring them into the fold, especially historically underserved communities like Native American populations. All of our assets are public. Again, we try to use and leverage open source software as much as possible. So we use things like the US Design System, which is an open source design component system that allows our site to be built quickly and to leverage work that is done by other United States government open source entities. So on a high level roadmap, we are early on. As you can see in fiscal year 24, we're improving discoverability and reporting. And we're hoping to migrate by end of year fiscal year 26. However, obviously we are a community driven timeline, and we want to make sure that the community is able to influence all of these different decision points along the roadmap, which is why this is so high level. So going in, just showing off what we have now, we currently have a fully working search page where grants are being posted. It's currently behind a feature flag, but it should hopefully be live in the near future as we improve upon it. And we are making it easier to see. We see things that people immediately look for, such as the award ceiling, the award floor, what agency is bringing it. We also try to relevantly float the most relevant searches up to the top, so that way users can find things that might be most relevant to them. We have more filters than were on the previous site, so that people can see exactly and drill down to find grants that are the most applicable to them, so they spend less time searching and more time applying. We have an opportunity API. Again, we don't want to be prescriptive. People can use this API as an open source API once it is open later next year, to be able to pull in all of the opportunities and begin to search through and curate them on their own without needing to even use our site. If they think they can build a better search, we want to allow them to do that. So that will hopefully be open later next year. And then we have our opportunity listings. So each opportunity is now listed with the most relevant information pulled up in a very easy and clear to read manner, so people can apply for grants very quickly. This is also behind a feature flag. It should be coming soon. Again, this is an early days project. We're very excited to talk about it at this point with you all. So we are open for contribution. We have docs specifically set up for external contributors. We're trying to onboard as many external developers as we can and get people excited about this grant seeking opportunity and the ability to really improve equity across the federal government and improve the grant seeking experience and make this something that can really begin to make government easier and meet those goals that we talked about earlier. We again partnered with the US Design resource on the Markdown files. So a lot of these, again, are done in partnership with other United States government open source communities. And I think that is it for what I have in terms of content. I really appreciate you all hanging out and listening to what we have, and hopefully I'll be back next year with even more exciting developments on this project.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Yeah, we hope next year we are all in person somewhere in the world, exchanging much more than just these 15 minutes. But thanks a lot. It's a really good overview of the project, and I'm sure people have questions as well as I have. Very nice. Thank you. So now let's move to Germany. We came from India to the US, and now we're going to Germany. We are talking to Benjamin Degenhardt about, I don't know how to pronounce that, man, FörderFunke? Maybe, I don't know. It's a project that informs citizens proactively about state benefits and other offers of the public sector these people, the citizens, are eligible for. Their profile becomes the search filter in information space. Be found by matching offers instead of having to know about them, having to search for them, and having to check their eligibility. I think that's a clear connection with the simple grants. As well, in terms of the purpose and why, right? So I give the floor to Benjamin. Welcome, and please go ahead. You have 15 minutes.
Thanks a lot, Lucas. Yes, yeah, I hope you're having a good summit. I really only managed to peek in a little bit here and there because just a few days ago I got a baby son, which is taking up most of my time. But I'm very, very happy to be invited and to present our project. I'm Benjamin, the co-founder of FörderFunke, which is roughly translated to Funding Spark. I'm also employed by the digital service here in Berlin, which is somehow the younger equivalent to the government digital service in the UK. But FörderFunke is independent of my job there. Okay, let's get into it. What we're doing, Lucas already mentioned it, we're informing citizens proactively about state benefits and subsidies they're eligible for. We're doing this by checking requirement profiles of these benefits against the user profile. And why? I only know the numbers for Germany, but I imagine these are somewhat similar, more or less dramatic around the world, that here only every third eligible child in Germany is receiving child allowance money because parents don't know they might be eligible or they think it's too complicated. And in home healthcare, 12 billion go unclaimed in Germany every year. And so this is kind of how we would visualize what we're trying to do. Before is like this vast sky, and you have this lousy tool of trying to find what's relevant for you. And we're trying to equip you with this super powerful tool, and then you can see things, and you would actually these things highlighted that are meant specifically for you. Because we're trying to remove 3 hurdles at once. You don't have to know about offers. You don't have to search for them, and you don't have to check your eligibility because relevant offers come to you. Quick timeline, the idea I got 2021 when my daughter was born, and we made some mistakes with the child money, and I was like, okay, how could this be better? And at that time I wrote my master thesis about knowledge graphs, and that just kind of clicked nicely together. Then someone wrote an article about it that accelerated a bit, and now we're just coming out of a 6 months period funded by the Prototype Fund, which is a project by the German Open Knowledge Foundation. With funds from the Ministry of Education and Research in Germany. The 3 of us worked on this in part-time, and the prototype I'm going to show you later is actually sort of the outcome of that time. And now Ben and I, we taking this to the next level, and we co-founded the FörderFunke UG. Yeah, just some screenshots. Sorry, these are in German, but probably databases where you can search things look similar that you've seen. Also what Brandon showed in the screenshots earlier, these are usually built up like that, right? You have this sometimes huge amount of things, and then you click your filters on the left side and you sort of drill down. Could look like this, or maybe more in assistant kind of style, or just plain old searching sometimes. And another type of visualization, let's say the top one could be a database about social state benefits. The yellow one could be further education courses in Berlin. The next one could be different types of loans you can get from your bank. So you have these different databases where you're trying to find stuff. And this is you in the middle and your profile, the data points of your profile. And then for every one of these databases, you have to, filter. Basically, you type in, and what you're typing in mostly is who are you, right? That's me, that's my profile, that's the house I own, that's the child I have. Sometimes, of course, you search for other people, then it's not your profile, but most of the time it's you that you're putting in. And we're trying to basically flip that around and say, okay, well, then let's have you in the middle, your profile, put it in just one last time, and then all of these things come to you. And that's why, it's really great to go after you, Brandon. The redesign plans sound really great. I was thinking that I would love to try out the Opportunity API and see if we can sort of apply that logic also in your platform. It would basically mean that sort of communities put in a profile, and then these offers come to them, and maybe they get a notification today a new law came into effect, you're eligible. You didn't know that this exists, but you're actually eligible. And now I will go over to a quick demo. FörderFunke.org, you can go there, it's live. I filled out my profile a little bit before, so you don't watch me filling out a lot of questions now. That's why it's saying, I'm detecting a profile. And in the background, currently we have 10 social benefits in Germany, but we're really eager to expand this catalog a lot. Now I'm choosing which categories I'm interested in. I just said all categories, and now let's start the questions. As I said, I've already put in a lot of data before. We can see 3 questions. My professional situation, let's say I'm unemployed. And just by here in the process, I already unlocked 2 benefits, because in the background with every question I answer, it's re-evaluating my eligibilities. Do I receive child benefits? Yes. And now we can see also that the last question I don't have to answer anymore, because we're evaluating every single time what do we need to ask. And now this last question actually just became obsolete. because now for all the 10 benefits, it's crystal clear, right? The 3 ones you're eligible and the other 7 you're not. Let's see why not, what's going on here. Some of these are okay, but your age is not okay, and you have to be in school and not in unemployment status. Okay, so much for the demo. Let's jump back here. Yeah, to classify the approach a little bit, we are kind of like, yeah, definitely a project from civil society at this point. You're building your own profile, right? All of these data points I put in, they're not verified by anyone. I can also lie. I can put in the data from my grandmother. It's in your own interest to put in the right data here to get meaningful answers. And there's no direct connection to state infrastructure yet. I'm saying yet because we do have some ideas how that could work. But currently, basically, you have to build up your own profile. And we're also saying, okay, you're probably eligible for these things, but please go to the website, fill it out as you always did, the form. So currently we are just sort of pointing out things. In Germany, there's the API called Fit Connect that we're trying to work towards. And then we could actually make that next step and hand it into the administrative process. And maybe on the other end, we could import from Bund ID, the citizen wallet project here. So in both ways, we're definitely thinking of going all the way, but so far this is the scope right now. And yeah, we have this 10 social benefits. The modeling depth is not so deep. So the question you saw was rather low key that I answered. It's not asking for the birthday of your child, for instance. It is an iteratively developed web app. We did a lot of user testing, and we kind of showed that the concept works like this. But it's the biggest obstacle was that these rules are really difficult to understand because we don't have legal expertise in the team, and sometimes it's just really hard to understand who is eligible and what are the rules to calculate. You have to go through the legal texts and stuff, and that was very hard for us. That's why we're trying now to find data sources that are either already well structured or we partner up with institutions or professors or that are interested in doing this together with us. The matching logic currently, we're very focused on this sort of state benefits thing, but we kept it very domain agnostic on purpose. So the matching engine, we call it, the library we're building, it can also work with a lot of other domains. We will talk a bit more later about it. And we would also like to sharpen this matching engine as an independent tool so that people can use their own version of FörderFunke. Let's say a university wants to put out infos for new students and they don't want to make it super public just for their students. They could use FörderFunke for that. How does it work? So let's say you have it on your device. So that we have a web app that you can open in the browser or on the phone. You build up your profile with these questions that I showed you. And we have a public repository with this requirement profiles that we call them. So each of them encodes machine readable the rules, the conditions for eligibility, like you have to be over 18 and so on. And these are public knowledge anyway, so they are public. First step, we download this on the device, and now you could go offline because now everything we need is on the device. We have client-side processing. We don't need any cloud infrastructure for this to work. And now, so these are SHACL files we download to get a bit technical, and the profile is an RDF, and then a SHACL validation happens, which results in a report saying you're eligible for these things, not eligible for this, and for these other things, we're still missing some data. If we would just zoom into the matching process here, just an example, we have a person with a child and some data points about that child. The person put in maybe their rent, their income, they have maybe a house, and now these data points would be taken into account for determining child allowance and this for solar subsidy. Usage modes, we're thinking that people might either use it to check very specifically, I want to check child allowance, or I want to check the category of social benefits, but also this whole aspect of discovery. So while filling out, you get these things like, boing, bing, you're also eligible for this, you didn't know, maybe, and surprises later on. Also that when you're sitting on the couch and, hey, based on your profile, you're eligible for this new thing that just came out. Also scenarios, what would happen if I move now to Munich? I just change my data point and then all of a sudden I get these things that I would be eligible for down there, or what would happen if I do finish my master, or checking for someone else. And the big question, of course, that I also hinted at is how do these requirement profiles come into existence? This is a little example of how it would look like as a SHACL file. In this case, I extracted the information manually from the respective website of the authorities and just build a SHACL file. For some others, we found very structured rules already that we just had to transform into the SHACL format we need. And a master student is currently starting her thesis with us to see how far can we get with extracting the SHACL files from legal texts with machine learning pipelines. Now, why is it the tech we want? So this is kind of my take on it. Please do challenge it if you see it different. We're definitely solving on people's real problems. That was the whole initial motivation and still is the main motivation. We're open source from the get-go. We use linked open data to describe these things, also to contribute to the ecosystem. We don't want to be the only one who use these requirement profiles. We want other people to be able to use them. We follow standards and work towards maximizing interoperability. I just want to show you one little experiment I did in the repo. Actually, this is just to try to see if I could formulate what we're doing in the core vocabulary from the EU, if you've seen it. And there's one of them that talks about the core criterion, core evidence vocabulary. And I tried to just say, okay, requirement profile is a criterion and so on. So this is not actively in the code right now, but just me trying to see, can we connect it to this kind of modeling level? And then it would immediately be interoperable with anyone in the EU building something based on this vocabulary, which is amazing. And also, maybe you've seen this new data product ontology. I also tried a first draft in trying to connect what we're doing to this. So this is really the fun part for me, the modeling part. And let me see. And yeah, I kind of hope to contribute to more machine readable fields in standards. So there is just now, actually these months, there's a new standard in Germany for public funding, and the conditions are only meant as text fields, which I think is a huge missed opportunity. And I would like to work towards people seeing the benefits of putting machine readable fields next to it. So some sort of notation, age over 18, like the specific notation has to be discussed, but just to put machine readable fields in standards. Yeah, privacy by design, because the data is exclusively with the user. Also, the result of the report only stays on the device. And maybe if you've seen yesterday, the Open Data Institute announced that they're putting Solid under their wings, under their stewardship activities. And we're like super ready for Solid pods because it really matches what we're trying to do. Client-side processing, I said, serverless. And I'm thinking of the app mostly as a convenience wrapper. So the knowledge should all be as much as possible in the modeling and not the implementation. So it needs to be agnostic to the language, and also it needs to survive us as a startup. I don't want to make everything dependent on our success. Okay, one more minute. Yeah, there's a lot of points. Let's see. Yeah, I'm thinking of it a bit sometimes as a constructive provocation. To show how a proactive government could look like, especially in Germany, where there's probably a long way to get there, with the goal to make ourselves obsolete. So if this becomes part of basic state infrastructure, I'm the happiest. That's then goal achieved. Data literacy, because we're kind of like making a point of, okay, you added one data point and immediately you see what's changing. Oh, new benefits you're eligible for. So you also get to feel the value of your data, because so many times we're spreading our data online and in the background, there's these profiles built used for advertising. We have no clue. So this is a chance to show people the value of their data in a safe and protected private space. Strengthening democracy, I just put it there a bit bold in terms of like, okay, maybe it does something to society when you feel the state is looking out for you and actually suggesting things to you instead of you having to know about it and potentially missing out. Yeah, a few other points. If we would have more or less all the funding opportunities in Germany, we could also run some meta-analysis, like why in this corner over here, why are old people underfunded, or why are people creating art heavily funded here? Like you just run a lot of analysis this way. And of course, it would be great to connect to state infrastructure, what I mentioned earlier. And I want to see some more sophisticated graph math to federate profiles, me and my wife, for instance. You could run, okay, which kind of profile would I need to have to get the maximum funding for something, to turn it around like this, and sort of multi-hops, like, okay, if I finish my master and then move to Munich and then do this, then all of a sudden I have this really nice lineup of all these opportunities. Like there's just some math games in that opportunity space, basically. And we would love to expand the approach to other areas, jobs, cultural offerings. Here in your neighborhood is a concert that matches your interest, and so on. And also beyond citizens, we also want municipalities to make a profile and maybe find out about European funding that they didn't know about, organizations, things like this. And with that, I pass back to Lucas. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Benjamin. Well, that's amazing. I just love it as well. Really. I want to give the floor for the audience. We have 10 minutes for this panel. There has been some discussions and comments and links going on through the chat. And I just want to give you the opportunity to speak or to address your questions before I do with mine. So if anyone wants to expand their comments or... Go ahead, Sarah, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a question actually for Benjamin. I love the app and I would like to see something like this in Italy. So I just wanted to know, given the different legislation, how replicable you think that your project is?
I hope a lot. So in Italy, there's actually Bonus X, which they do it for profit, something very similar. In Germany, we're using the FIM data fields, which we were hoping is our best bet for data fields that are used in most of the state things. I guess it really depends on what how standardized things would be in Italy. Is it always the same type of birthday that is asked or the same type of address? Because sometimes this is already quite homogeneous and sometimes this is super diverse. But we kept the whole modeling, everything as abstract and agnostic as possible. So I really want it to be useful elsewhere too, not just Germany.
Thank you.
Anyone wants to go before me? 3 seconds to express your interest in asking a question. If not, I'll go. Okay, so I'll go. I think I have this question like maybe relevant for all of you. So like please just organize yourselves for answering. And maybe it's a too basic one, but I really wanted to address that. When we talk about open source, generally there are some arguments around safety and security of data, privacy data, when it comes to governments and stuff, right? So like the private sector arguments are very much in that sense, like, oh, we are closed or our algorithms are not showed or whatever, like our databases are not open because of security and stuff. So how do you approach that in your projects, or what are the challenges in terms of like, the discourse or maybe technical challenges as well that you've been facing in terms of like security of user data or any other type of data? Who wants to start? Sasikumar.
I can go ahead because I think we are faced most often with this question because it's a national ID. We collect quite a lot of biometrics, and then being in the open source, I think there are a lot of adversaries, but I think we have been consistently pushing ourselves to make sure we are able to prove them both academically as well as you have to do a certain amount of marketing as well and education as well. So you need to approach it in all 3 ways. Academically, we have been engaged with Alan Turing and CMU Africa. Both of them have been extremely supportive in deciding how our data privacy and at the tech level how we are doing. We are also because sometimes it's not just tech; it's also about the government and the policies that the government puts out. the way the government uses the data. So there's a lot of training and education that these academic institutes will do, because we are anyway housed in an academic institute. So between these three academic institutes, there have been a lot of knowledge sharing, and we are now starting to open up more academic institutions across. And an institute in Morocco is now getting opened up specifically to teach about the open source and using open source and GovTech together. How do you protect yourself, both the law that you need to approach as well as the tech part. On the other side, marketing part specifically, we have been advertising hackathons and projecting ourselves as one of the well cryptographically protected technically to keep the protection in line. We are advocating on certain digital policies, because after all complex thoughts, if you go through, national ID is actually easy to protect compared to other data. It's tough to protect a health data and other things. National ID is your data, you are the only one who can access it. So the cryptography is a little more straightforward in applying. Sometimes it's just your mind doesn't let you do that. So it takes several discussions. We fly down to countries, sit with them, educate, do all this work. As I said, the lot of academic institutes do help us in this work and come back. And our main aim is to tell them that, hey, we are no different than any closed source. So if you think the closed source can have vulnerability, we could also have it. If you think a good written closed source will not have vulnerability, it's exactly same in the open source. A good written open source will have extremely less vulnerability. We're not telling we are up or below. We're just telling we literally equivalent to any good practices that you follow, and it's absolutely to that. That has been our journey so far.
Glenn, if you want to expand or react to that, Brandon, maybe.
Yeah, I think everything that he just said is correct. I think both of us deal with a lot of, obviously, government information, and there was a lot of hesitancy there in open source. And I think one of the things that also needs to be touched on there is that we're now in an ecosystem where we're seeing a lot of closed source failures in security, right? We're seeing a lot of high profile government hacks of closed source software, such as the SolarWinds hack that happened a couple of years ago. And so when you look at stuff like that, the government is now in a position where they're going, okay, closed sourced security by obfuscation is not necessarily working anymore, or it's not as effective. Let's try something different. And so that really has given us the wedge to be able to get in there and say, hey, we have something different. We want to try doing security by getting as many eyes on the lock as possible and getting as much feedback as possible on how we can improve it in the open. So that way we can try to protect against as many vectors as possible, rather than relying on a limited amount of closed source knowledge bases that may have gaps that can be exploited by hackers.
Nice, thanks for that. Yeah. Do you want to say something, Benjamin, or can I do my next question?
I can do the next one.
No? Mm-hmm. Okay, great. If anyone in the audience wants to speak, please just raise your hands. Otherwise, we have 2 minutes and I want to use them for another question. Building on something that Sasi Kumar said in the beginning, that one of the problems identified for MOSIP is that every system really of the digital ID system was actually rebuilt every, 5 years, or right? So there was like actually no sustainability and no long-term usage. I mean, and I want to try to address that, maybe asking Brandon, because it's more, let's say, urgent now, like to what extent a new administration in the US could have an impact on how simpler grants or the grants or any other, public infrastructure is being held today. And maybe also you guys can talk about this, like how to keep projects that have to do with like digital public infrastructure alive and over time and really maintained and really supported, instead of like changing as politics change.
Yeah, I think no matter what, that's going to be a concern, right? I'll pretty much put it as, I think that one of the best things that we can do with grants is really highlight how grants is something that is apolitical and affects everyone positively, right? When you looked at the map that I showed of underserved counties, you saw a ton of red counties and a ton of blue, talking about the Republican and Democratic parties, which are the two major political parties in the United States. Everyone is affected by this, and grants is something that is used apolitically to build bridges and roads and stuff like that. And so because of that, we have the ability to talk to any administration that's coming in and show them the value of the product for the citizens of the country. And that allows us to get larger roadmaps, where grants right now, we're operating on a 3 to 5 year roadmap, which has been approved. So that way, yeah, there's always going to be check-ins with the government, but they do allow us the freedom because of the fact that it is something that you can see benefit regardless of administration.
Nice, thanks for that. Does Sasi Kumar or Benjamin wants to add on anything? We are almost over time, so we have like 1-2 more minutes, please.
Yeah, I mean, we're on a completely different scale, of course, than grants. We have just these 10 social benefits for now, and the funding received so far, I guess, was more or less independent of political wins, I would say. But we want to make sure, that's why linked data is such a good bet, to make sure that as many actors as possible benefit also from this, so that it gets more or less not interested in that it sustains itself, that it doesn't make sense to remove it anymore, or it should hold itself. And also, I think our mission is, it's a bit hard to argue against, I would say, or like if a political party would say, yeah, we don't want citizens to claim their rights, that's not very good for their votes. So I think in that sense, it's a good position to be in.
Nice, thank you very much. Those were like 3 really interesting projects in the intersection of public services, government services, and open government. Why not? Thank you very much, Sasi Kumar, for joining us late night time, and you as well, Brendan, last minute, but it was great to have you here. Now I'm switching to the last session. If you guys from this one, so bye-bye for you. If you can switch off your camera, thanks very much. And the new speakers for this panel, I see Julio is here. Neil is here, I don't see him. And we also have Martin. Yeah, Neil is here, so okay, cool. Nice to see you, welcome. If you guys can switch on your cameras so the audience can see you. I'm doing just a few, as always, housekeeping notes before the session. For the ones who are here, I apologize, you need to listen to it again. But the ones who just joined, you need to know that this is 1 hour. Oops, I muted myself. Sorry. This is a 1 hour conversation, and there will be 3 demonstrations, 15 minutes each, followed by a 15 minutes conversation in the end. So I ask you guys to stick to these 15 minutes. And if you won't, I will just stop you. This is also like, please, for the audience, like, please keep your microphone muted unless you were requested to speak. This meeting is being held in English, but there are automatic translations available on Zoom. You just need to activate them on like clicking on caption button. And I want to ask the speakers as well to set your language, speaking language, to English, because this informs Zoom, and then they can translate to people who are using the subtitles. So please do it while I'm introducing. This event is following the Open Knowledge Code of Conduct that we will paste in the chat in a minute, because of course we want to promote a healthy, respectful, and thoughtful conversation. So any aggressive behavior will not be tolerated, and we don't want to do it, but participants may be removed if they don't behave as is expected. And last but not least, this session is being broadcast live on YouTube. The official hashtag is #TheTechWeWant. If you want to post on social media, please tag OKFN in the different things. It's always OKFN something, Fosstodon, Blue Sky, even X, we're still there. So, having said that, I want to welcome officially Martin, Julio, and Neil. We came from India, US, and Germany. Now we are moving to the Latin America Hispanohablante space. We are keeping English because we agreed to do that. But maybe if anyone intervention from the public wants to come from Spanish or Portuguese, more than welcome to do it. We are starting with Querido Diário. This is a project that aims to classify, contextualize, and expand the information contained in the official diaries in the Brazilian municipal executive branch, making them available for viewing in an open and user-friendly format. The tool seeks to facilitate the monitoring, analysis, and correlation of the information published in the diaries, fostering the development of technology for civic purposes in Brazil, and promoting social control to find solutions to the challenges of the public context. We have today my fellow Brazilian mate, Julio Carvalho, Civic Innovation Program Manager at Open Knowledge Brazil, and this is a very much of like a star project from our network, a Nobel Prize and stuff. Like we'll know more about this from Julio. So over to you, Julio.
Okay, can you hear me all right? Is there okay? I will share
Yeah, you can
the
share your screen as well. Yeah, I think you have
screen.
ability. Yeah, cool. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here, and thanks. And it's a pleasure to be with these wonderful people with these wonderful projects that we actually do stuff with. We can actually use the CD, and we know Abrimos.info very much. I'll try to be quick here because I have a lot of slides to show. So, how Querido Diário is making Brazilian city policies accessible is the theme of this presentation. We try to showcase some of the strengths and some of the challenges we are overcoming. So, as Lucas said, I work at Open Knowledge Brazil, and it's a chapter of the Open Knowledge Network in Brazil. And I'm Civic Innovation Program Manager there. So we mostly work with our open source projects. Querido Diário is one of them, and one other project that has acquired many contributors is Serenata de Amor. And with Querido Diário, we will follow this agenda, the issue, the challenge, how Querido Diário is helping overcome this challenge, how it works, the internals, next steps, and the Q&A will be after all the sessions. So let's go. Why is it so difficult to access decisions made by policymakers? Here in Brazil, especially in the municipal level, we have most, if not all, the decisions published in paper format that we call the official gazettes, the diários oficiais, and they are mostly the same since 1862 to 2024. They remain the same format, mostly publishing the same stuff, and it hasn't accompanied the digital era. So we still have many difficulties to monitor it and actually make something very useful for our society from those official decisions that are being published. In an era of disinformation, this is a great source of official information to verify from. And these are some of the information that are found in gazettes, mostly the governmental contracts, their nominations, some procurements, licenses, and more. So Here we have some examples of a fine that was expedited for violation of environmental laws, and these are some contracts of a great singer star that a small town has spent a lot of money to contract, and these are the types of things that can be monitored in these official acts. So the main challenges are the format of publication is outdated, unstructured. They are mostly a giant string of characters, and they are mostly published in a non-searchable format. So the website just expects you to download them and read page by page, like the old ages. And accessing a specific policy information is very laborious because of that. Metadata is non-standardized. I'm talking about the municipal level. So we have in Brazil more than 5,000 cities. They can implement their own publishing solution and follow their own standards. They have this autonomy, and we don't have any access central points to access this, because there are more than 5,000 cities, and they can publish each other on their own publishing sites. So Querido Diário is here to help. We built a software, a platform that scans various websites in the web that publishes these official gazettes. We are talking about, at the moment, more than 460 cities, and we are expecting to, in the next year or so, reach more than 3,000 cities, because bringing each city in Querido Diário can be quite challenging, because their solutions for publishing can be very different. We are talking about more than 700,000 documents at the moment, and we expect to bring in so much more. This is a central platform, and we centralized platform, and we allow text search, and we allow a bunch of things that are needed for people to make use of this data. So how it works, how are we doing it? I will just skip over it very quickly because I don't want to lose a bunch of time here. So we have the official Gazette page that is published. We have some robots, some spiders that are customized to these web pages and collect daily their documents and their metadata. And when we process it, extract the pure text of those documents and combine it with the metadata into a search engine. And that search engine is our central source of information for our public API, and our public API can be accessed by other applications and people who want to consult this data in a more programmatic way. But we also have a web platform that I showed you in the image, and that can be consulted by the people which are not as tech savvy, and we also provide some ease of use access for them, like downloading the results and everything to make it useful, because it is a bunch of data that can be quite cumbersome for someone to parse through. So what have we done to reach out to people and build communities? Because we have some particular audiences that we want to reach, because this is a new data set. This is the data, the information was always there, but this is a new data set because we couldn't access it in a centralized way before. So we are trying to reach out some academics, activists, journalists, public managers, and also developers. And we are reaching out to academics and activists through partnerships. We started a program, Querido Diário in universities. This provides us long-lasting contacts. Research and development can be achieved and helps those who want to research and also helps developing the project. Journalists, we found that the format that most works for us are doing workshops on how to use Querido Diário and offering mini grants for them to be able to make a journalist article using Querido Diário, trying it for themselves and actually publishing it. We also reach public managers with focused projects in specific themes. And because the gazettes have a bunch of themes, thematic variations in there, so we can focus only on education or environment or things like that. And they will be easier to adopt for public managers. Developers, this is an open source project. This is free software. And we want to bring the best people which are available in the Brazilian network of open source developers to develop the project with us. So we do a bunch of events, especially sprints. Coding sprints are great for bringing new people to your project. What we achieved: 7 partnerships with research groups, 5 projects using Querido Diário as their data source, more than 1,000 GitHub stars, more than 20 journalistic articles. We have a Discord, which is our channel of discussion with more than 1,600 Discord members, and developers, contributors, more than 100 by the moment. I told you the cities statistics, but I have just a fun little story. We actually detected a malicious file in those 700,000 files we downloaded, that it would not be able to be detected by a human person that would have to download a file from 2005 it was detected in 2022, I believe, and we reported it to the organization that was responsible for the system by the city, and they removed it. So it was a fun time. So these are some examples of the derivatives that I told you. One project for climate and environmental acts, and one project for technologies that are being implemented in education, mostly the basic education, the first years of school. And some examples of results we have in Querido Diário University. These are some students that parsed even more the data and was able to make a program out of this system. And these are past partnerships with scientific journalism that was able to make some great articles focused on mostly Bahia, Salvador, but other cities as well in Brazil. And Querido Diário was recognized. This is one of the biggest journals in Brazil presenting it. These are some articles, journalistic articles. Every year we have like 5 journalistic articles covering Querido Diário. And this is our biggest journal in Brazil, covering it because we were at the Nobel Prize Summit with other. We were one that was actually there, but we were part of nine projects that were showcased as projects that actively combat disinformation, because this is a bunch of official information that we are bringing into the game. So these are some of the articles that other journalistic groups have done, Intercept Brazil as well. And what we think we can do next, this is mostly technological, but there are a bunch of areas we want to grow on. But in technology, we have to scale and monitor it more, because this is a project that is gaining traction at the moment, and the old infrastructure is tending to suffer a bit. We have to add more cities, be able to cover the small cities, mainly because less people is able to look at them, but in a centralized platform, we expect them to get more attention to them, and bringing a bunch of new technology and views and and technical opportunities for enhancing, reaching the text that is unstructured, because there are many challenges in natural language processing that can be overcome with our new state-of-the-art technology opportunities, and this is a great opportunity to extract useful data and putting it in the platform as well. So thank you very much. You can check out the project again, and also you can financially support if you are able to via Catarse, Querido Diário KBR.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Julio. Yeah, I just love this project. Let's discuss this later when we have this conversation. Let's move to Decidim in Spain, or should I say Catalonia. This Decidim is a digital platform for citizen participation. It's free, libre, open, and safe technology with all democratic guarantees. We are very happy to have with us today Nil Jimenez Busquets, Director of Technical Office of the Decidim for Software Association. Over to you.
Okay, hi everyone, and thank you very much for inviting us. It's an honor to be part of this amazing event organized by the Open Knowledge Foundation. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. So I have also a presentation. Okay, yes, you're seeing it, right? Okay, so I'm going to explain a little bit what Decidim is and how we structure our governance models and what are the values behind that project. And then, as this session is a demo, I will show you Decidim in production. I will show you some of the examples of how Decidim can be used. So for those who you don't know, Decidim is a digital platform for citizen participation. It's free, libre, and open source technology. We've been recognized as a digital public good by the Digital Public Goods Alliance. Also, we've been receiving some awards recently. We received this recognition by the European Commission from the Open Source Observatory. And let's focus on the project itself, because we always say that we find three layers of the project. We have the first layer, the technical layer, where all this code co-production happens. We have the second layer, that it's the techno-political layer, that it refers to the community and to the co-design and governance of this open source project, where it refers to our own Decidim instance, the community site, that it's called meta.decidim. And then we have the third layer, the political layer, that it refers to the city use cases or to the organizations that are using the CDIM right now. I'm going to explain a little bit on each of that. The first layer, the technical layer, from the very beginning, we opened the CDIM to contributions from the first day. We released it under a federal GPL license, and the community can propose new features and also participate in the roadmap definition. We have a specific participatory process open in meta.decidim.org where people can propose a new feature and discuss, and we have like a set of rules defined and a methodology that we've been iterating and refining year after year to make this process more smoother. And also we've been building alliances with local partners around the world to implement the CDIM, because we, from the CDIM Association, we are the ones taking care of the maintenance of the source code, but we are not providing hosting and hosting services to those organizations that are implementing the CDIM. Those cities or national governments are relying on the services of external companies, or sometimes they are hiring their own developers and installing their CDIM with their own capacities. We are using GitHub to manage all these code contributions, releases, and so on. Everything is publicly and available, and you can see like how we are working on real time on all the issues and PRs, and our roadmap is everything published there in our GitHub profile. And then the second layer, it refers to the technopolitical aspect of the project, no? About this public community governance of a digital common. As I said, we, the CDIM Association, are the central actor of the project, but at the beginning of the CDIM, it was a project created and founded by the Barcelona City Council. And the Barcelona City Council was the founder of the project, let's say, and after a few years 3 years after the release of the first version of the CDIM, we decided to create the CDIM Association, and the Barcelona City Council has ceded to this association the management and the maintenance of the source code. So this is something quite unique, I would say, when it comes to think about how to implement flows open source projects as a public policy, but with a community governance, having this in mind. So this public community collaboration in the CDIM is something that I would say is quite unique. Here you can see the organization chart. The gray area is the community, and at the center you can see the red area is the association that, as I said, is kind of the central actor. We have our own governance bodies, a general assembly composed by our members, a coordination committee, the technical office, and so on. And we have like a bunch of actors around us participating in the community. So for us, the community participation is something essential, something basic for the nature of the project, and we invest a lot of time on that. Here, for example, you can see the evolution of the picture that we take at the end of our annual conference, the CDIM Fest. So you can see that the group of people behind the project is growing and growing year after year. And in fact, the CDIM Fest, it will be next week in Barcelona. So I take the occasion to invite you all and participate in our annual event. This year we are focusing on the intersection between ecology, technology, and democracy. And let's move on to the third layer, the participation model. So we've built the CDIM in order to have something that it is easily adaptable to the different local contexts. And to do that, we at the technical side, we adopt a very modular architecture, so it's easy to create your own jigsaw to create your own jigsaw using the different modules of the CDIM. We also have defined a set of values in the social contract of the CDIM. We were inspired by the Debian community, and this social contract reflects our main values when it comes to develop new features, and is kind of our political constitution of the CDIM, something like that, let's say. And there we define our main values that are transparency, traceability, integrity, and democratic quality. So with all of that, we are trying to build alternative forms of politics through software development. So also this flexibility, this flexibility when it comes to the architecture has allowed us to reach out to 150 organizations around the world that are using the CDIM right now. To name some of them, the Barcelona City Council, the New York City, the French Senate, or the Brazilian federal government. Also, we have some cities in Japan using the CDIM, like the Kakogawa city, cities in also Mexico or Argentina, or also we have some organizations like local cooperatives here in Catalonia that are using the CDIM to organize their community governance. Here you can see the map of the expansion of the CDIM. So we have presence around of the world. And also I already told you that we have an ecosystem of IT companies that are providing the CDIM services. And what is interesting here is that we just implemented a few years ago a partnership policy that is a mechanism that allows those companies to contribute back to the association, to contribute back to the commons by paying us the 3% of their annual revenue on their CDIM based services. So we created that because we've been seeing that these companies are generating like a business model on the top of the CDIM and relying on us, and we are happy with that. But we say, hey, we need to at some point see how we can how they can contribute back to us. So let's see how the CDIM works very quickly. We have different participatory spaces, processes, assemblies, and initiatives, and inside of that we have a set of components. We have around 10 components. The most relevant are proposals, meetings, accountability, or debates. And those components allows you to participate. So you can combine those components within all the different participatory spaces. So let's see some use cases. Some the CDIM sites in production. Are you seeing the right now the Barcelona City page? Yeah. Right now I'm showing to you the CDIM.Barcelona. This is the Barcelona instance, and right now they are starting to implement this participatory budgeting process. Here, sorry, because the page is in Catalan, but I will try to translate you. Now I'm going to show you all the proposals that are being created by the neighbors to, for example, make some inversion projects on their streets. So here, for example, right now we have more than 100 proposals collected. Here you can see that we have a lot of them. And so yeah, it's easy. If I want to participate, I can just create a new proposal, access here, and if my internet is not so slow down, I can then I can define a title, I can define a description, and then I can submit a proposal, and they will vote in a few weeks to prioritize those proposals. And the second one that I want to show you is our main instance, because to test our own technology and to do this dog fooding exercise, we are using the CDIM. We have this meta.thecdim.org, and here we have a bunch of things, but I want to show you the proposed new features process, where we are discussing how would the software evolve. And here, this process has been opened since the very beginning of the project. So we have almost 800 proposals, and here you can see, for example, the different proposals when people are asking to do something. Here you can see like the number of comments, the number of likes that each proposal has, and the state of the proposal, if it has been accepted or rejected, if it's already being implemented or not. And we are connecting this MetaDecidim with GitHub when we are like doing the PRs and so on. So we are connecting the two platforms. And yeah, I don't know if I'm on time, but yeah, I would say that that's
2 minutes. Enough?
2 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Then the last slide. So yeah, that's been a very quick demo, but I encourage you to visit different sites. Also in Brazil, we have an amazing platform that has been deployed by the Brazilian federal government, with a lot of things going on there. And yeah, just to sum up some challenges for the future, we want to become a digital public infrastructure of worldwide reference. I think that we are on our way to become that, but we want to emulate other open source projects like, I would say, Drupal or WordPress, or these that are considered more like kind of infrastructures and not just SaaS. We want also to improve the installation process. I mean, right now if you are an experienced developer, it's easy to install the Decidim on your own machine, but there's room for improvement there. Also, something that we want to work on is to expand use cases beyond governments. I already told that we have some civil society organizations using the Decidim. We also have some open source projects using the Decidim exactly as we are using it to organize their community governance and so on. But we want to improve that and have more use cases beyond governments. And also we are working to stabilize a little bit the framework, and we are going road to version 1.0. That would be the first LTS version. And also, it is not here, but we have a big challenge that it's funding and yeah, sustainability, as all of us, I think. But yeah, we are fighting for it, and we are pushing a lot and doing a lot of policy advocacy at the European level and so on and so forth. But yeah, we need public institutions that support open source projects. So we need to gather all of us and fight for it. So yeah, that's it. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Neil. Yeah, it's amazing to see like the spread of Decidim, like the ones who kind of like follow Decidim for a while as like maybe this community. I see you're like really spreading and getting yeah, more important, like that this his role towards being a DPI is like it's very much happening. That's really nice to see. So let's move to the other side of the Atlantic, to Mexico now. So we are talking about Gobernantes.info, Gobernantes.info. It's a repository of verified and crowdsourced information on candidates and public officials in Latin America. And it's easy to become part of the fundamental digital infrastructure for democracy that they built. Abrimos.info already had like 7 elections in 3 countries and are in the process of simplifying the data processing pipeline and formalizing the community verifiers. We will know more about these details from Martin Cislican. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. He's the technology director of Abrimos.info. Please go ahead.
Yes, thanks. Hello, everyone. I'm really happy to be here, to be participating in the Tech We Want event. And I'm concerned about the threats to democracy. I think we are at risk because of lack of information and also because of misinformation. So I want to fix this, and we have been working for many, many years to fix this. My name is Martin Cislican, as Lucas said, and at Abrimos Info, we have made it our mission to tear down the walls of secrecy and inefficiency that keeps citizens in the dark. So I will show you Gobernantes.info, a new tool for electoral transparency in Latin America, and we're using technology to empower everyday people to verify and access critical data for our democracies. First, a short introduction about Abrimos Info. Abrimos Info, our team has more than 10 years of experience combined, but the brand Abrimos Info is a new one. It has only 1 year, but what we do, or what we say we do, is we create fundamental infrastructures for democracy. This means we simplify access so that journalists and researchers can focus on what really matters, informing the public. We have 3 main projects that are currently online. Pídala Info, in this one, we are working with freedom of information requests. Sociedad.info, here we are working with public contracting and sanctions to fight corporate state capture. And in Gobernantes.info, we are trying to build a historical database of candidate data to fight misinformation in elections. So I think it's really important that we should have historical information for candidates. Right now, it's possible for even a presidential candidate to present themselves as something new, as something that doesn't have a past. And right now, we are collecting information on candidates that at the municipal level, at the state level, and then when those candidates become presidential candidates or bigger candidates, we will have verified information of what positions they have held in the past. So that's what we're doing. We're doing it all with free software. We're using GPL license, and with open data, we're using a Creative Commons license. So what we have done so far is Colombia in 2020, Mexico in 2021, Colombia again in 2022, Argentina in 2023. We have done the primaries and the general elections. We have done Mexico last year. These past 2 elections, Argentina and Mexico, those are the ones that I have been involved with the project personally. The project was previously managed by SocialTIC here in Mexico, and we have had partners in each of the countries to get the information to help us verify it. So in 2025, we'll have Ecuador, Honduras, Bolivia, and Argentina, and Chile that we will love to get funds for to do it. So I would love to talk about a bit about how we are transforming the data. We have our own ETL process that we call Teseo ETL. And in this case, the current process is that we have volunteers from each country get the information for the candidates to a Google spreadsheet. There we have 38 fields for each candidate, including social networks, photo, the positions they are applying, the states they are in, and so on, their age. And all this is transformed down to JSON format, uploaded to the database, and then published on the website. We also have an alerts feature that is well, currently in the works, but we have the alerts feature for other projects already, in the sense that you can follow specific elections or specific people and get updates. Right now, we have to do this separately for each country. We are working on unifying everything to have a single pipeline for all elections in all countries to make it easier to manage. So I would like to show you now the website and how it's working. So I'm gonna switch to the browser. This is the homepage we have done for the Mexican elections of last year. But here you also have elections for the previous years. You have the information on how many candidates we have for each of the countries. Here there's a call to action so you can do it in your country. These are the projects that have been based, some of the projects that have been based on our database, Me Representa in Argentina, API Electoral in Colombia, and Candidaturas MX in Mexico. And these are the partners that we have worked with, Democracia en Red in Argentina, Socialtic in Mexico, and Universidad de La Sabana in Colombia. This is how you would see Mexico country page. We have created this hexagonal cartogram to represent the districts. Here you can select each district, or you can navigate through areas so you can go to your district. This is how this is the list of the candidates in search. Some of them have photos, not all of them have them. Here I'm filtering by Mexico, but we have all the other countries. This is how one of the districts looks like. This is District 7 of Tamaulipas State. And here we have the candidate that has won, that's marked in purple. And we have some more information about previous elections and how many people are voting. We think this is relevant to people browsing these pages. This is one of the profiles. This one is the elected member of the parliament for the District 7 in Tamaulipas. She's from Morena, the official party in Mexico. And here you can see links to her social networks, date of birth, gender, studies, and a bit of working history, and the source of the information and the update date. I can show you more. This race for municipality in Reynosa, Tamaulipas. That's the capital of Tamaulipas. And then this is the candidate that won, also with his photo, some other information, also the source. Then this is another one in Estado de Mexico. And this one is marked as a replacement candidate because the main candidate dropped out. This is something that happens in Mexico a lot. As you know, Mexico is a very violent country, and these previous elections have been marked by organized crime, violence against politicians. So many of them were forced to drop out. Many of them dropped out because out of fear, or even some of them were killed. So this is an important tag that we have here. We are not tracking exactly the cost of the replacement. There's other databases for that. Right, so quickly, so this is her profile, and you can ask in the current website, you can ask for the data. We are not publishing the data to download without registration for now, because we really want to understand what people are doing with it. And for instance, this is one people that have asked for the data this year, and they are using our same hexagonal cartogram, but what they are doing here is they are showing the skin color, a calculated skin color based on the picture of the candidates that won. So they are working still on their article to analyze this information. But the important part is that we can show whether or not people are voting candidates that look like them, or candidates that are wider than them, which is also an issue with race representation in Mexico. This project Pigmentocracia is born out of the data user community here in Mexico. I want to show you also our GitHub account. We have been recently working on improving the data pipeline. As you can see, you can download now the unified CSV and JSON files from GitHub. We are still not promoting this as they have a few issues that we have here in our repo. You can, if you want to help us, you can check on these issues. We have been working with also some volunteer developers to help us fix this. So back to the presentation. What's next for Gobernantes? As I said, we have 5 elections coming up in 2025. We want to formalize our crowdsourcing process to make it easy to onboard volunteers. In all of these countries, we are looking for partners and for funding to work in, as I mentioned, Ecuador, Honduras, Chile, Bolivia, and Argentina next year. We also want to increase the data density. We feel that the profiles sometimes are not complete. And we also want to be able to understand the risks of corruption for some of the candidates and public officials. So if we could cross that with public contracts and parliamentary votes, we'll have a greater picture. We are working with this information for some other projects, so it would not be hard to do, but it's a lot of work that we want to do next year. And also, as I have shown, we are operating in repressive environments where civil society is not always allowed to carry their tasks in peace. So we want to have a data security protocol in place, so we are not exposing our volunteers and our local partners to risks. This is very important for us. And we are, as I mentioned previously, and everyone said here, on our way to becoming a fundamental infrastructure for democracy. So that's it. My question is, do you think your country needs this? And in that case, you can contact me. There's my email and my X account, whatever. I don't like X anymore. So that's a website for Abrimos.info. And thank you for listening. And I will be here for questions.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yeah, it was the last talk of the day. I'm feeling melancholic about it already. It was like amazing 2 days of discussions and everything, but we still have a few minutes, 8 to 10 minutes for questions. If anyone out there wants to ask any questions, please go ahead. Also between speakers, because I know your projects have been, getting in touch with each other. If you want to have like a public conversation here, any questions for each other would be cool as well. And in case there's no questions or comments, of course, I can jump in and ask some. So anyone wants to do an intervention or comment? Yeah. So we have one question in the chat. Let's see. Can you speak of any known coding needs, shortage of skills that your projects have? Let you decide who goes first. So no coding needs, shortage of skills. Oh,
Yeah, I go. So, Credo Diario has a lot of data, and it should be put to use by showing the great public what is contained in that information. So one basic skill that we are pursuing right now is the ability to use that data and produce textual content. So maybe a data analysis, maybe a journalistic article. We are, since the start of the project, this is a great focus of us. Also, the project is started in 2018, and since then, and it was actually launched in 2021. And it is very, we struggle a lot with resources. So the project is still in its MVP. So design skills are very much in need for us to develop actual solid and very usable, accessible version of the project. And but there are a lot of writing skills and things like that that every technical project needs, and also presentations and articulation with other projects or the government and everything, people who are willing to make an event and host a sprint and get people to know the project. These are all non-technical skills that are very valued in open source projects, open data projects, and could be put to use by mostly everyone who wants to do it.
Great, thank you. Martin or Neil, you wanna?
Yes, so I have created the issues on GitHub that are related to code. That's mostly Python coding. But once the code works, we have the data that is accessible. And if you have Excel skills or R skills, you can analyze it and find out interesting stuff. As I mentioned, the Pigmentocracia project, they are doing all that and they are writing articles about it, so you can analyze data and tell stories. Those are skills that are needed. And then the volunteering part for checking and crowdsourcing the data. That's also something that you can do if you know how to copy and paste data from official databases. You can help with that for Gobernantes. And also the process of managing and creating the environment for volunteers in each of one of the countries. We will be looking for partners to do that locally, but also if anyone wants to help with establishing that process, that's also an interesting task that we could open to anyone who wants to help. And also helping us make the contacts to get the local partners and the funding for crowdsourcing the data in each one of the countries, and to help us establish the data security protocols, so we are not exposing our partners. That those are all skills that are not related to coding that could really benefit Gobernantes.info. So thank you very much to anyone interested in helping us. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. I can ask a question maybe connecting to that, and then over to you, Neil, if it's okay. Because I had like two things pointed out here, because like both of your projects, Gobernantes and Diario, are very much opening public information, right? Like opening knowledge and making it available and source projects, let's say, for other instances to act on them, right? And that's why I like the partnership with journalists and other organizations and stuff. While the CDM is kind of like one way to act on those stuff, right? Like one way of like enabling participation is one. So having that in mind, like I I'm curious about like how do you what have been your strategies to educate or convince on one side the public sector that they should adopt not only openness or the tech we want, however we refer to that, or your solutions. So how do you convince and educate the public sector in one hand, like this is important, you need to go that direction. And on the other hand, how to convince people that it's worth it to participate, you know, because people are very much like democracy is broken, like no one, I mean, the majority of the people are really not believing in that anymore, right? Like we see like all these like extreme right parties and all this stuff, like really building on people not believing anymore in anything. So how do you do with that? Like, you know, after the projects are there, like how do you go to the public sector and the public to adopt these solutions or the tech we want, let's say?
Okay,
big one for you, Neil. Sorry.
No, don't worry. I like this question. Well, in our case, to be honest, we never have like a sales area in our project. We have been always waiting for a demand from the governments. Usually what happens in our case is that they do like a benchmarking research and they come across the CDM and talk with us. But we are not trying to sell our product to anybody, because we really believe that to deploy a successful installation of the CDM and successful participatory processes, you need to have people inside that organization. Could be public organization or could be like a civil society organization, pretty convinced and aligned with implementing participatory process that would be binding, because and that's connected with the second question, because yes, if the outputs of a participatory process are not binding, are not mandatory for the governments to implement, and people are going to say, hey, why I'm participating here if you are not taking in account my opinion and all my contributions. So yeah, I would say that having like political approval and a political something in the political part convinced, it's crucial. And also having like somebody more in the civil servant aspect of it that would work a lot when it comes to deploy a civil installation, and some some person that is pretty convinced and would work a lot on deploying it in the good way, you know. So yeah, that's it.
Great, thanks. Anyone wants to comment on that, or anyone on the audience? We are a little bit over time, but that's fine. That's the last session, so we can go ahead a little bit. Nobody's waiting.
So I would like to comment on that. We have not had a challenge to find people willing to do open data projects for elections. That's something that is really interesting for lots of people in every country who have worked with. It's not the majority, but it's enough, you know. And there's usually lots of organizations that are trying to work to increase interest in democratic processes. So we are banking on that. And I have been doing this data collection for, I don't know, almost the past 20 years in different shapes of forms. I was previously in Argentina, where I started in 2011 was my first election that I covered with Civic Tech. And the news that I think Gobernantes represents is that right now we have unlock the way of doing it repeatedly across elections. We don't want to start over each election, and we are in a position to be searching for partners and to include them in the same database, and to have an established process that will keep on going for years and years, and we don't have to start over each election. And having the historical information on the database, that will make us very, very valuable, and that's the goal. Convincing people to work on these types of things is not the challenge. It's finding the way that we don't have to start over each election.
Okay, good point. Yeah, there are lots of conversation happening in the chat. As the next session is actually a community hangout, where we'll be talking about from the manifesto that we wanna release, but like also like having, let's say, a closing conversation about these 2 days. I would encourage you guys to just open your cameras, anyone who is here. Also Sara and Patricio, who are from our team. Kim, I see you are participating a lot. If you want to come and say something. Also Charles, who has been with us these 2 days. Thanks for that. Jorge as well. Anyone who is here who wants to activate your camera and jump into the conversation. We could try to make this smooth transition to this last session and address these questions. Yes, 2 minutes. Okay, great. Bio break for Kim. Having breakfast, no worries at all. So just voice. No, sorry. I just voice like the last question here from Charles, and then maybe we can try to summarize and finish this and go to the next session if it's okay. So Charles is saying, like, anyone like to comment on involving citizen assemblies, sortition, and ground up voices with any of these tools and approaches, particularly around awareness of issues and policy shifting? I think it's something that we've been discussing, but anyway, like if anyone of you want to comment more on that, on your experiences, could be cool.
Yeah, I could talk about this. I think it's really hard because it's just this gap, right, from what people who are interested in tech care about are things like openness and open source and like developer communities and that kind of thing. But what people who work in the public sector or the charity sector, the third sector, they're usually really stressed doing 100 jobs. Your thing, like they might see there's some benefit to it, but they didn't really have the time to put into it. And fundamentally, they're waiting for you to like prove it works. But often, especially when you're doing something like non-trivial like we are, right? Like we're trying to fix a real on-the-ground problem about the whole ecosystem. It's like no one in that system actually has the power to okay that. It's like we frequently find we're getting battered between like, oh, that sits with IT. Oh no, that sits with community development. Oh no, that sits with this budgeting. And it's like, I think anyone who's tried to work with local government will kind of find this frustration at some point where it's like, okay, but what do you actually value? What are you trying to get done? Like, do you have any principles that are like written down anywhere we can like work towards? And I think like, I mean, we've definitely not figured this out yet. And maybe I think it might be better in Europe than in the UK, where we have a very strange relationship with local government. But like, it's like when you propose an intervention, say in the form of a piece of software, you're usually given this kind of barrage of things to jump through, right? But they're never saying what they're trying to get done and kind of open it up for scrutiny, right? So they're never saying, we're publishing this data, we're doing it in this ways, what do you think, right? It's like there's not an existing open thing to latch onto. So you're always in this position of like being on the outside, trying to like guess what they want. And I mean, it's no wonder that like, you know, the Microsofts of the world end up selling all their services in, because I think they're just very shrewd at like locking people into these platforms. And when you're trying to do stuff like honestly and forthrightly, it's really hard to like set up these things. And because like fundamentally, no one's going to be interested in like civic ownership of something that doesn't have value yet, right? Like it's like what point of value does the thing have to get to until people are going, yeah, actually, yeah, this really matters to me. I want, you know what I mean? I think it's a really difficult one. And I think like answering this is kind of like the middle bit that everyone dances around a bit when we talk about open tech for me. Sorry, that was a ramble. I hope it made a little bit of sense. I've just been doing housework.
No, that's totally fine. Anyone wants to react to that? I think that's the point about going to community-oriented development of whatever, right? Like software, events, social work, whatever. Like how to go put the community first and put the community in the center brings this thing that you're bringing us, Kim.
If I may, yeah, thanks, Kim, for your comments. And at Abrimos.info, we have multiple sources of income that allow us to work on things that don't have immediate apparent value or immediately generate revenue. And we find that they are valuable. They are interesting to many people that don't have enough resources to do it themselves. As I said, Gobernantes is aimed at journalists and researchers mainly. Like maybe in the future we can go directly to citizens, but we want to help journalists that are usually underpaid to get verified information quickly so they can proceed to make their articles. And we have found that a mix between government projects, like working for making reports and helping them understand what they're doing, how they are complying with their own rules. That's something that we do. And we also have some grants and fellowships that support our work. And we are constantly looking for more of those. And we also have some partners that are interested in using our data for specific things. And we share it with them and they support our work. So there are many ways in this in which we have found the ways we have found ourselves to make to be attractive and interesting to people who have money and power. So I don't think it's so grim as you mentioned. I mean, it's really hard work, and we have been trying to find a correct business model for decades. But right now I'm feeling very confident that we are on the right track. So hopefully we don't end up engulfed completely by the Microsoft of the world, as you mentioned. That said, I have two comments. One is about GitHub, that we are all using GitHub. And that's a Microsoft product. So I would love to have something that has GitHub Actions, but it's not Microsoft. So if we can move elsewhere, that would be awesome. And about corporate greed, we had a conversation with Julio earlier regarding Elasticsearch, which is a piece of software that we all use, and that was previously had to close their open license because of Amazon leeching of their community work. And now, a couple of months ago, they have been able to switch back again to an open source license because they have been able to effectively bargain with Amazon that they actually provide enough developer work to the project and not just leech off of community's work. So I think that's something that we can learn from in a way that we are not at the mercy of big corporations and big governments. We, as communities and as projects, have power to change the narratives and to change the situation. So I'm really hopeful in that sense. Thank you.
Any reactions? GitHub, let's build GitHub again.
Yeah, I'd like to comment a bit on that because as mostly nonprofit organizations, we struggle a lot with actually being able to do what we want to do with how little resources we have. So today to have some peace of mind, I think we have to agree that the end the end is only doable if we have some bumps in the middle. So we doing 100% totally ethical by our standards of openness and tools we are using today is mostly impossible. So I think that to give Martin some peace of mind about GitHub Actions, yes, and Kim about VS Code, yes, we have to use them. I use Vim, okay, but if you don't want to use Vim because you find Vim totally cumbersome and everything, you use VS Code because that's what you have to do your work, understand? So until we have so, just a pack of the resources that Microsoft has, and that's what provides them the ability to have this hold on us. We mostly can build the end products that are we have to focus more on building the end products that we want to see, the tech that we want, and the means we have to get there. There will some bumps, and we can't lose some sleep because of it, because that's the world we're living in, and the problems are more political and how the resources are hoarded by the companies, and how many more resources they have, the more power they get, and we just don't have what to do. If we try to do something else and avoid them at all costs, we become isolated, and we don't talk to nobody, and we don't actually build up projects that people can use, that has a wide enough public that we are able to get some resources and actually make a change. Because I think talking to the previous conversation, reaching the large public is in most projects a great step to make. We mostly have to work first with our focus groups, our enthusiasts, and everything for a long time before actually reaching the public at a certain maturity level. And the most barriers we put in our own way, it becomes very difficult to reaching that point. At some point, people get tired of doing these projects and working with the working against the current, right? So we have to think about our own well-being to be working in these projects and actually building them, getting to a point where people can use them, because that brings us some breath of fresh air, some new resources, and after that, after we made some impact, we can, as a collective, as thinkers, as people who believe and act in open knowledge, can change the environment. But until then, we mostly have to rely on the tools we have available. So I think that's one thing that I've been learning to give myself a little break before to be able to do this kind of work. So
Sarah, want to go
Yes.
next?
Thanks, Giulio, for sharing this. Actually, you kind of like put a spotlight on a preoccupation that I have a lot. And you have on one side the kind of like super ethical choice that you would like everyone to make, and and we should all move out of all this proprietary software, and we all should move out of GitHub. But on the other hand, you also have a community, and sometimes moving to completely, completely ethical or more sort of like tools that are more in line with our ethics also means that sometimes you lose some of these people, if it makes sense, because you're creating a higher technical barrier as well for them to participate, especially those that, have maybe less technical skills. So I'm wondering, and it's an open question that I keep asking myself all the time, is how do you balance the fact that you want to keep your community within a project with the fact that you would like to use as much as possible, tools that are in line with the ethical principles that we have. And if anyone has a magical solution for this, can you please share it with me?
I want to jump in here also because this is a really interesting debate. We've been like struggling with a lot within our community. In fact, like just a week ago, somebody inside our community was like asking and making a lot of noise, saying, "Hey, you're using GitHub, you're using SendGrid to send emails, whatever. You should have like a plan to DGAFM your project," and so on. And yeah, I'm totally agree with what Julio and Sarah were saying. And for me, I don't know if I have like a solution, but maybe a plan. I think that we need like larger scale planning and larger scale public investment. And here in Europe, we have like a small experiment that well, it's not yet more an experiment. It's something pretty established and regular, the Sovereign Tech Fund, something that was born inside the Germany government, and it's an agency that is funding critical open source infrastructure. And I think that we need more sovereign tech funds around the world. I think that we should have something at the European level and also something at the global level and more public investment here so we can compete with the big tech budgets, because if not, that would be very, very difficult. But yeah, and with that said, sorry, because I have to leave. We have another meeting, but thank you very much for inviting us, and it has been a really nice talk.
Thanks, Nadine. Thanks very much. Go, Kim.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think I've been saying quite a lot to myself recently. It's like open for who, right? So open source, it's a bit taken for granted it's out there, but actually right now open source means like 0.1% of people can use it. And I think the same with open knowledge. And it's this, so some of the most accessible software and the most accessible buildings are like gigantic shopping centers and stuff made by giant corporations, right? Like it's expensive to do that stuff well, and it needs to be done on kind of a really big scale. And I think sometimes just a way of reframing that ethical question about like using proprietary software, you're not making a decision between ethical or unethical, you're making a decision between who is included. So like what groups of people are you choosing to include? And for my money, I know we talked a bit about our approach earlier, but like the only way you can actually start building this bottom-up approach is locally and by helping people locally access what they need. Because otherwise you are competing with direct, head to head with the other ones. But anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I think, there's no such thing as universal accessibility. I think it's a really important design decision. Universal accessibility is like everything would look like Twitter Bootstrap or something, right? It'd be very boring. So yeah, I just think there's a lot of trade-offs that go here, and often the trade-off we're making is like making it more welcoming for people right now, right? Like Discord's a great example. Discord is a closed source software that's like really welcoming to new people that you can build a community on. Like Matrix, it looks great, but I wouldn't feel comfortable inviting half my friends on there, right? It's like a lot of these kind of things. And not to, up talk one or down talk the other. I'm just saying it's a trade-off, right?
Yeah, I love the discussion we are having because somehow, as Patricio said, yesterday in the introduction, and it looks like 2 years ago already, right? Like the intensity of these 2 days. Is that all this initiative actually started with him being mad, and about how we develop software, and all the challenges and barriers and the difficulties we have today. And then it's really good to, and we have like many moments during these 2 days when people said, "Oh, look, okay, I'll just open it up," and it'll come from stomach and say, "Oh, this is the essential thing that we need to talk about when we are talking about tech, because tech is only, like the way it manifests in the world is actually because the world is organized this way, right? So there's a problem with the word anyway. Like, so. And that's I'm saying that just to try to introduce or to build a bridge with something that when we were discussing this internally and said like, okay, so let's have protocols and new ways of like working or processes for developing our technology, and what does it mean, blah blah blah. And then, oh, why not go public and do an event? And here's the event. And at some point I said, as someone who is actually a campaigner in heart, it's like, why not turn this into a manifesto, right? Like, why not write it down somehow, right? But we don't want to write it down from our heads only or our experiences only. It just makes sense if it's really community driven, it's really consultative, and it's really bottom up, blah, 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 blah. And really, a small parenthesis, I remember when talking to Peter last year during his interview, and he said something like, no, we are not winning if we are going with principles anymore. We're not winning if we're going with statements or manifestos. So I'm going really against that, and I'm not. We don't know if we are right. That's the point that I want to make. But then we started a document using Google, ironically, and then put a few paragraphs trying to put in words like some of the discomforts, or how we want to approach that, and what is it that we want then. And then we started with some phrases, and then Patricia changed it, and then we internally changed it, and then we open it up. And today, this manifesto looks like this, which actually makes me very happy, because there are like lots of contributions, and people cutting each other, and people adding words and removing words and whatever. It became a small battlefield between friends, let's say, because everyone is really well-intentioned there. And we want to use this, community chat to introduce that and say that we don't actually know what to do with that, right? And with that note, I just want to hand it over to Patricia if you wanna add anything to this, and if anyone else wants to add anything as well, and if we can reach a point when maybe this manifesto is an ongoing manifesto, is an ongoing living document, that would be great as well. But try to get together, the community around something, and make this an advocacy tool. That's what I'm mostly looking for. Like, refer people to say like, this is what we are doing, and this is 2024. This is not old advocacy tools that we have. They're still useful, but this is today's reality, and this is our contemporary world. And shut up here and let Patricia or anyone else comment on that.
No, I think, I don't have too much to say. I think you summarized it okay. We don't know what to do with this. Initially, when we thought about like manifesto, I was thinking maybe like a protocol, maybe like a guidelines, maybe like something that can help like people decide when they are facing with a technological decision. So I was thinking some kind of maybe like something like more like pragmatic, more to the point, more like recommended technologies, more like recommended approach, architecture, something more technical. But then we say, okay, yeah, no, maybe like it needs to be a little bit broader, like more like a manifesto, specifics. So I don't know. I do agree with Lucas that this needs to be something that we can use for advocacy. Something that, because yesterday it happens sometimes like in the conversation, or sometimes like when you interact with the governments or the governments interact with the community, there is not there is not a common language. There is not an easy way for like the organizations to explain to the state or to the governments what do we want and what do we want from them. And sometimes like people internally in the government do not have like a way to talk with the community about like their ideas that they have. So I think that maybe it can work like a bridge of like, we, the civil society, think that technology needs to go into this direction, and this is the things that we would love to see. So then when we go with the government, we can say, hey, look at this. I think this will give you a good baseline of what is the current state of what the society thinks about technology. I don't know, like I think it was 2 or 3 months ago, for the ones that are in Europe, like Mario Draghi drafted like a new economic plan for like the European Union, for like investments and include technologies. So I'm thinking in a scenario like that, I mean, if in the future any government, local, provincial, municipality, country, or country wants to do something with technology, to have a document to say, hey, we already have been discussing this. This is kind of like the summary of it. How to govern it, with what shape does it need to have? I don't know, honestly. It's like the first time we do this, and that's why we put it here in the open to say suggestions are open. Maybe, I mean, we drafted like a couple of points just to have something like what we were thinking. People started kind of like editing it and changing it, which is okay, but maybe it's okay also to add it. Maybe it's okay to go for like a 15 pages of like people rambling and then summarize it like in another meeting. I don't know. But that's the spirit and that's the idea. Also try to condensate in a small document, like all the thoughts that have been happening in the last 2 days. And that's it.
Go, Peter.
Can you hear me okay? Right. Okay. I think this is very valuable initiative. I'm not going to chop any of the words in it, but just to give some additional context. So I'm on the Open Definition Committee, which hasn't met very recently, but was very powerful, you know, in some of the early years of the OKF. And we had a lot of interaction from governments who would, governments and other organizations who come along with licenses and say, does this fit the open definition? Now, I don't know how many of you know the open definition by heart, but it's been summarized to a single sentence. Open data and content can be freely used, modified, and shared by anyone for any purpose. And that is so succinct, accurate, that you can use it almost in any area. Yes, you've got ramifications if people do this and people do that and so on. But that's the key principle of you know, open data and content, and it's really powerful to be able to do that. So I would say, if it is possible to come up with a single sentence that encapsulates this, our slogan, our mantra, our war cry, whatever, then that's really very powerful. The second thing is that I very much like the 9 categories in the middle of it. You know, the tech we want is simple, the tech we want, etc. Now, I was on the committee which launched the XML language, and that was quite a big change at that time. And what we did is came up with 10 principles. XML shall be, and so on. And that again was incredibly powerful working document. Yes, some of the details needed arguing, but you know, XML should be readable and concise, something of that sort, you know. So if it's not easy to do these things, but if you can come up with those, and the rest of the text is qualificatory rather than mandatory, I would strongly support that.
Can I add one thing to just what Peter just said? what I really like about the open definition also, and I think it's a good example, and maybe that could serve us as an example, is the fact that it almost works as a standard in a way. So there are sort of like boxes that you need to tick in order for a content to be defined open as per the open definition. So I'm wondering, can we do something like this for the tech we want?
Exactly,
Almost
yes.
like a checkbox.
And just to say, for those of you who new to OKF, OKF came up with an open data index over the years, which again could be used to analyze government performance on open data. Now, similarly, you could have something, you got your 9 tick boxes, and you could see how well a piece of software, a document, whatever it might be, tick these boxes. And I think that there are governments who would be, would find that useful.
Yeah, I will second like everything that you're saying, Peter. And at the beginning, the document started like that, like a set of principles. Like the tech one is simple. What does it mean to be simple? The tech one is like affordable. What does it mean to be affordable? And I wanted to like go to like more concrete examples and definitions, because sometimes like governments, it happened like a lot of time in my life, like government came and say, hey, do we need SICAN to do open data? And they kind of like confuse like the technology with like the concept, and they say, okay, and do we need I don't know, React to make a web application, or do we need AI to be, I mean, and if you can like narrow it to like things that should be, I think that's super powerful as well to communicate to the government. For example, and that day when someone approached me and said, do we need SICAN to do open data? And I say, no. I mean, a simple website that put a link for people to download a CSV is already an open data portal. And you are already doing open data if you are doing that bare minimum. So it should be, I mean, guidelines. I would love to go to that way. So So I don't know. I mean, I think that for us, I mean, we weren't expecting anything like out of like this sharing of the manifesto. I don't know. I think that is there. Maybe people can comment. Let's make it more like anarchic at the beginning, kinda. I mean, feel free to like write on it. Don't be picky about, oh, should I change? Should I suggest? Let's just like use it as a place to like throw everything that we have inside and we want to share with someone. And then maybe we can like with time, like read it, polish it, try to make it concise. And I'm doing more that I think that it should be like the tech is one sentence. And the same way that the open definition says like open is one sentence. I think that will be like the most powerful thing. Kind of like one sentence that we can communicate that is like concise, robust. But for now, is there, feel free to like do with it whatever. Google has versions, so I mean we can like navigate through previous versions if it becomes like a mess. And yeah, feel free to share, to comment, to write there. Maybe we can use it also like a notepad to like write to someone. You can like tag someone there, and yeah, let's throw it in the air and see what happens. And maybe then we can like.
I think we lost Patricio in his last sentence. I want to be aware of time, conscious of time as well. And also, like, we are all very tired, honestly. Being like these 2 days here in front of the screen, I really want to have some fresh air and walk my dogs. Anyway, any final comments? I think we shared like what we wanted about the manifesto, like also got your impressions and opinions. Any final comments and so on?
So I would just like, I've been with the OKF for 20 years. you know, I was with Rufus in Cambridge in 2004 when, you know, the ideas were going around in his head. And I just want to say what a wonderful meeting this has been. It's in the absolute tradition of, you know, what the OKF has been doing, has been thinking, and so on. So I want to thank you about that. I have 2.5 simple asks. One is there a place where we can get together and discuss these things on an informal basis? In other words, I go to a lot of news group. Well, no, I don't actually, but I trawl a lot of social media sometimes, and I never know where to go. Now, you know, I want to see this now as my spiritual home. In other words, I want to come back and feel that this is the place where things are happening, right? Because that is definitely what it was, you know, in the early days. You know, OKF was the go-to place for everything, right? And we met in University College and so forth. So that's one. Do you have a mailing list which serves this purpose, or is it, or does it need to be created?
Great points. We don't actually. We have like a newsletter, but it's more of
no.
It's not that. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So that's one thing. Second thing is, I develop code, as you saw yesterday, and it's a very lonely process when you are not in a real life organization. You know, all my collaborators are 10,000 kilometers away. And anyway, I know more software than they do. And I want to be in a place where I can talk to tech people in the same way as if I was in a, you know, just a tech bar somewhere. You go in and say, does anyone know how to, you know, load the latest pandas and NumPy without this error coming up, that sort of thing? And somebody would, you know, and then you'd buy them a coffee to say thank you and so on. So that sort of atmosphere. So that's the second ask. And the second and the third is not from me, but this is from Chuff, who is the OKF Okapi, and Chuff would be very happy, you know, if he was able to come to more meetings, or she. Chuff is actually genderless. What? Well, if you look underneath Chuff's legs, there's not much evidence there, right? So, what? I'm not awful. So, you know, Chuff would be very happy to see things happening, and people who felt it was a good idea to have a mascot for the OKF. You know, I'm not pushing it, but I would be delighted if it happened. We have mascots in semanticClimate, little Amy's, and they're created by slave labor somewhere or other. But giving somebody an Amy is a huge thing for them, and it really motivates them and so on. So having little okapis, you know, and you probably get them made in India ethically for not very much.
No, I completely agree with you. Like maybe this whole summit is about getting people together for one effort, and that was very intense and very good actually. I really want to finalize in a positive note and a hopeful note. And maybe this is a community that is being created here again. And yes, let's discuss on how to do that. Yes. I think with that, we can final. No, Sarah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that
go ahead.
it might seem, you know, that we still don't know exactly where this is going, but I also want to say it has come a long way, that run that Patricio had a couple of years ago. So things are really moving and things are happening. And it was great to see over those 2 days, you know, all the kind of like interest that the topic got. It's a pity Patricio is not here, but I'm sure he feels really reassured that he's not alone in this kind of like struggle. So I think let's keep it on. We surely can find ways to keep on these discussions. Hopefully this will turn also in sort of like regional events and let's keep the discussion going. Absolutely. Maybe the Discuss Forum could also be a place. Let's see, but you'll definitely get news from us. So thanks everyone for joining us. Thanks, especially good thanks to the Okapi. It was lovely to see him.
Yeah, special thanks for our partners, all of the institutional things, everyone who really came to our journey. Like this is a no funding, zero funding, and activist initiative from the Open Knowledge Foundation. All the speakers were here because they wanted to. And all of you guys, many of you have been with us like the entire 2 days. So it's like, we cannot really thank you enough. Oh, we all have mascots. I have mine as well. Like, okay. Yeah, small dog. Okay, it's a great way to finish this. Love for you all. Thank you very much. And hopefully we'll see before the Tech We Want Summit next year at some point. See you then.